Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third day of the USDBF Club Crew National Championships. It is Sunday, July 23rd. Looks like a good weather day so far, and hoping for good weather all day. This is the 2,000-meter race day. I refer to this as NASCAR dragon boating. Bob Mina refers to it as the chariot races. So this should be an exciting day of racing. The first race on the water is a small boat Senior B Women and Premier Women race. Boat 1 is Island City Dragon Boat Club. Boat 2 is Tampa River Dragon Boat. Boat 3 is San Diego Dragon Boat Team. Boat 4 is Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. Boat 5 is Wasabi Paddling Club. And Boat 6 is DC Dragon Boat Club. Boats 1 through 4 are Senior B, and boats 5 and 6 are Premier boats. The starter is lining the boats up, and will be underway shortly. These boats will start in sequence with a gap between each boat once they get rolling, and they will follow each other around the course. They typically start the fastest boat last, and what should be, and these boats are seeded based on their 200-meter time, so that determines the start order. You're used to Carrie Chow doing the announcing. Carrie has been pressed into race officiating duties today for the 2K. So you're going to have me, Mark Kane, Matthew Au, and Bob Mina filling in and doing the announcing for you today in shifts. Since all three of us are also racing,
we are indeed.
We will be jumping back and forth between duties. So you will hear a variety of voices today. The boats will go in sequence with the starter. They will get a rolling start from the looks of it. We're waiting for the starter to get them underway. The officials appear to be in place, ready to monitor the race and keep these boats in order. It is interesting as they go into the turns who has right-of-way, who has priority going into the turns. Starting in 2021, we have a defined turn corridor. So it really is important as these boats enter the turns that they know who has right-of-way and who is in the proper position going into these turns.
That's right, and the race umpires who are on the water right now, and as we mentioned, Carrie, our announcing buddy, is on the water as one of those umpires right now. Those umpires, as they watch boats go through the turn, they will determine if any penalties need to be made. They will determine if there is any fault or anything like that, because right-of-way is such an important part of the 2K race. 50 meters out from that turn, there will be another official boat, and that boat will yell, to the boats on the water. If there are two there or multiple boats there, which boat has right of way, where each boat is supposed to go, and those boats have to follow that official's orders. If they do not, they could be penalized, and that is a very, very important thing. As Mark mentioned, the turn corridor is something that the IDBF, the International Dragon Boat Federation, introduced a few years ago. On your screen, you can see it in the bottom left corner, those sets of buoys right there. It is, in fact, a corridor. It's a hallway, right? It's a path with parts on the left and right, buoys on the left and right, that you have to stay between. And between those buoys, any crew has to start right there. And Mark, I think it looks like we're actually off to the races already.
Yes, Boat 1 is underway.
And that's Island City Dragon Boat from Minocqua, Wisconsin.
And they will get a
running start indeed.
Running start indeed. They are across the start line. We are underway. Here comes Boat 2 right behind them.
This is Tampa River Dragon Boat. As Mark mentioned, we have an alignment line and then a start line. So all of the boats are lining up on the far right of your screen right now toward shore, lining up next to each other. And then they take a running start. They are counted down. They start as fast as they can. They get it. They're trying to get to as high speed as physically possible. Once they start that start line, though, once they cross that, that's when their time actually starts. These boats are 15 seconds staggered apart, and we're excited to see how all these crews do. Boat 3 is passing the line right now. That's San Diego Dragon Boat team. But on your screen, that was Tampa River Dragon Boat, if I recall correctly. Coming up now is boat number 4. This is Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association, based on the Schuylkill River down in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This is a Senior B women's crew. Again, Senior B being 50 and up. Now on the helm there, steering, that is Ellen Law. Very long time Team USA steerer, one of the best steers in the country, in my opinion, and the amazing woman who taught me how to steer many, many years ago. Following up behind her is boat number 5, Wasabi Paddle Club. This is the premier women's small boat division. So we are, in fact, running 2 separate races at the same time. We're running the Senior B women and the Premier women at the same time. That's purely for efficiency, right? You want to get as many boats on the water as possible, reduce the number of races and such.
And it's interesting to note both Ellen and the steersperson for Wasabi are sitting down. Most steers people stand, but both Ellen and the Wasabi steersperson are sitting down. And the last boat across the line is the DC Dragon Boat Club.
That's right, and these are the first ladies in their signature bright pink jerseys. I think I see my friend Karen Littlewood, good friend of mine over there, sitting in that boat, paddling as hard as she can. As Mark mentioned, most steers will stand, or maybe crouch, as they're steering. But of course, in a sport like paddling, where wind resistance is such an important part, and where races can be won or lost by thousandths or hundredths of a second, every tiny little bit of speed that you can gain or resistance that you can reduce, right, exactly,
avoid,
makes a difference, yeah. And so some steers like myself, again, who I learned from Ellen, that's exactly what I do too. I crouch down and get as small as possible to reduce that wind resistance and that drag.
The final positions in these races are determined on total elapsed time.
That's right.
With the 15-second stagger, they will have to calculate a boat's total elapsed time after they come across the finish. So the order that you see them finish in may not be the actual order for medal awards.
Correct, exactly. And that's one of the complicated parts of the 2K, and I think that's what makes it the most fun. You have no idea who really won. The only thing you can say is, okay, you passed a boat, that's probably pretty darn good. You've made up that 15-second stagger. Oh, you passed 2 boats, you've made up technically 30 seconds of stagger, right? But other than that, you really don't know which boat is faster than the other. You don't really know the actual rankings until the numbers are finally released and official.
The 2,000 meter is actually 4 500-meter races strung together with turns in between.
Yep.
I know my boat, we consider that first 500 the same as an all-out 500-meter race. We get through the turn. The second 500 is a hard 500, but we settle into a working rhythm. After the second turn, you're now 1,000 meters in. You're in a good rhythm. After the second turn, you're going down for another 500, good rhythm, good hard pace. Steersperson is going to be urging you on. At this point, people may be coming up on you, trying to pass you, so there's a lot that goes on to keep boats from passing you.
That's right.
And then once you come out of that third turn, it is all out 500 again. So this is a tough race. You get about 250 meters from the finish in a 2K, and you are hanging on.
Yep, that is exactly what it is. A lot of people think of the most exciting parts of these races as the turns, and arguably they are, right? That's where a lot of the fun happens. But I think it's important to remember that the in-betweens, the straightaways, are 500 meters. It's not like it's a 200 sprint or anything. You really have to do a full settle like you're doing a 500-meter race or like you're doing a long-distance OC race. It really is so important that people keep that in mind and bear that in mind as they actually do these 2K races. It's 2,000 meters. It's a lot. It's a lot. You got to prepare yourself for about 10 minutes of paddling, including the start, finish, whatever warm-up you're doing, you know. And you'll be baking in the sun prior to that because it usually takes a bit to line boats up because there are so darn many boats on the water. So this is a 6-boat race, but we will see later on today a 12-boat race and an 11-boat race as well, and I think another 12, which is very exciting. It's kind of confusing sometimes, but it's really, really fun to watch. So coming into the second turn now, that's Island City on the center of your screen again from Minocqua, Wisconsin. They're coming into that turn nice and clean all by themselves. You can see that steer cranking just a little bit, preparing for that turn. That boat, that umpire boat that we just talked about, that's the 50-meter. Oh, and Minocqua looks like they're trying to cut inside the buoys because they've missed the corridor. Okay, they're back in. All good.
So we've got the first 4 boats through the turn. Everybody got through cleanly.
That's right. No one's passing yet, Mark. It's very interesting, I have to say.
Yeah, you're seeing the Tampa River Dragon start to close the gap on Island City Dragon, and you're seeing
Philly and San Diego.
Yeah, Philly and San Diego. Philly is starting to close the gap on San Diego. Now, it's interesting. Ellen is standing up as she prepares to pass.
She is indeed. I think I see Chip Ryan and Jill Goldberg stroking that boat, 2 amazing longtime Team USA paddlers. And here on the center of your screen, that's boat number 5, Wasabi Paddle Club. They're coming through the turn.
Very in the center of the corridor, nice and clean.
Nice and easy.
And the last boat coming in the pink jerseys is the DC Dragonboat Club.
Now, I think drumming is such an important part of a 2K race as well. On a regular race, right, a shorter race like a 500 or a 200, obviously the drummer plays a very, very important role. But I think in 2K especially, to urge on your paddlers to actually keep paddling for 10 straight minutes, 8 straight minutes, whatever it is important. To be able to actually get them and urge them on through a turn also where you're scrubbing so much speed, or where you're passing someone and your drummer has to tell you, hey, let off, or hey, give me more, things like that. Being able to have a really communicative and clear drummer is important. And now on the center of your screen, that is in fact DC Dragonboat Club, the first ladies crew, looking nice and strong. They're squarely into their settle now, of course, because they are, what is that, 1,200?
Yeah, they're at about
1,200.
A little shy of 1,200. Down at the far end, boats are...
Excitement, Mark, look at this.
We're coming into the third turn, and we're going to have an overlap situation with 3 and 4 going into that turn.
That's right. Philly has finally caught San Diego. And, of course, that umpire boat is going to call who has right of way. The rule, obviously it's up to the umpire's discretion, but the rule technically is that the front of the boat, that's a nice tight turn. The front of the boat passing
the steers person.
The back of the boat, excuse me. And, this is great. Okay, this is a great example. So you can see boat number 3, San Diego, has chosen to follow follow Philadelphia through the corridor rather than take the outside line. That is an important strategic decision. They've decided to back off a little bit, go a little bit lighter, and they know they're making the strategic decision. This steer is making this in the moment, that if she slows down just a little bit and takes that inside line, that will be faster than trying to power through the outside corridor and go all the way around, be forced to take the outside line.
Another interesting fact, on the final 500 in a 2K, the boats do not have to stay in the same lane. They can spread out a little bit across the course to find clean water and get the best power out of each individual stroke. You can see them starting to spread out a little bit as they come down that final 500.
That's right, and it's really hard to see on this screen, but the water out there, I can tell you right now, as someone who steers 2Ks all the time, is choppy as heck, because there are so many boats on the water. We're all doing right around the same area, right? So our wakes are going all over the place, and even on a final straight like this, it is so hard to stay straight sometimes, and that's one of the reasons we deliberately spread ourselves out. Exactly, so that last 500 can just be a slugfest. Who can get to that finish line the fastest? Again, keeping in mind that we are all racing against the clock and not technically the other boats right now. As we saw before, boat number 4, Philadelphia, has passed 3. They're now walking a little bit up on Tampa. I'm not sure if they'll be able to cover that gap in the remaining, let's say, 270 meters, but we'll see if they can.
Island City is fighting off boat 2, which is Tampa River. They're all trying to close gaps, as Matthew just said. Boat 4, Philadelphia, is trying to walk it up on boat 2, which would be if they can catch them, and it doesn't look like they will, would be a 30-second advantage.
That's right, and they've at least made up the 15 and arguably, oh, and here we go too, you can see. So Ellen, again in PDBA, boat number 4, she's passing on the left, again perfectly allowable, and that's exactly what you are supposed to do. And it looks like everyone is now into their finish. Island City will in fact hold off Tampa River and not let them pass. A terrific job by these ladies. Again, these are the premier, Senior B women crews. Island City's over the line, Tampa's over the line. Ellen's popping that oar out.
So
Philly's over the line, very nice.
This is not a proper finish order. These are just the order they're crossing the line.
Correct.
It is Island City, Tampa River, Philadelphia Dragonboat Association, San Diego Dragonboat Team. This is just the order they're crossing the line.
San Diego's steerer was popping that oar out as well, trying to reduce that drag and that resistance. Again, that's a strategic decision by the steerer, and it's something I do as well. If I can pop that oar out, reduce that drag, and the boat goes just as straight, I'm going to do that, right? And then you just pop that oar back in when you need to adjust a little bit here and there. But if you can try to actively make that boat go any faster as a steerer, you do that, absolutely.
This is Wasabi coming across the line, and DC Dragonboat Club has got about 125 meters to go, and Wasabi is across the line, and here comes DC Dragonboat Club.
Now this is interesting. I think, in my opinion, that Wasabi actually widened the gap between them and DC Dragonboat Club. It doesn't look like DC made up any of that 15-second stagger. Obviously, we'll see what the times are, but to my eye, it doesn't look like they did.
I would agree with you, Matthew. I think Wasabi stretched it out on them.
They really did. And I think an important thing to mention, too, here is that we were running 2 races at the same time, actually. So these last 2 crews, Wasabi and DC Dragonboat Club, the first ladies in all the pink here, are the premier women small boat division, whereas the first 4 boats were Senior B, the 15-up women's small boat division. And so we'll take the time to obviously compare them to the like boats. But it's just good to get as many boats on the water as possible to make things run as efficiently as possible. So, Mark, looks like we have some unofficial results here.
We do have unofficial results, and this shows you how you can make up the stagger and how it affects the order. It is Philadelphia Dragonboat Association Senior B Women in 10:06.88. San Diego Dragonboat Team Senior B Women 10:48.77. Tampa River Dragon Boat Senior B Women 10:51.91. Island City Senior B women 11:02.51, Wasabi 11:20.4, and DC Dragonboat Club 11:43.91. So to Matthew's point, Wasabi actually widened the gap on DC Dragonboat Club. Our next race will be race 106. It will be a standard boat, Premier Women, Senior B Open, Senior A Open. So we're going to have multiple racing classes in this race. Boat number 1 will be Dragonheart Vermont Premier Open. Boat 2, Dragon Warriors Groot Premier Open. Boat 3, Northwind Premier Open. Boat 4, South Breeze Premier Open. Boat 5, Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association Senior B Open, which will have our co-announcer Bob Mina in it. And Boat 6 will be Dragon Warriors Nemesis Strong. That is race 106. We have a little bit of a gap here. The races, as we just read the times off, take anywhere from 10 to almost 12 minutes. The teams then have to make their way completely around the island. They get back to marshaling, they unload, they load a new team in, and we're alternating small boats and standard boats to keep the races coming in quick succession. But it does take a little bit of time between races, between transit around the island and loading and unloading. So that's why there's some gaps in the races here. We have race 106. The boats are coming out onto the race course. They've all marshaled, they're coming out. I see 5 out of 6 boats so far.
Our motivation every day is the people around us in this community and making it better.
Workforce development, healthcare, education.
Getting out there and making a difference in the lives that need it the most.
Almost on a date with someone who was possibly a murderer.
Oh my God! Dating hazards and mishaps.
I want just a text back.
No question, no doubt about it. It's a 5.
Check out Dating in America on RHS TV.
It's time
to upgrade your diamond now.
You'll always receive 100% of what you paid towards a diamond upgrade at any time.
Even if you purchase your diamond elsewhere, come get a free evaluation so you can upgrade to a golden diamond source diamond.
It's time for the semifinals of Voodoo Chef Underground. Robinson takes on Armwood. Winter Springs takes on Chamberlain High School in the semifinal. Coming soon to RHS TV.
This broadcast will be available on demand on all RHS TV streaming apps.
I followed it because it was just a wonderful experience to get your exercise in, as well as a team sport. For those who think that they can't do it, I think they're mistaken, because they're all different levels of dragon boat racing.
Go! 1, 2, 3.
And it's from novice to recreation to whatever you want to take it, including international competition. It is such a great sport that corporations will use this as a team building activity. For instance, some of your bigger ones are Clorox, Wells Fargo, B of A. I coached a team from Grumman Aircraft, and we were in the finals in Treasure Island International race. Bragging about it, we won gold. But
Congratulations.
It goes to show you that even novices who really focus and make an effort and to have the timing can win.
Okay, paddles up, guys. We're going to go these guys' way. Yeah.
So it's really about camaraderie and trying your best effort. So it's kind of like a car. If you're using too much gas and effort, that means that your timing's off. That's the first thing you're going to talk about is how is your timing belt and things like that. So in Dragon Boat, it's paddle is one. That's the team mantra. And so if your all timing is perfect, you could do very well in Dragon Boat. And that's the fun part of it.
Yeah, everybody is a team member, everybody's a star, everybody's getting exercise, everybody's having fun.
Exactly, exactly. And that's the reason why we have all different types of demographics. It started out in Asia 1,500 years ago, and it's taken North America by storm.
Well, thank you so much, and good luck this week.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Ciao.
And we're back. We're getting ready for race 106. It is a standard boat, 3 classes, Premier Open, Senior B Open, Senior A Open. Boat 1, Premier Open, Dragonheart, Vermont. Boat 2, Dragon Warriors, Groot. Boat 3, Northwind, Premier Open. Boat 4, South Breeze, Premier Open. Boat 5 is the Senior B Open, Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. And Boat 6 is Dragon Warriors Nemesis Strong. Boat 5, I believe it should be to right. There should be a yellow hat in that seat. That is our co-announcer, Bob Mina, out there paddling in this race. We will be alternating announcers today, as we mentioned earlier. Our normal full-time announcer, Carrie, who is a senior race official, has been pressed into officiating duties for today. Okay, the boats are lining up. We've gone through the starting procedure. It's about a 15-second gap. They go in order on the boat number, and they will get a rolling start and proceed down the course. And these boats, we should see some more overtaking, and it may be more interesting in the corners with these boats. These are standard boats, Premier Open boats. They will be paddling hard and moving quickly. And Boat 1 is ready for Boat 1 is underway for their rolling start. And Boat 1 is underway across the start line. I know what my team does is we get that rolling start, we hit that start line, and we then go into our full-blown normal race start to accelerate for as long as we can, and then we settle in. And this is Dragon Warriors group coming across the line at a very high rate. Now they're starting to settle into their race stroke, slowing it down for the body of the race stroke, which you have to do in a 2K. And here comes Northwind, again, a very high rate coming across the start that you can see. They're holding that rate a little bit longer than the other teams, but now they're starting to settle into their race stroke. And here comes South Breeze, Premier Open in their orange hats. Again, a very high rate. And they're settling down. It looks like most of these boats are holding that high stroke rate for about 30 to 40 meters across the start line. Here comes Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. This is Senior B Open. And again, these teams were seeded based on their 200-meter time, and that determines the start order. And the final boat is a Senior A Open boat, Dragon Warriors Nemesis Strong. So Dragon Warriors has a Premier Open and a Senior A Open boat in this race. And you can see as we get down the course, we're almost, looks like Dragon Warriors Groot has already made up some of the stagger on Dragonheart, Vermont. So this is going to be interesting to see who has right away going into that turn. Looks like Dragonheart is taking a slightly outside line, but no, Dragon Warriors Groot did not get overlap on them, so they're going to follow them through the turn corridor. They did not get overlap. But they have closed some of that starting gap. Then in third, we've got Northwind. And I would have to say Northwind has closed some of the gap on Dragon Warriors Groot. This is going to be some good racing coming down into this second turn, because we've got boats closing the gap, and we're going to have changes in position coming into the second turn, coming down the second 500. Okay, it looks like Dragon Warriors Groot has closed the gap on Dragonheart Vermont. These are both Premier Open boats. Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association is through the turn cleanly, coming out of the turn and getting ready to go into the turn. We have Dragon Warriors Nemesis Strong. Yes, Dragon Warriors Groot has opened a gap now on Dragonheart Vermont, and Northwind is coming up, closing the gap on Dragonheart Vermont. You can see the rates have come down into a good, steady rate, strong rate. You've got to settle in this race. You can't hang on to that high rate for 2,000 meters. You have to bring it down to make it through the entire 2,000 meters. Looks like Northwind has got overlap on Dragonheart Vermont going into this turn. Definitely they do. So Northwind will have right away over Dragonheart Vermont. Dragon Warriors Groot is getting ready to go into the turn cleanly. Northwind will have the right of way in this turn over Dragonheart Vermont. Okay, we have boat 3 clearly. Dragonheart Vermont's going wide of the corridor. They're taking the wide route around the corridor. That is an option. You can take that outside of the corridor position. That is legitimate. It's legal. And you've got Northwind in the middle of the corridor. You may have just seen it. Northwind got it a little bit wide in the corridor, and several of the paddlers had to alter their stroke because they were into the buoys. Now we've got Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association coming in. Philadelphia Dragon Boat is cleanly into the corridor. Coming out of the second turn, we have Dragon Warriors Groot. We've got Northwind, Dragonheart Vermont. And South Breeze Premier Open has overtaken Dragonheart Vermont. Then we've got Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association out of the turn, and with about 200 meters to go to the turn, we have Dragon Warriors Nemesis Strong. Dragon Warriors Groot has opened a considerable lead over the rest of the field, followed by Northwind, South Breeze Premier Open, and it looks like South Breeze Premier Open is trying to close the gap on Northwind, Dragonheart Vermont. And coming into the turn is Dragon Warriors Nemesis Strong, coming into their second turn. Going into the third turn, it is still Dragon Warriors Groot going into the turn cleanly. I believe that's Northwind going in right behind them very cleanly, followed by South Breeze Premier Open and Dragonheart Vermont. Dragon Warriors Groot is in their final 500. This is the time. This is the point where it really starts to hurt in a 2K. You're in that final 500, and now it's time to treat it like a 500-meter race and really accelerate into the finish. You can see Northwind cutting inside, looking for clean water. That is perfectly acceptable in the final 500 of a 2K. You can see how the boats spread out, keep that clean water, avoid the wake from the boats ahead of them so that everybody's getting a full paddle and getting the maximum out of each stroke. Coming into the finish, it is Dragon Warriors Groot with a lead over Northwind, and coming up hard is South Breeze Premier Open. Dragon Warriors Groot is across the finish line. Northwind is, with about 10 meters to go, is now across the line, and this is South Breeze Premier Open closing quite a bit of the gap. So the final times are going to be interesting on this event, on this race. With about 50 meters to go, it's Dragonheart, Vermont coming into the finish. And they're followed by Philadelphia Dragonboat Association. Remember, these are different categories. Dragonheart, Vermont is a Premier Open. Philadelphia Dragonboat is a Senior B Open boat. And they're coming through strong. Philadelphia is across the line. Unofficially, here are the times. South Breeze Premier Open, 8:23:46. Dragon Warriors, South Breeze Premier Open. Dragon Warriors Groot Premier Open, 8:36:04. Northwind, 8:36:42. That's an extremely tight spread for a 2K. Philadelphia Dragonboat Association Senior B Open, 8:53:79. Dragonheart, Vermont Premier Open, 9:45:53. And Dragon Warriors Nemesis Strong is in their final. They probably got about 400 meters to go. Again, with the results, you can see how boats make up the stagger, and the actual order that they come across the line does not determine their position on the podium. It is total elapsed time for the 2,000 meters. Boat 6, Dragon Warriors Nemesis Strong, coming into the final 200 meters. Doing a good job of finishing out this 2K. Dragon Warriors entered multiple teams in this race, and at times it can be tough to keep up with all of the entries from Dragon Warriors. They made a real effort to get their maximum number of paddlers in this event. Good job to Dragon Warriors, Nemesis Strong, coming across the finish line now. Dragon Warriors Nemesis Strong came across in a time of 11:05:03. Our next race, race 107, will be a small boat, Premier Open and Senior B Open. Lane 1 will be Ripple Effect. Boat 1 will be Ripple Effect. Boat 2 will be Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club. Boat 3 will be Catch 22 NYC, which is steered by our co-announcer Matthew Au, and Boat 4 is Windy City Dragons, and Boat 5 is Florida Tarpons.
This is what we're going for.
The lighter side of sports.
JP looks like a hobo.
I can't remember ever thinking, oh, I need to look in the stands.
See, I was younger and single, so I was looking at cheerleaders.
Oh my God!
Very nice.
On RHS TV. Are you looking to harness the power of video to get your message out? Now you can effectively connect to your target audience across all platforms for the best price anywhere. We will produce your commercial and advertise your business for just $500 per month for 1 year. You will not find a lower cost or higher value than RHS TV, connecting Tampa Bay.
Youth News Network, for Gen Z, by Gen Z. From the RHS TV studios, we're bringing you the freshest content that matters to you. Find us on social media at WatchYNN or watch full episodes on RHS TV.
Our motivation every day is the people around us in this community and making it better.
Workforce development, healthcare, education.
Getting out there and making a difference in the lives that need it the most.
RHS TV, delivering stories of change, hope, and positivity. RHS TV, connecting Tampa Bay.
All right, here we are with the
Golden Warriors!
And I clearly need to put my shades on because this is an intense group here. All right, here with Ann Kelly, the coach of the team and also one of the paddlers. Ann, how do you feel about your chances this week?
They're great. We are ready. We have worked hard, and we are going to come down here and have 5 great races.
Now, I can hear some sort of an accent at all. Are you from the Philadelphia area by any chance?
Perhaps I am. Yes, I'm from Philadelphia. Yes.
Okay. And who's this over here?
This is Jan Chiron. And I just want everyone, Beth, could you please pan this entire group? Because you're going to see women who are paddling in their 60s, 70s, and 80s. We range from 60 to 81. I know that's hard to believe, but it's really happening here.
And what's the name of the team again?
Golden Warriors!
All right, so you have now moved from mascot to spokesperson.
Okay, give it on, give it to me.
Is there any chance, Jan, at some point during the weekend you might come out of your shell?
You know, sometimes I do take a break, but most of the time, no.
And not this weekend,
Not
because
this week.
if there's any group out here that could win on behalf of Philadelphia, it is the
Golden Warriors!
motivation every day is the people around us in this community and making it better.
Workforce development, healthcare, education.
Getting out there and making a difference in the lives that need it the most.
16 high school culinary students all competing for a full tuition scholarship, and it can be won with a simple voodoo-fied hamburger right here on Voodoo Chef Underground. Available now only on RHS TV.
Looking for RHS TV? No worries. It's free and it's easy with no login required. Using your Roku or Amazon Fire TV remote, go to the search bar and type RHS TV. When the app pops up, hit the download or add channel button. For mobile streaming, head to the App Store or Google Play and search RHS TV and hit the download button.
You can also stream RHS TV through your Apple TV, Samsung TV, or LG TV. Just head to your TV's App Store and search up RHS TV. Hit Get, Download, and open the app.
Happy streaming!
Pirates love the booty, yeah.
Love is in the air.
I did. I brought my mom.
Well, Mom waited in the car, and I didn't know this.
On Love in America, only on RHS TV.
Good morning, everyone. We're getting ready for race 107, which is a small boat Premier Open Senior B Open. Ripple Effect, Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club, Catch 22 New York, Windy City Dragons, and Florida Tarpons. We have some of the boats on the water, and they're coming out of marshaling. This is going to be a 5-boat race. Small boat Premier Open, Senior B Open. We can see the boats coming out of marshaling. We see all 5 small boats, so we have a full field on the water coming down, getting ready for race 107. Boat 1, Ripple Effect. Boat 2, Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club. Boat 3, Catch 22 New York. Boat 4, Windy City Dragons. Boat 5, Florida Tarpons. Boat 3, Catch 22 NYC. Is the steers person on that boat is our announcing buddy, Matthew Au. Matthew also happens to be the chair of the USDBF communications function. So Matthew wears multiple hats. He steers, he's a communications expert, and he's an announcer, so he covers a lot of ground. In this race, Ripple Effect is a Premier Open team. Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club is an open team, Premier team. Both Ripple Effect, Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club, and Catch 22 NYC are Premier teams. Windy City Dragons and Florida Tarpons are both Senior B Open teams. So we've got 2 classes, race divisions in this one race. You'll probably notice that a lot of these boats, as they come into the starting area, they will do a practice turn through the corridor, probably not at full speed, but they will practice going through that turn corridor. That's very common for most of the boats as they warm up to at least get a feel for that turn corridor. And you can see boats 1, 2, and 3 all doing exactly that as they warm up. Except it looks like Matthew's going to glide through the turn right now. He's just coasting. Now they're going to take some effort in going through the turn. And we're back after some administrative duties. We are getting ready for race 107, Small Boat Premier Open, Senior B Open. Boat 1 is Ripple Effect, Premier Open Boat. Boat 2 is Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club, a Premier Open Boat. Boat 3 is Catch 22 NYC, a Premier Open. Boat 4, Windy City Dragons, Senior B Open. Boat 5, Florida Tarpons, Senior B Open. The starter has them staged. He's backing them up a little bit. Making certain they get a good rolling start before they hit the start line. And Boat 1, Ripple Effect, is getting their rolling start. They're underway. Boat 1 is across the start line. Here comes Boat 2. That is Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club. They have a much higher rate coming across than Ripple Effect did. Interesting difference in technique. They are settling into the race stroke right about the time they cross the finish line, or start line, excuse me. And here comes Catch 22 NYC. Fairly high stroke rate through the start line and holding it for about 15-20 meters past the start, and now they're settling in. Here comes boat 4, which is Windy City Dragons, the Senior B open boat. They look like they're going across the start and almost at the rate that they'll use for the body of the race. And here comes Florida Tarpons, Senior B Open. Again, slightly slower rate than a couple of the Premier Open boats, but a good, strong rate, and we have the boat race underway. And you'll notice that a lot of the steers people, I am looking at Windy City Dragons. That steers person has the steering oar virtually out of the water the entire time, only putting in the water for minor corrections to reduce the drag on the boat as much as possible going down the course. Boat 1 is a little over 250 meters in, settled into their racing stroke rate. Doesn't look like anybody's making up any stagger yet. With everybody still pretty much maintaining their start spacing, although I will say it looks like Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club has picked up a little ground on Ripple Effect. It's very clean going into this first turn. The umpire on the water will just tell them to maintain their position through the corridor. And we've got Ripple Effect starting their turn in the first turn, followed by Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club and Catch 22 NYC coming in as the third starting boat. Looks like everybody's coming through the first turn cleanly, although Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club has made up some of the start stagger on Ripple Effect. But they've still got 1,500 meters to go. There's still a lot of racing to go here in this 2,000-meter race. Looks like Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club is coming a little bit inside of Ripple Effect to get some clean water. Or maybe that was an overcorrection coming out of the turn. Now they're coming back outside. That can happen coming out of those turns. You can overcorrect, and you cover a little extra water when you're overcorrecting and then getting back into the proper lane. Then in the Senior B Open, Windy City Dragons, Florida Tarpons. It looks like Tarpons have made up some of the stagger about midway through the turn. Looks like Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club is passing, or attempt very close to passing, Ripple Effect. Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club needs to give it a 10 strong to get the overlap and have right away coming into this second turn. From this angle, it looks like they have the overlap and they will have right away in this second turn. So going into the second turn, it will be Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club with right away, followed by Ripple Effect. It's up to the umpire on the water to make that call. I'm just making this call as an announcer. Okay, coming into the second turn, we have Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club, Ripple Effect. Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club has right away in the turn. Interesting, Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club is going wide of the corridor just to maintain their momentum, and Catch 22 NYC is coming through the middle of the corridor in third position. So that was an interesting move by Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club to take it wide to maintain their momentum and not potentially have issues with Ripple Effect going through that turn corridor. coming out of the turn, Ripple Effect and Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club are neck and neck. The drummers are side by side coming out of that second turn. And going into the turn, Florida Tarpons has made up the stagger on Windy City. They will have right away going into that turn corridor. These small boats are high-performance small boats, and these boats in a straight line are rockets. They're a little bit tricky in the corners, but in a straight line, these high-performance small boats are rockets. They're a lot of fun to paddle in a straight line. Corners, you got to be careful. Looks like NYC Catch 22 NYC has made up the stagger on Ripple Effect. Looks like Matthew is taking a slightly inside line going down in the third 500. Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club is in the lead, has more than made up the stagger on Ripple Effect. So again, this is total elapsed time, so the positions I am seeing do not determine the position on the podium. It's total elapsed time. In the Senior B Open category, Tarpons is opening up a gap on Windy City Dragons. Looks like NYC Catch 22 NYC has overtaken Ripple Effect. This is going to be an interesting third turn. You're going to have three boats very close to or in the corridor at almost the same time, although it looks like they're opening up, so it should be a clean turn. Yep, looks like the order is working out quite nicely going into that third turn, so it should be a clean turn for all three boats. We've got Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club, Catch 22 NYC, and Ripple Effect, the three premier open boats following each other through the turn. Okay, coming out of turn 3, it is Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club. Catch 22 NYC is making up some ground on Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club. They're going inside to get clean water so that each stroke has the maximum effect. So coming down the final 400 meters, 350 meters, right now it's Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club, Catch 22 NYC on the slightly inside. You're perfectly legit in the final 500 to find open, clean water. And in the Senior B Open category, you've got Florida Tarpons just coming out of the turn, followed by Windy City Dragons. In the Premier Open, Catch 22 NYC is coming hard, trying to overtake Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club, followed by Ripple Effect, the third Premier Open boat. You can hear from some of the microphones down near the water, you can hear some of the steers' commands, bring it home. They're working hard to finish this out. Catch 22 is on the inside in boat 3, is picked the rate up. They're into their finish sprint, trying to catch Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club. Again, this is total elapsed time, not the order that they cross the finish in. Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club is holding off Catch 22. That's for bragging rights to say they didn't overlap them. Good job to all boats in this race. Premier Open, Catch 22, Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club, and Ripple Effect. With about 200 meters to go, we have Florida Tarpons, followed by Windy City in the Senior B Open category. And Ripple Effect is across the line. And I can tell you from experience, when that steersperson after a 2K says let it run, you are sitting there grabbing your knees, gasping for air. And coming across in the Senior B with about 100 meters to go, it is Florida Tarpons, followed by Windy City. Again, with the microphones down by the water, you can hear some of the steersperson's command. I know you're tired, give it legs, urging them on for the final 50 meters for a good, strong finish. And you've got Florida Tarpons in Senior B coming across the line first, followed by Windy City. Again, it is total elapsed time in the 2K. Florida Tarpons is across the line, and Windy City's across. That's Senior B Open, race 107.
Our motivation every day is the people around us in this community and making it better.
Workforce development, healthcare, education.
Getting out there and making a difference in the lives that need it the most.
16 high school culinary students all competing for a full tuition scholarship. And it can be won with a simple voodoo-fied hamburger right here on Voodoo Chef Underground. Available now only on RHS TV.
Looking for RHS TV? No worries. It's free and it's easy with no login required. Using your Roku or Amazon Fire TV remote, go to the search bar and type RHS TV. When the app pops up, hit the download or add channel button. For mobile streaming, head to the App Store or Google Play and search RHS TV and hit the download button.
You can also stream RHS TV through your Apple TV, Samsung TV, or LG TV. Just head to your TV's App Store and search up RHS TV. Hit Get, Download, and open the app.
Happy streaming!
Pirates love the booty, yeah.
Love is in the air.
I did. I brought my mom.
Well, Mom waited in the car, and I didn't know this.
On Love in America, only on RHS TV.
Back paddling, slowly, go.
1, 2.
It's very calming in a sense because you're in this large canoe, you're with other people, and you're just sort of taking your paddle and gliding it through the water, and it sort of creates this kind of connection with you and the water and nature. I was part of the military, and because of my blindness, I lost sort of my commission, so I kind of compare it to like marching.
Number 2.
The Out of Sight Dragons is a dragonboat racing team that comprises visually impaired paddlers as well as sighted paddlers. Hi! It's a lot of fun. So we help with transportation.
Want me to hold your paddle?
We have sighted volunteers who help people to get into the boat, to hand them their gear. Usually you would follow the people in the front of the boat.
Pretty good drum, I think.
But since they can't see them, they have to follow the beat of the drum. So we always have a drummer in our boats for practice or races.
For me, it's great to be able to kind of break down these attitudinal barriers from people who are like, why are these blind people out here, actually doing something?
And then we go to these short race. It really doesn't matter. It's a great privilege for me as a sighted coach because I learn a lot from our visually impaired paddlers and teammates. And one thing about not having a lot of vision or no vision is that they listen to me.
It's just, like you said, a community feel. It's very rare that, one, we're with other people, disabled and non-disabled, where we can actually come together, enjoy each other's presence, fellowship together, exercise, work out.
Let's do this. Yeah.
So you're just a big family, and I think that's probably different compared to other competitive teams, that we just very, very close.
I would especially encourage blind and disabled people to check it out if they're interested, and hopefully Out of Sight Dragons can be a kind of beacon to people who may want to join us, make teams of their own.
It's just a great feeling to be out here and sort of elevating Paradragon division and just raising awareness for people with disabilities.
Our motivation every day is the people around us in this community and making better.
Workforce development, healthcare, education.
Getting out there and making a difference in the lives that need it the most.
This is what we're going for.
The lighter side of sports.
JP looks like a hobo. I can't remember ever thinking, I need to look in the stands.
See, I was younger and single, so I was looking at cheerleaders.
Oh my God!
Very nice.
On RHS TV.
It's time for the semifinals of Voodoo Chef Underground. Robinson takes on Armwood. Winter Springs takes on Chamberlain High School in the semifinal. Coming soon to RHS TV.
It's time
to upgrade your diamond now.
You'll always receive 100% of what you paid towards a diamond upgrade at any time.
Even if you purchase your diamond elsewhere, come get a free evaluation so you can upgrade to a golden diamond source diamond.
Youth News Network, for Gen Z, by Gen Z. From the RHS TV studios, we're bringing you the freshest content that matters to you. Find us on social media at WatchYNN or watch full episodes on RHS TV.
And we're back. We're actually ahead of schedule, which is a good thing. This is race 108 coming into the starting area. This is a standard boat, Premier Open, Senior B Open. Premier Women, Dragon Heart Vermont. Premier Women, Dragon Warriors Valkyrie. Premier Women, South Breeze Premier Rebels. Senior B Women, Dragon Heart Vermont. Senior B Women, Wasabi Paddling Clubs. And Senior B Women, NBP Paddlers. They are gathering in the starting area. This is a 6-boat race. Again, they go in order based on their 200-meter time within their respective divisions. And we have all 6 boats now approaching the starting area. This race is scheduled for a 9:18 start. It is 8:58, so we are running a little bit ahead of schedule, which is a good thing. It's never a bad thing at a dragon boat race to be ahead of schedule because you can lose that cushion very quickly. So it's a good thing to have a schedule, to be ahead of schedule. We have got all 6 boats in the starting area for race 108. Again, this is Premier Women and Senior B Women. The Premier Women will be going first in boats 1, 2, and 3, followed by the Senior B Women in 4, 5, and 6.
Finding out from the text here that you might not be hearing me. Okay, good. Wanted to make sure you're hearing me. We're back. So anyway, in the first corner, Dragonheart Warriors Valkyrie leading the way. Dragonheart Vermont having been overtaken, yielding the right of way in second. South Breeze Premier Rebels coming through in third. Another pass going underway as Wasabi has caught the other Dragonheart Vermont boat again. Dragonheart Vermont racing with 18. And for 2K to go, 1.2 miles, it's a long way to do with 18. You really feel that, but they are going to do their brave best regardless. And the NBP paddlers closing down that gap to both crews, and their drummer Shirley letting them know, ladies, they're right there. Let's reel them in. They're going to come up with a plan. Watch their exit on the next corner. They'll set them up to hopefully get the pass. So it's interesting you watch. These boats are coming out of the corner and looking back. 2 boats are coming towards me, one heading towards the middle. Big swing back there from, I think it was the South Breeze Premier Rebels crew. Trying to stay on par, maybe get on a wake. It's quite the balance the steers have to do. They're trying to keep that boat running, but at the same time, optimize their position. Play with the wakes. Try and move your crew to where they need to be. And I think now, as you see it, that aggressive move was to try and get on the inside, and it sure was. They set them up well. The Rebels now making the move on Dragonheart Vermont and setting their sights on Dragon Warriors Valkyrie.
Valkyrie! Valkyrie!
You can hear the San Francisco fans on the beach cheering for Valkyrie. Hard to miss in those yellow hats on the beach. I'm a fan of yellow myself. I love how these area mics pick up the teammates making the run by. Valkyrie on the run now, trying to hold off the South Breeze Rebels. So we've got 2 packs of 3 here. 3 crews coming in to turn number 2. Steerers have plenty of time to take a look at where their prospective lines are going to be and set up at that commitment buoy. Valkyrie is going to get there first. They are going to be unheated, but the Rebels are coming. Rebels have cleared Dragonheart Vermont and have closed it within 3 boat lengths.
Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Good morning, Matthew. How's it going?
You know, I'm a little tired from that 2K race, but honestly, these folks look even more tired than me. I know.
You steer.
Yeah, well, you know, it's exhausting out there, and I've lost my voice. Oh, we can see the steer there for SF Dragon Wars. I think that's actually my friend Anson, who's also the USDBF social media manager. Cutting that turn as much as she can. She's raising that oar, digging it deep into the water, trying to tighten up that turn into that corridor. We can see the South Breeze Rebels steer also doing the same, trying to stay within that 5 meters. It is not very wide, Bob.
It's not wide at all. I mean, I happen to be in the stroke seat. I'm at the other end. You're basically at the business end of the boat. I'm just up at the front, paddling my heart out, trying to keep up with what my stroke pair, Kevin McFadden, is doing. And you're looking at Dragonheart Vermont. They are taking the long way around the outside of those corner buoys.
The scenic route.
But to your point, yeah, the turning corridor is just impossibly narrow. So kudos for getting through it, but Dragonheart Vermont has decided to heck with the corridor. We're just going to go on the outside.
Heck yeah. And an important note, too, is if there is no one in that corridor, or you can safely do it, boats are actually allowed to cut in from the outside, which they chose not to do, but they could have if they wanted to.
That's totally up to the steerer's discretion. Maintain the boat speed or cut the line.
That's right.
Here comes Wasabi. Is that Connie drumming for Wasabi?
I think so.
Excellent. Connie Flesherus, long-time paddler, long-time coach, long-time drummer, long-time person in Dragon Boat. Prominent feature on the West Coast.
That's right. Now they're from, is it Seattle or Portland?
Portland.
Portland, that's it.
I have paddled with many of the Wasabi women on various mixed teams through the years.
Amazing.
They are always a phenomenal, fun crew. So Wasabi making the corner, and you've got the NBP paddlers who have caught and passed the other Dragonheart Vermont boat, again racing with 18. NBP on their home water now sets their sight on Wasabi. Kerry is down there, I'm sure, doing official things, trying to make it sound like it's important and he's, in charge.
He did, in fact. He talked to me a little bit as I was going up there. I'm not going to repeat that for the, senses of the children listening in, but he was very, let's say, polite.
Oh, he didn't even say hi to me. He's dead to me.
Only
and
for
now, though. We miss you, Kerry.
That's right, exactly, we do. And as Bob mentioned, we see boats 5 and 6 there, having passed boat 4. Again, that's Dragonheart Vermont Senior B women.
So the three premier women's crews, Dragonheart Vermont, Dragon Warriors Valkyrie, and South Breeze Premier Rebels. And out front, approaching the third and final corner, the Rebels have caught Dragonheart Valkyrie.
They have indeed.
They have drawn inside and gained right of way. Check that. They have gone the long way home, taking the super tramp route. They are actually setting up on the outside for the pass. A difficult thing to do. And that could be, you, Matthew, as a steerer, would know it. If you've got a position, if Valkyrie's got the position and can keep the Rebels on the outside, that's to their advantage. That's pretty much their last play.
It is indeed, and we can see them right now. SFDW, Valkyrie, trying to stay inside that corridor.
Everybody's outside.
Oh!
2 dragon boat steers go round the outside.
Oh, South Breeze barely on the outside of that corridor, giving them just enough space. I don't think there's been much contact. There may have been a tiny bit.
I think they're clean, but certainly giving them something to think about, as we used to say in bike racing, because they're gonna get to know one another on the exit once again.
Oh, and there's contact between
we're
DW
really having a
and
reunion.
South Breeze. Paddles clacking. I'm sure both steers trying to get the heck out of there, find some clear water, and this is the final 500, Bob, so they can, in fact, stay in whatever lane they want, sprinting to this finish.
That's good stuff. They kept it clean, though. Everybody in their boats and now going to wherever they need to go. It's a drag race for the final 500.
That's right, and you can see both these steers hanging on for dear life. I myself, as a steer, I gotta say, sometimes the wakes and the wash out there, it is crazy, especially with standard boats on the water. You have this many standard boats all at the same time. The waves are reverberating all over the place. It is tough. It is tough. You cannot see all the waves from here. You can't see it from shore, but it is crazy out there, I'll bet you.
It gets jouncy. You do bounce quite a bit.
You do indeed, and in a small boat it's even worse, Bob.
Oh, my God. Yeah, they're like cannonballs with oars. They just are throwing waves in every direction. We'll talk about them later. But the Rebels now, despite taking that long way, are about a half a boat clear. And, of course, with the staggered start on time, they are going to make their way down this straightaway here and are going to be probably plus 20 seconds to the good. Long gap between the Rebels, Valkyrie, and then our final 4 crews making their way around the final turn. You can hear the crews. There's the Valkyrie supporters again on those great ground-based proximity mics. Love the overhead shot because you can see now the Valkyrie steerer doing what you would do. What have I got left? What's my last play? Get on that wave.
Take the inside and try to ride as well.
If you can get that side draft and get a little push, it's always something. You want to do whatever you can. But at the same time, the South Breeze steer and drummer are saying, break them, break them. They're trying to get them off that wave because if you can put that wave in front of the bow.
And it's working.
Yep.
They're
going to keep
walking
them back.
away.
Exactly.
Oof.
Slamming the door.
Man, oh my God, the South Breeze women never cease to amaze me. Number of my close friends in that boat, as well as in the DW boat, actually. And I think it's really cool, especially that both of these crews have neon hats. I think it's very cool. Neon yellow, neon orange.
I'm a big fan of yellow. But apparently somebody in the Valkyries is in detention because I see either a
no hat. I saw it.
Or lack of hat. But I'm sure Tech gave her a waiver.
All right, and coming down the course now, we got the final 4 crews. We got
trying to get a view of the number here. Is that Dragonheart Vermont?
Dragonheart Vermont is boat number 1, and on your screen, I believe that's NBP Paddling, who were boat number 6, but have since passed boat number 5. Now they're now bearing down on, who is that, Wasabi?
I think that's Wasabi. Yeah, we're pretty much going to be in stasis here. These crews are separated enough that
in the 500.
Yeah,
they're going to stay here.
They're going to hold their positions, but every crew trying to catch Wasabi, trying to open that gap up. The NBP paddlers trying to catch Wasabi. And I believe, are we going with 10-second staggers on the start?
Or it's 15.
15, okay.
15, yep. And you can see Dragonheart Vermont coming to their finish now. Nice long strokes, especially at the end of this 2K. That's exactly what you want.
Yep.
You want to stretch it out.
Rely on that body.
Exactly. And especially depending on the type of technique that different boats use. If they use a more outrigger style technique, like I know PDBA does, or some other folks use a more sprint canoe style, like let's say, for example, Linear Canoe Kayak Club, they do, it really, really affects the way and the distances that they specialize in.
Yeah, Windy City, too, with that big high setup.
Oh, that too. Yes.
Just that upper slam. It's phenomenal to watch. I always enjoy watching the nose waves come off the crews that do the high kneel setup because they just make these awesome waves.
Oh, it's intense.
This is Wasabi rounding out their Club Crew National Championships experience here in the 2K. Connie, don't hurt them. There we go, they're done. And then here are the NBP paddlers who see this course every single day. They practice, and their Club Crew National Championship comes to a brilliant and toasty close. Look at everybody take a big, deep breath.
Breathing in that humid air, Bob.
That first exhale after you cross the line always feels good.
And here's the final boat of this race, boat number 4.
Dragonheart Vermont's second entry.
Tis indeed. They have, I think it's 9 or 10 entries here at CCNC. They have a lot.
Yeah, they're racing Premier Open as well in the standards. We were racing them because we were the lone Senior B entry, and they put up a great fight.
Yeah, they're a terrific crew.
They actually beat us in the 200.
Yeah.
Really solid.
Now, this is Dragonheart Vermont's Senior B women crew, and that Senior B women crew are called the Dragonheart Vermont Green Mountain Girls. Again, they're based out of Burlington, Vermont, and as Bob has mentioned, they are, in fact, racing 18.
That is the hard way to do it, but this is the job done.
Although, like you said, 17 might have been even more difficult.
Well, there's a crew here. One Fun Crew is racing with 17.
Yeah.
They're balanced. They're getting it done.
All right. Okay. If you can make it work, props to you.
Round of applause for the Dragonheart Vermont women.
And that is the end of race 108, the Premier Women, Senior B Women Standard Boat 2,000 meter.
Get a gap here for race 109 coming up, which is going to be a Senior A and Senior C small boat race featuring the Senior A Open lineup and the Senior C Open lineup. Going off first will be Wham Dragonboat Club from Washington. Going off second will be South Breeze Senior A Open. Going off third will be the Dragon Warriors Mandalorian from San Francisco. Going off fourth will be the DC Dragonboat Club from Washington, D.C. Going off fifth, Bucks Dragonboat. Going off sixth will be Windy City Dragons, the aforementioned big high kneel stroke Windy City Dragons. Going off seventh will be Dragon Max from Berkeley. And going off in the eighth and final position will be Philadelphia Dragonboat Association. Those are your Senior A and Senior C Open small boat crews in the next 2K coming up. That race is scheduled for 9:54, but I've heard on the mics that we are running slightly ahead today, so stay tuned.
That's right, and here we have unofficial times for the race that just finished. The Standard Boat Premier Women and Senior B Women. In first place, the South Breeze Rebels with a 917.94. In second, SFDW Valkyrie with a 943.08. In third, the NBP Paddlers. Oh, excuse me. Those are the two Premier Women crews. In third, Dragonheart Vermont Premier Women with a 1044.48. Then to the Senior B division. NBP Paddlers in first with a 1017.39. Wasabi in second with a 1017.43.
So
a difference of 0.04.
For 2,000 meters, 1.24 miles. And in the end, the gap was 4/100ths of a second. And I've done the math on this because I've had that finished before. Do you want to guess how many inches that is?
Oh, 5, 6?
2.07 inches. Oh. Not bad.
My goodness. And rounding out this race in third place is Dragonheart Vermont Senior B Women crew with an 1138.98. Amazing job to all these ladies.
Our motivation every day is the people around us in this community and making it better.
Workforce development, healthcare, education.
Getting out there and making a difference in the lives that need it the most.
Almost want to date with someone who was possibly a murderer. Oh my God!
Dating hazards and mishaps.
I want just a text back.
No question, no doubt about it. It's a 5.
Check out Dating in America on RHS TV.
It's time
to upgrade your diamond now.
You'll always receive 100% of what you paid towards a diamond upgrade at any time.
Even if you purchase your diamond elsewhere, come get a free evaluation so you can upgrade to a golden diamond source diamond.
It's time for the semifinals of Voodoo Chef Underground. Robinson takes on Armwood. Winter Springs takes on Chamberlain High School in the semifinal. Coming soon to RHS TV.
This broadcast will be available on demand on all RHS TV streaming apps.
Go Sisters!
I have 66 sisters whom I love dearly. They are the backbone of my world.
Olin!
Hey! I am a breast cancer survivor, diagnosed with breast cancer in 2015. And my treatment just killed me and zapped all my energy. I joined Dragonheart Vermont a year later. Paddling gave me a purpose. I found a kinship. We sat in the boat, we understood each other, we supported each other. It was a unified front that is powerful beyond words.
Make it up, joke, follow along!
And I I want to give back to dragon boating and Dragon Heart Vermont and breast cancer survivorships to show that we can do more than just think about our disease, but thrive on living after our disease.
Take it down one.
It is always a good day because we always finish first in our lane. When we get out of the boat, we are always congratulating each other if we had a little bit of a frustrating time trying to figure out our cadence or our stroke or just trying to find our spot in the boat.
All in.
There is always somebody who can encourage us and tell us we're doing fine, and that means a whole lot to each other, to us.
I was 14 when I first started paddling.
I started paddling like 2 years ago, so 19. I was about 12 whenever I started.
Ooh, I started paddling in fall 2019, so 18 years old.
When I first started paddling, I was, I think, 12 or 13 years old. It was in my first year of high school.
I think it puts us at a little bit of an advantage. Young people tend to be a little bit smaller and lighter, typically, and so that means that the boat is just a little bit lighter too.
I definitely think it's an advantage. It allows me to push myself further, be in uncomfortable mindset when I'm like trying to push myself harder and do more harder workouts. And I recover faster too.
If I'm in a boat with a lot of people my age, I feel like that's an advantage because I've already been doing it for about 2 years. But with older people, I kind of feel like I'm the odd one out because I don't have as much power as like my dad. So
I think that age is somewhat a non-factor when it comes to competing in Dragon Boat, because at the end of the day, if you are technically able to paddle and also be able to paddle with your teammates well, then you can get very far.
If you're on site here, all of our officials are taking a quick course break off the water, and all the boats from that Premier Women and Senior B Women Standard Boat 2K are back at the dock, so we are going to be in a bit of a hold here. We'll be resuming racing shortly. I'll keep an eye out when our officials get back on the water. I know we're about to relight the candle and get to work, so please stand by. All right, welcome back. After a short course break, we are getting ready here with race number 109. This is going to be the Small Boat Senior A Open and Senior C Open, featuring going off in first position, Wham Dragon Boat Club from Washington State. South Breeze Senior A Open is going to go off in the second position. Dragon Warriors Mandalorian will go off in third. DC Dragon Boat Club will go off in fourth. Bucks Dragon Boat will go off in fifth. Windy City Dragons will go off in sixth. And those 6 crews are Senior A Open, and then we have 2 Senior C Open crews, Dragon Max from Berkeley and Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association, going off in the 8th position. Will round out this Senior C field. Now I have a guest sitting next to me, one of the paddlers and one of the cornerstones of the South Breeze crew, John Colacito, who I know by his YouTube handle as DB Coolest, but that's probably an aged reference I have to throw out now.
Oh, for sure.
But John and I were rookies together in Tampa in 2011, and his story is a good one. Because if you know about commitment and you know what it takes to make a crew, so he made U24, which I think was called U23?
U23 at the time.
At the time, right. And then they added an extra year because of budget cuts. And then he basically went and actually got a career, joined the Navy, built his career, moved to California, established himself, started paddling again, and 12 years later, what did you accomplish this year?
This year I finally made the premier team for the 2023.
He did not just make the premier team. He actually was one of the faster guys on the West Coast, and I was probably, in my own little corner of the world, more happy than anything because you know what it takes to make that boat. You know how many hours you have to put in, and he's doing it against the West Coast that's packed with some of the fastest guys in the country. Nobody can take that away.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, all it really is, you have a bunch of group of guys that are super committed and motivated, and we're all racing each other and just kind of supporting each other in their own adventures and and their goals into racing. So that's what we do out there.
At that level, I mean, the French have a phrase they call pas de cadeau, no gifts.
No gifts.
Everything once you make that boat is earned. So welcome and congrats.
Thank you.
I'm an alumnus, so I'm 52. My time in there is over. But it's sort of like when you step out of that boat and you've had the opportunity, you want to see guys that have really worked and hustled.
Yeah.
And you and your teammates, there's 6 or 7 South Breeze paddlers?
There is a handful, about 6, 7 or 8.
Yeah.
I made the women or men's.
That's phenomenal.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's just phenomenal to see. That's what you want to see as the program grows. So if you want to help me with this particular race.
Yeah, for sure.
So, I mean, we threw a headset on him, literally. John just walked into the tower. Poor Matthew was like, hey, we need you. So he's here. So bear with him. He's new to this. This will show you who's where.
Okay.
And you've got all the crews basically here in the fish tank.
Okay.
Kerry will be down there yelling at them. He's going to tell them how to do it. And John has already raced. John's crew won the Premier Open Standard Boat 2K in a 8:23. We watched them basically disappear. I had a front row seat. We were in the Senior B Open somewhat further behind. And then basically they did in sailing what's called a horizon job. They just were off on the far horizon.
I was looking for you guys in the corner of my eye.
Yeah, you'd have to turn your head all the way around. So we're going to have a quick replay here from the prior race. If you're looking on the live stream, you won't see that here unless you're looking at the TV screen, but look at this. This is the South Breeze Rebels and the San Francisco Valkyrie team basically doing a kiss and go on the exit of the corner. Have you heard about this yet? Have you heard from some of your teammates how that went?
Yeah, I was watching them coming around the corner, and it looked like it was a pretty tight turn right there. But it looks like I'm not sure if there was any contact at the end of the day.
Maybe paddles kissing, yeah. I don't think the hulls hit, but the commissaires would call that a racing incident because one came in, one went out, and I don't know if any penalties were warranted there. I'm sure they're discussing it. I don't make official calls. I don't even make unofficial calls. But, I mean, I've always said this is my favorite race. Rubbing is racing. You get the 2K, there's nothing better than when you can get position and advantage on a crew and lean them on the outside.
Gotta give yourself that advantage wherever you can.
Every single one.
So you have a 2K small boat today?
Yep. This is the small boat for Senior A women and Senior C women.
Okay.
Check that. I looked on the wrong line of the page. We're up here. Oh, I pointed him at the wrong one, which means I was wrong, so I'll take the fault on that. Race 109, so we're in this one at the top. Schedule for 9:54. We are about 18 minutes ahead of schedule. So, teams, if you're out there and you're watching, pay attention. You're going to have to get to marshalling early, which matters for me. I've got a race coming up in not too long. I'll have to look at that later. All right, so we are underway here. The Washington Area Masters Dragon Boat Club has been called to the line, and they are hitting the gas early. You can hear the countdown.
Okay. Here we go. We got South Breeze in lane 2 coming up.
Now, what's your plan here? Have you told this crew? Are they setting a mission to get after Washington?
Yeah. So the main strategy we're looking to do is get a good start, find a good rhythm in the body as they're coming into the turn. Get some pressure, holding that whole speed, and then getting pressure out the turn. Obviously, we want to make sure that we're looking to position ourselves in a way that gives us the advantage in any way possible, with allowing us to make sure that everybody's safe.
Yep. Dragonheart Warriors Mandalorian. This is the way.
All right.
Looking right up at your Senior A. Not Senior A. Yeah, it is Senior A crew. You're going to hear me do that a lot today. I correct myself on the fly. It's live TV. DC Dragonboat Club taking off in the 4th position.
Look at them go. They're pretty fast.
And in that sky blue, here comes Bucks County Dragonboat Association. And let me just get it out of the way. Matthew, Alan, father, son. I always get it backwards. Matthew is the son, Alan is the father. But I'll look at Matthew and say, Alan. And he just looks at me in a tone of voice that I can't repeat here. I'm going to just get the mistake over with. Here comes Windy City. 6th position, setting off right after Bucks. Simon Shum on the helm there, popping that tiller out early and often, trying to save his crew as much drag as possible. And now those are our Senior A crews. Here come the 2 Senior C crews. Dragon Max from Berkeley, California with the get up and go. And now Angela goes sit ready to my Philadelphia Dragonboat Association teammates.
And they're off.
The Accelerando underway.
So, Bob, what do you think is the secret here for a 2K in a small boat? A little bit longer rate, lower rate?
Both of the above, absolutely. I mean, personally, and you heard me say this in the 200s, I cannot stand how a small boat feels. It just feels heavy. I feel like somebody's grounding me or I'm being punished. But that's the nature of the beast. The hulls are only 8 feet shorter than a standard boat, but you've got half the paddlers. So the times are not slower because it's worse. The times are slower because you're doing a lot more work. What do you think of them? You like them?
They just sit. you get them going, they just kind of keep sitting.
That's it.
So what are your thoughts on the drone crew all week?
Oh, I've been loving the footage. I don't get a chance to look at this until I go home because I'm always looking out the windows. But one of my favorite things to do after Nationals and then Club Crew Worlds last year was to go home and look at the footage again and actually watch my own races and see what happened.
Exactly. And this production crew is just really killing the game right now.
No, we've really overachieved this year. RHS TV has brought the goods and showing Dragonboat racing to an audience, and today is special. Today is the chariot race is completely different. You know, right? We've had the straight lane races all week. This is a fine finale to what's been a really good national championships here. No catches yet. You do see some gaps closing down. Looks like Philly is closing down on Dragon Max. I don't think they're going to get him before the corner. I'll keep my eye on the front of the field. Right now, still about a 6-7 second stagger between the first 6 to 8 crews.
Yep. What a great shot over here. You see South Breeze kind of powering through outside that turn. You got Dragon Warriors right behind him, looking to make a move here. It looks like everyone's still pretty even.
Yep, you're looking for, you see some of the steerers trying to hunt wakes down. You see how they're offset just a little bit, left, right, left. Any wave you can get on, however little.
It looks like there's a little bit of downwind here too, so it looks like they're pushing down the race course with the winds behind their back. You might see some steersmen standing up a little bit taller to kind of catch that wind, to kind of give them that push down the race course.
Yeah, I hadn't picked up on that, but looking out at the flags, you're right. It's a block tailwind today. It's been a crosswind all week. This is the first time it's actually following us down this front straightaway.
So I probably expect a pretty good increase in hull speed as they come down the race course, especially on that last 500.
Yeah. That also means this afternoon, that straightaway is going to get really hot.
Oh, yeah, it's been really hot.
Not allowed to complain about the heat, though. It's Florida in July. What did we expect?
Exactly.
We want a tougher race? Great. We're going to Saturn.
This is great weather to acclimate yourself to Thailand.
Thailand's going to be great.
I mean, we don't get humid weather in California.
No.
You know? We get the cool 75-degree weather, sun's out, light clouds.
It's way too nice. It's far too nice.
I see you guys on your Strava where you guys are out in the humid, heavy heat.
Yep. Yeah, basically we go out in 100% humidity because our practices are 5:45 a.m. when it's 78 degrees in the 2.74. You're wet when you get out of the car. It's fine. It's like, this is great. All we say is it's great for Thailand.
All right, you got Wham approaching the second turn as they're coming around. We got DW right on South Breeze tail in lane boat number 3, catching up with boat number 2. Looks like a good line for Wham in boat 1. They're taking that turn pretty nice and tight as they're coming around. Looks like DW is trying to position themselves in a advantage as they come around. Hopefully looking for a mistake for South Breeze, but I don't know if they're going to give it to them.
Has opened the door.
Oh, they opened the door.
Because right now Valkyrie is, or Mandalorian, excuse me, that's the other Dragon Wars crew. This is Mandalorian.
Okay, they're hitting the buoy.
Yep.
Okay, as you can see there, the steersman, he has his oar in the water, but it's just not grabbing as he's coming around. He's coming around the turn, and DW leaving the door open for them to kind of come around and take that corner.
They have danced over the buoys, though. You saw all the paddlers on your right side reacted quick. Somebody called out buoy, and they all got over it. Nobody missed a stroke, so kudos. But those buoys are not quite as yielding as the orange Doritos that we've had in the past. They've gone to the smaller models.
It was like hide and seek. You couldn't see yourself around that.
No. Well, my favorite memory was from Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club. Henry and his crew hit one, and Henry, I swear, bounced off the thing right back to the drummer seat and just kept going. It was the funniest thing I'd ever seen. I'm like, we got to bring these things back. This is like Dragon Boat Wipeout.
Got a good turn here from Windy City. They come around the apex, looking to power out of that turn and to catch boat number 5, Bucks County.
It's Bucks County. Yep. Chris Wetzel, I believe, steering for that crew. So Simon is laying low and out of the wind and looking up.
What we got here, boat number 8?
Oh, I don't know these guys. They look like a bunch of miscreants to me. This is Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. Angela's on the drum seat. And Bob and Cheryl are both wearing the same kit today, so I'm not going to guess who's steering. Cheryl Neff steered our first 2K, and that was his first 2K steering. He did a great job. The boat can be used again, and we all walked away, so I guess technically it was a great job.
Oh, good. We got boat number 7.
This is Dragon Max from Berkeley. So Philadelphia has caught and passed Dragon Max and is now basically just running the clock. They are the only 2 Senior C Open small boats. And we've got some real estate closing at the head of affairs here.
Looks like Dragon Warriors, if you can see yourself on the screen, is putting themselves in a pretty good position where they're just right behind boat number 1, Wham. They're just leaving South Breeze in their wake.
Now, how has the race been this week? Is this to decide the bid to Ravenna between these 2 crews, or have you come out? Who is leading on points right now?
For Premier or for Senior A?
For Senior A.
I'm not too sure.
Gotcha. Didn't mean to put you on the spot. I was just curious because it's always fun when, like, if one crew wins the 200 and the other crew wins the 500, you know, going into the 2K, okay,
yeah.
Winner gets the bid. So,
all right, it looks like they're approaching their final turn in this 2K small boat.
That's a great head-on shot again. Looking at this drone footage, and you really get a sense of the waves behind the hulls. Mm-hmm. You can see just how much water, as you mentioned before, these small boats move.
Mm-hmm.
They're just cannonballs with oars. I mean, they go down, and if you haven't tried to steer a dragon boat, steering a small boat is the top of the pyramid in terms of degree of difficulty.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you can really crank on it.
Yeah.
Make a quick turn. This looks like a pretty clean turn right here for DW. Got South Breeze right on their tail. But it looks like DW has trying to take that inside lane that Wham has open and see now that they're making their way down the race course the last 500 meters. See what they can do. They're going to take any lane possible, right?
Right. As soon as you come outside of that final lane, any real estate you want to grab is yours. Any water, short of going into the oncoming lane. But, I mean, if you want to do that, nobody's going to stop you.
I mean, what do people want to look for as they're coming down the last 500 meters? Are they looking for clean water? Are they trying to ride that wake? Like, what are some good things that they should look for?
Ideally, you want clean water, is what I've always heard. But, I mean, I don't think I'm basically what Bob calls a mindless moron. I am in my seat doing my job, and I leave that to the steerer and the drummer.
Mm-hmm.
But if you've paddled with guys like Ross Flemmer and others, they're in the stroke seat looking for the waves, and they're pointing in the air real quick, hand off, and they'll point to the steerer, go left, go right. They'll call power 10 or power 5 if they see a bump, just because they've spent so much time getting on waves, chasing waves.
Yep.
They know exactly. These boats will, air quote, surf. If you can get on a wake, I mean, you're not exactly going to be running a gorge downwind, but it's going to give you 0.3 miles an hour, 0.4 miles an hour, and that can be the difference over a straightaway.
So this is a Sarasota race course downwind right now.
Pretty much. They're getting as much help as we've had all week.
You can see right here, boat number 3 is trying to make a move onto boat number 1. You can see right there, they're kind of getting close. And you can see that they're really starting to pick up on that wake. They're getting over it. You can see them. They're going to go ahead and slide down that wake. and then you'll probably see them pass here the next 20 meters as they approach the finish line.
Yeah,
So
this is, at this point, a battle for position, just pure pride on the line because they've caught and passed both crews in front of them.
I mean,
Mandalorian,
boat number 1,
giving Washington everything they can handle.
They don't want it.
Washington wants to defend. They've got about 75 meters to hold off a rapidly closing Mandalorian. The stroke rates are remarkably close. The timing almost together, not quite.
Wham's not going to give it to them as they're coming through.
I think they're going to dead heat it.
It's going to come down to the line.
Look
here
right
for
out
them.
the checkerboard. And as they approach the line, great low shot.
Excellent.
Mandalorian is going to get them. This is the way, right across the line.
This is the way. Here we got South Breeze, boat number 2, crossing the line in the next 10 meters. Looking pretty good. Got a good drummer on there.
And then our 4th boat, DC Dragon Boat Club, Josh Rubenstein on the helm for the DC Dragon Boat Club. They're going to round out their Club Crew National Championships.
I mean, you could see them right at the end of the race. They were just gasping for air.
They are going by the name Capital Thunder this week. And look at Ula tell that Windy City crew to keep running down Bucks.
Oh, yeah, look at them go.
Could not quite make the pass, but didn't need to again with the 15-second stagger. But just by closing down the gap to Bucks County, Windy City, establishing themselves solidly in the 2K.
You see here, boat number 6, Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association, coming to the finish.
Senior C Open small boat, and they have put quite a gap on the Dragon Max crew. Many people in this boat are doing triple, and we even have a couple of guys, I am jealous, they are doing quadruple duty today. This is their second of 4 2Ks for many of these people. Dave Chan, they're cleverly disguised as an orange traffic cone in the back of the boat. IDBF Hall of Famer Kevin McFadden in the stroke seat. You can tell by his haircut. Jim Morris is in 2-seat there. I'm calling them out because they're a lot of my teammates, and I have the same haircut he does. But they got the job done.
It's an iconic cut.
It's easy maintenance. We both put Rain-X on, and we're good for a week. And here comes Dragon Max from Berkeley. Now, there are 2 Senior C Open crews. They've gone back and forth all week, but with 2 bids for Senior C Open small boat, just by staying upright and allowing us to use the boat again, Dragon Max Berkeley should secure the berth for Ravenna should they choose to accept it. And you can hear on those great proximity mics, that drummer's not letting up anything.
Those mics are awesome.
Oh, they're incredible.
It just adds another dynamic to the live feed.
Tell my teammates down there, I'm like, these mics will hear a bird fart at 50 feet. Do not get near them and say anything about anybody. You don't want to go out to several thousand people. And this is Dragon Max Berkeley. They got 50 to go. Steerer popping that tiller out. Every little bit of drag saving helps.
Mm-hmm.
Drummer takes one look back as if the building didn't tell them they were near the finish. Now they know.
And they're done.
All right. Let it run, says the steerer, and everybody catches their breath. And they'll turn to the right and head around the back side of the island. The little tour we've affectionately called the Jungle Cruise for years. It's a nice cool down. Gives everybody a chance to catch their breath. There's the one bridge that everybody sits under for about a second. We're always like, let it run.
And sit.
And our official results here on the stream, although, check that. We've put a title up, Barb. Now it says unofficial. I'm impressed. That's a nice little detail. Because they're not official until they're official, and they're official when they're official. Got me? All right. The Windy City Dragons took the Senior A Open in a time of 9:47.75. Dragon Warriors Mandalorian, 9:58.90, took second. In the Senior A Open, Bucks Dragon Boat took third place in a 10:02.56. DC Dragon Boat Club Capital Thunder in a 10:08.13. South Breeze Senior A Open at a 10:27.18. Wham Dragon Boat Club rounding out the Senior A Open in 10:30.11. Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association took first in a 10:01.22, and Dragon Max second in the Senior C Open in an 11:42.84. Senior A Open and Senior C Open small boat is now finished. Next race up will be race 110, the standard boat, Senior C Open, Senior A Women, and Senior C Women coming up, scheduled at 10:30, but we're running ahead of schedule. That race will probably go off at about 10:15.
This is what we're going for.
The lighter side of sports.
JP looks like a hobo.
I can't remember ever thinking, I need to look in the stands.
See, I was younger and single, so I was looking at cheerleaders.
Oh my God! Very nice.
On RHS TV. Are you looking to harness the power of video to get your message out? Now you can effectively connect to your target audience across all platforms for the best price anywhere. We will produce your commercial and advertise your business for just $500 per month for 1 year. You will not find a lower cost or higher value than RHS TV, connecting Tampa Bay.
Youth News Network, for Gen Z, by Gen Z. From the RHS TV studios, we're bringing you the freshest content that matters to you. Find us on social media at WatchYNN or watch full episodes on RHS TV.
Our motivation every day is the people around us in this community and making better.
Workforce development, healthcare, education.
Getting out there and making a difference in the lives that need it the most.
RHS TV, delivering stories of change, hope, and positivity. RHS TV, connecting Tampa Bay.
All right, it's Kerry McNally live from Regatta Island here in Sarasota, Florida for the Dragon Boat Races 2023. It's getting pretty intense out here. I'm here with Mike Kirkman. Mike, you've been around this action for how long now?
In the business of the sport for 30 years.
30 years. And how old is the sport itself of dragon boat racing?
Well, I mean, if you're talking internationally, over 2,000 years, they've been racing these boats of this type. The traditional Hong Kong style boat, which is this boat behind us here, was originally made of teak, weighed 2,200 pounds. But now everything's fiberglass, fairly lightweight. These boats are about 550 pounds. And there's an international federation, international standards. It's gearing up for maybe an Olympic demonstration sport at some point in the future. So it's like a lot of sports. It just tries to grow and be more relevant in this international sports scene.
And so we have two boats, right? We have the smaller boats, and how many people do they have on board rowing? They're not rowing, they're paddling, right? It's a big deal, right? You can't say we're rowers, we're paddlers. So paddlers go forward, rowers go backward, right?
Yeah, rowers, they got it all backwards. That's what we say.
That's it, they got it all backwards.
But there's the international standard. There's a high-performance small boat, which is 10 paddlers, still a drummer and a steersperson, obviously bow and stern. And then the standard boat, which was kind of the mainstay for many, many years, is the 20 paddler boat. Again, drummer, steersperson, so a 22-member crew.
Right home.
The thing that really makes Dragon Boat, has made Dragon Boat grow so
Walk the
fast,
boat forward.
and also made it such a great community fundraising sport, is that it's easy. The learning curve is very steep. You hand somebody a paddle who hasn't paddled something, right, a canoe or a raft, and they get in the boat, they get some instruction from a coach, let's say a community festival somewhere in Wisconsin, and literally within an hour, wow, they feel great, and the crew is in sync, and the boat is moving, and everybody feels like, wow, this is my little Olympics right here. This is what I want to do for the next 20 years.
It's like being a kid again, right? It's also low impact aerobic exercise in a team environment where you get really fired up to be part of something bigger than yourself. Mike, what a pleasure speaking with you. I'm also getting a little bit of an accent. Where are you from originally, Mike?
Well, Toronto.
There it is. There it is. Oh, Canada. You want to sing it with me? Yeah. Maple syrup is so awesome. Hockey will take your teeth out. And this is an awesome universal health care. Anyway,
yeah.
What a pleasure, man. Good to meet you. Best of luck this week with everything that you're doing with the boats, and all head full.
All right, we're ready.
Our motivation every day is the people around us in this community and making better.
Workforce development, healthcare, education.
Getting out there and making a difference in the lives that need it the most.
16 high school culinary students all competing for a full tuition scholarship. And it can be won with a simple voodoo-fied hamburger right here on Voodoo Chef Underground. Available now only on RHS TV.
Looking for RHS TV? No worries. It's free and it's easy with no login required. Using your Roku or Amazon Fire TV remote, go to the search bar and type RHS TV. When the app pops up, hit the download or add channel button. For mobile streaming, head to the App Store or Google Play and search RHS TV and hit the download button.
You can also stream RHS TV through your Apple TV, Samsung TV, or LG TV. Just head to your TV's App Store and search up RHS TV. Hit Get, Download, and open the app.
Happy streaming.
Pirates love the booty, yeah.
Love is in the air
I did. I brought my mom.
Well, Mom went in the car, and I didn't know this.
on Love in America, only on RHS TV.
Good morning, everyone. We are back here. The time is 9:58, and we are getting ready for race number 110, the next race in our Club Crew National Championship program. This is going to be Senior C Open, Senior A Women, and Senior C Women standard boats, featuring going off in the first position, Heat. Second position, Dragon Warriors Dark Saber. Third position, Florida Tarpons. Bucks Dragon Boat in the fourth position. Philadelphia Flying Phoenix Golden Warriors in fifth. Heat in sixth, and the Wasabi Paddling Club in seventh. Now, you've got three classes racing here. Senior C Open is going off first. That's Heat. They are the only Senior C Open. The Senior A Women will feature 1, 2, 3 crews: Dragon Warriors Dark Saber, Florida Tarpons, and Bucks Dragon Boat. And then the Senior C Women will also feature 3 crews: Philadelphia Flying Phoenix Golden Warriors, Heat, and Wasabi. Now, Jonathan has decided to stick around. I gave him the option to leave. I mean, I didn't. We locked the doors. But he said he'd stay.
I'll stay a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Keep you company.
That's always fun. Again, carrying our normal anchor down here, and as I called him before, half of my Hadron Collider of Mayhem for Dragon Boats is out on the river. They're actually making him be an official today, which I still can't believe they trust him to do that, but that's fair. And he can't say anything. He's down there on a boat. He's just going to turn around and gesture at me.
Who would let him drive the boat?
I don't know. They don't trust him with anything mechanical. There's a few things he can't do. He can't come within 500 feet of a school in Florida. I don't know what that's about. And he can't drive a boat. You know, it's whatever happens, it's just Carrie. And I'm only doing this because he's not up here and he doesn't have a microphone. He's going to make me pay later. Trust me. And he's definitely going to make me pay in Thailand. It's only fair. And again, you know, this is all in good fun, and I am on the third day of a 3-day regatta, and that's coming at the end of a 24-week training cycle for Worlds, so I'm barely responsible for neural function at this point. It's a good thing breathing is automatic. How are you feeling on your Worlds prep, John?
You know, I'm feeling pretty great. I use this, I use Nationals as a kind of like to kind of see where I'm at, and honestly, after racing here, I feel pretty good. I feel pretty confident in my training program. And now, after this, it's pretty much just rest, recover, stay moving, and just get ready for Worlds.
Yeah. I got to say, I mean, the heat here has been pretty much what we expected, and it's been good for prep. I felt really good. During the 2K, I was aware that I was sweating, but I didn't feel like hot. I didn't feel like, oh, God, it's so hot. It's like, yeah, okay, it's warm, this is fine. You do get used to it, terrifying as that may be.
Yeah, like I said earlier, when I first got here, I went for a run, ran all the way down the race course, ran back, and I just needed to feel what this humidity is, because back in California, we don't have any of this humidity. Just sunny weather. Nice, cool, sunny.
Now, when we had the lightning delay the other day, there were some folks from California asking me, so wait, what do we do here? I'm like, wait, do you guys have thunderstorms? They're like, not really, not often, no.
No, not lightning.
Yeah, so it basically just, you don't want to mess around with it.
But, we saw the locals, they're just kind of standing around. I guess that's kind of like us when we feel earthquakes.
Yeah, for sure.
We see earthquakes, everyone's like, oh my gosh.
If I had like a 3.5 tremor, I'd be running to the bathroom, grabbing the tub, and you'd be like, well, what are you doing? That wasn't even a real earthquake.
You guys feel that?
Feel what? Yeah. Yeah, I've only been in like 2 earthquakes, and they were in New York State, and I thought it was a truck. All right, Matthew is gesturing that I should be reading the shout-outs. He's going to ask me to try and read these shout-outs without my reading glasses. Let's see what we can do here. We have a shout-out for the Rebels from Michelle Woody. Good morning. I just wanted to get a shout-out and hear more information and history on the women's crew, the South Breeze Long Beach Rebels. Thank you. All right, Matthew's got all the bios. He could probably handle it, but he's off mic right now. We'll get him back up here, but we'll try and answer that question, Michelle. We got you there. Because he is our keeper of the histories. We do our best to try and get some prep done prior to getting out here, but it's up to teams if they've sent us information and whatever we can cull on Google. And sometimes that can be interesting. When I'm doing MC work at other races, I always tell the captains, I'm like, you need to tell me about your crew. Give me a little paragraph. If you don't, I'm going to take your team name, I'm going to put it into Google, and whatever comes out that's family-friendly, that's going to be your team bio. And that can yield some very entertaining results. I've had teams that were mountain ranges in Japan. I had one that was a national park. Yeah. It's like, come on, tell us who you are. I'll tell your story. I am not seeing anybody leaving the docks yet. It is 10:03. This next race is scheduled for 10:30. There are paddlers under the marshalling tent. And I don't know if we can get the drone to take a look over there on the live stream. Right, everybody basically being smart. By the 3rd day, they have learned if you're not sunburned now, good for you. You've done well. If you are sunburned, shame on you. You're in Florida. But there's 2 rules that I tell my teammates to follow in a regatta like this. Why stand when you can sit? Why sit when you can lie down? You've got to preserve your energy, and staying out of the sun, hydrating, and doing all those things add up. Because if you get to day 3 and you've still got your faculties and your energy intact, you are ready. So I'm looking at basically off in the distance, all the teams that are going to be in this next race are huddled underneath the tents like emperor penguins staying out of the sun.
What's the weather going to be like today? Are they calling for any rain?
I think if you wake up in Florida, you have a 50% chance of a thunderstorm, no matter where you are. That's a given. It's like a default in the summer. But I do know that I did get a heat alert today that the high temperature is going to be somewhere between 94 and 96 with a heat index of up to 110.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we're going to have the hottest day today. So
with 100% humidity.
For sure. It's very reminiscent of what we had a national championship, and one of the Charleston paddlers that wrote the book on the final victory was up here yesterday talking about the nationals in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Oh, I remember that one.
Which were held in August of 2010. And if you haven't been to Chattanooga in August, it is very similar to these conditions. I mean, every day was 100% humidity. The high temperature was in the high 90s. And it was the same question. Why do people live here?
I mean, it was hot. I remember that.
Yeah.
Nationals. Were you there?
I was there. It was my first nationals with PDBA.
Yeah.
And we were going to win a bid for Hong Kong. And they had a little swimming area. It was in this great little reservoir.
Yeah.
And we could finish our races and jump into the water and cool off, but the water was like 96 degrees.
Yeah, I remember that.
I remember saying to one of my teammates, Greg Piasecki, "Do you have any carrots and celery? We could make soup just standing right here." But it was good. And those were the days, too. And I'm kind of glad we've changed that program, but those were the days when we had a 1K as well.
I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that. I thought back in 2021 when we went to nationals, I was like, is there going to be a 1K?
Yeah. They changed the program to make it match the Club Crew World Championship, which is 200, 500, and then the 2K, which is what we're doing and honoring the IDBF schedule now. But they only now do the 1,000 at Worlds.
I didn't know that was the reason.
Yeah. Yep. They save it for Nations World. So, I mean, that's my favorite race personally.
The 1K?
Yeah. What's yours?
My favorite race is, well, I haven't done a 1K in a long time, but I think my favorite is the 500, just because it's just a power play. You know, you come out to start, and then you're just trying to battle it out and see where you guys are in position, and it's just fun. It's not a sprint.
Right.
It's not a run.
You've got that
it's
body.
Not a jog.
You guys came by us yesterday. Watching that premiere at 500 final was an absolute delight.
Oh man, that felt really good.
I think, 4 out of the 6 crews were under 2 minutes?
Yeah.
You guys were under 154?
Mm-hmm.
That was just incredible times. I saw Tech Lee was super proud of both of his crews.
Mm-hmm.
They both broke 2 minutes, and not by a little. They were in the low 150s running right with you guys.
I mean, I think it's just awesome to see all the California crews out here at U.S. Nationals just really putting a name for themselves out here and just showing the other crews like what the other states are doing at this particular competition.
For sure. On our live stream right now, they have actually put up the current radar image, current weather in Sarasota. It looks like Florida to me. But knock wood, we have pretty much dodged all of the summer weather so far. We've got most of today to go, and here's hoping we can continue. I know almost every day last year at Club Crew Worlds, we nearly dodged it, but not quite. We were getting thunderstorm delays daily, and so far, this has been great.
Excellent. And we definitely have some cloud coverage, too, so you're just not going to get beamed down by the hot sun in Florida.
And that breeze helped a lot yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Friday felt pretty diabolical, but the breeze yesterday made a huge difference.
Oh, yeah. You can definitely see on the water line it's just pushing. Looks like a south breeze.
Oh, nice. Seamus, look at you go. That was fantastic. You're a natural. Yeah, he's learning. Just say what comes in your mind and then, let it play out. We're looking up here towards, I still am not seeing any boats leave, so we are going to be, Barb gave me a correction, Barb Michaels gave a correction here that we are going to follow this schedule. We're not going to run ahead so that no one is surprised. So as these crews come off the water, right now there is about a half hour between these races. So this race is scheduled for 10:30. It's 10:09, which means we're probably not going to see these crews leave the dock and head out until about 10:15. So, right, we're going to step away for a little bit so you don't have to hear us banter on. On the live stream, we're going to go to a commercial, and then we'll be back when the crews are on their way through the toll booth and heading to the race course.
Our motivation every day is the people around us in this community and making better.
Workforce development, healthcare, education.
Getting out there and making a difference in the lives that need it the most.
Almost went on a date with someone who was possibly a murderer.
Oh my God!
Dating hazards and mishaps.
I want just the text back.
No question, no doubt about it. It's a 5.
Check out Dating in America on RHS TV.
It's time
to upgrade your diamond now.
You'll always receive 100% of what you paid towards a diamond upgrade at any time.
Even if you purchase your diamond elsewhere, come get a free evaluation so you can upgrade to a Golden Diamond Source diamond.
It's time for the semifinals of Voodoo Chef Underground. Robinson takes on Armwood. Winter Springs takes on Chamberlain High School in the semifinal. Coming soon to RHS TV.
This broadcast will be available on demand on all RHS TV streaming apps.
Alrighty. We are back live online, and we are still here live in Sarasota. I have not left. This will be the final race I call before running downstairs to join my teammates for the Senior B Mixed 2K, but then I'll be back after that. Coming to the start line, making their way through the attainment wall. Attainment? I don't even think that's a word. I think I meant to say attenuator or retainment, and my brain just made a salad, so let's go with that. Race 110 is going to feature standard boats in the Senior C Open, Senior A Women, and Senior C Women's divisions. First crew off the line is going to be Heat. They will be the lone Senior C Open entry. They will be followed by 3 Senior A Women's crews, Dragon Warriors Dark Saber, Florida Tarpons, and then Buck's Dragon Boat. In the Senior C Women's, going off in the 5th position, Philadelphia Flying Phoenix Golden Warriors, Heat, and then the Wasabi Paddling Club. 7 crews racing here. This race scheduled to start at 10:30. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats through the wall, 6th boat on its way, and that 7th boat, and the final boat is loading up at the docks right now. Nice thing about the 2K, you get a long warm-up here. You get a full 500. We were coming out the other day, and you can see in the background, kind of have to look between the words here, but you can see the starting docks that we used yesterday for the 500. We're turning short of those today. Trying to get an eye on the crew here. They're coming right at me as I look out the window to my left. Boats moving left to right on your radio. I know it's Flying Phoenix, Golden Warriors, and the white hats. I'm going to guess that's Bucks in the middle of the formation. And it looks like Wasabi leading the parade lap. That would be kind of fun if for a 2K they could actually do like a grid formation, sort of like World of Outlaws or the Indianapolis 500 when they come by 3 wide and then do the race start. That would be. Write that down. That's a good idea. And this is Wasabi coming past us here at our finish position. Hear those proximity mics picking up the nice gentle paddle as they make their way up. Bucks Dragon Boat Association closest to us, the Florida Tarpons right next to them. Florida Tarpons racing with 18. Notice the gap row in seat 7. Check that, seat 6. I was told there'd be no math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, gap row in 6. Philadelphia Flying Phoenix Golden Warriors in the red with the white hats. Just behind the Tarpons. Our last boat has just left the dock and is making its way towards the gate. All these crews will get turned around and pointed the right direction. Currently, the way they're pointed, the 2K would actually be 22,300 miles. So we don't have time for that. We're going to turn them around and get them the right way. Carrie is down there getting them turned around and into the proper starting positions. Madam Starter waiting to give them orders. Here is our Heat crew. Florida-based crew. Talked about them a lot. Mark Kane is not on this boat because this is their Senior C women's boat. Mark Kane racing on the open and the mixed boats for Heat. But Mark Kane could be on this boat. This is the Senior C Open boat for Heat. I think that's Pat Bradley on the helm. Golden Warriors have a fan down there. And everybody is here and ready. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nope. 6. The Dragon Warriors Dark Saber is the final crew making their way, and I can see their bright yellow hats off to my left here. Good drone shot here on the live stream as you look down upon our crews that are now waiting. generally very quiet here. Steerers probably giving their crews last little bit of instruction. Drummers reminding them to take a breath. Right about here is always where I would take a last sip of water. If you took a little bit, just a splash to kind of keep the adrenaline from drying your mouth out. Do love it, though. There's nothing quite like looking down the start line, down that 500, knowing basically for the next 8 to 9 minutes, you're just going to be on the rivet. This is what you waited for. This is my favorite race. This and the 1K. You can see on the stream, here comes Dark Saber. Another one of the San Francisco fleet. This is basically, for the Dragon Warriors, this is Fleet Week. I mean, they've just got an incredibly huge team here. And I mean that in terms of numbers, not that the paddlers are huge. Got to clarify. It's like when you say a team is old. The team's not old. The team's been established for 30 years. You always got to clarify that. Kind of wonder if there's a little gamesmanship here. Dark Saber has kind of strolled up to the start line, unhurried, just to make the other crews wait a little bit and give them something to think about. You never really know. Coaches can be clever that way. It's all in the game, yo. All right, it's 10:25. This race was scheduled to go off at 10:30, but I am willing to bet that we are going to start as soon as everybody is here. Final day of racing here at the Club Crew National Championships, 2,000-meter finals. These are one-shot races. There's no heats, there's no progressions. Bids for Ravenna on the line. Again, not sure of the overall positions of these crews, but it's all based on points, Grand Prix scoring. Points for the 200 placement, points for the 500 placement, points for the 2K placement. It's pretty simple. Team with the most points at the end of the regatta wins. If you can win the 200 and the 500, you come into the 2K, you know you've already won it. If you split, that's when it gets fun. Because then you know you're coming in tied with a crew, or maybe you can jump over them if you place higher in the 2K. It's always fun to come into Sunday having to settle it out there on the water. Looks like the Heat crew has gotten in their first position. They're going to go off first. And then 15 seconds later, each crew is invited to join them. Matthew had to make a quick announcement locally about award ceremonies getting underway, but we are underway here as Heat have been given the starter's order and they're underway. They'll cross that line and start the clock. Here comes Dragon Warriors Dark Saber off in pursuit. Florida Tarpons, little touch and away they go. Doing this race with 18. It's always the tough way to do it, but sometimes that's what you have to do to balance the boat. You never know what's going to happen. They're under pressure and through the line to get things underway. Bucks County Dragon Boat Association, a team near and dear to Matthew's heart. Hey, I didn't call you Alan this time.
That's right, you called me Matthew. Very good job.
$5 each time I screw up from here forward. That's a promise.
Thank you so Now, this is the Senior C Women's Division. And starting us off is boat number 5, Philadelphia Flying Phoenix. GW is the Golden Warriors. That's right, PFP Golden Warriors. Very nice. Again, this is their 16 up crew, Senior C women. Starting also in red, right behind them are Heat from Florida. As you can probably see, they're getting this nice running start. The clock does not start until they pass those start buoys right there. Finally, starting in 7th position is Wasabi Paddle Club, again Senior C women. And as a reminder, these boats are seated slowest to fastest. Is that right, Bob?
That is right. In a perfect world, when they get the seating right, everybody comes together on the final lap.
That's right. And so we'll see if these crews can pass the ones in front of them. That's what we would expect, as Bob just mentioned, from a, quote, normal or properly seated, one might say, perfectly seated, 2K race. So we'll see how they do. Coming into the first turn now, I believe that is boat number 1. I think that's Heat.
That is, I believe, Mark Kane's crew, the Senior C Open crew for Heat.
Yep, he's in that boat. And I think that's Pat steering.
Yeah.
Pat, now, for those who don't know, Pat Bradley is a legendary dragon boater who is the Team USA Senior C head coach this year. He and his wife Liz are amazing paddlers, originally from Canada. They won a number of world titles with Team Canada, moved down here to the U.S., and now they're doing the same with Team USA.
He's built an incredible program for the Senior Cs.
He has indeed.
And they have basically put an entire corner on the field already.
Beautiful.
Now, they are the only Senior C Open, so they're racing on challenge, but that does not mean they are not putting their foot to the floor and leaving it there, because I'm sure a lot of paddlers in that boat are using this, as many paddlers are here, for prep for Thailand in 2 weeks.
Absolutely. Although I've heard, Bob, that Thailand is even worse than this in terms of humidity and heat.
Don't threaten me with a good time. Can't wait.
Can't wait. I'll see you there.
So the Dragon Warriors Darksaber crew looks like they have had a bit of a close down. The Florida Tarpons right on their heels exiting this corner. And then Buck's just behind both of them, having closed down some of the gap. So, you know me, I can't wait. Let's bring these 3 crews together in this next corner. I know they're going to do their best to give us a good show.
Let's get some action.
You got 2 groupings of 3, yep.
Yep, exactly. And I see my photographer down here, too, on the water. One of our amazing photographers here local to the area, PSP Photography. Joe Petro is his name. He's doing a terrific job. I'm also very thankful that today he's finally on a launch boat out there on the water, and especially 2K Day. This is the best day for photos. But most importantly, he is finally getting left side photos. Because I know the left side, y'all are trying to get us to take pictures of you on the left side, because it's always tough when we're not on shoreside. But we are working our very hardest.
Yeah, it's 50-50 odds whether you get the race course setting up to see you the right or the left. I know in Philadelphia, the left side is the show side. The righties are on the far side.
Yes.
They're one of the few.
See, me, Bob, as a steerer, nice and easy.
Oh,
I'm in every picture. All right, we can see on your screen there, again, this is the first turn. And it looks like Heat is through that turn, followed by Wasabi. Now, I think Heat might be running 18, actually. I don't know if they have a 10 left. We'll take a look.
It looks like 17, because I was trying to figure that out. You'll notice the gap up here.
Oh,
I do not see. They're running, the Senior C Open Heat is running 19, which is really odd, but it's working for them. I mean, I'm not going to question. They basically are galloping away off to an unchallenged lead. But we've got a nice coming together here. That second grouping of boats. Dragon Warriors, Darksaber, the Florida Tarpons, and Bucks looking right at the 2 of them going, here, kitty, kitty, kitty. They are on the wake of both of those boats trying to close it down. But the Tarpons are taking the outside. Again, I referred to that as the super tramp line earlier. They're taking the long way home. They're going on the outside because Darksaber has the right of way, having reached that commitment buoy. So the Tarpons have given themselves quite a challenge, but they are going to see if they're up to it, taking the outside line, entering the corner. Darksaber taking the defensive position, as is their right. And Bucks County Dragon Boat taking a look at them. I think that's Jan Bueller on the helm, going, yep, you guys go have you get about your business. I'm going to just sit right here and try and get both of you on the exit. Darksaber carving the line. The Tarpons trying to get around the outside. Bucks lifting their their outside paddles on the right over that buoy as Jan does the Tokyo Drift, kisses that exit buoy with the tail of the boat, says thank you very much, I'm on my way. And just slipstreaming right up to those two crews. The Tarpons continuing to work on that pass and doing it on the outside with Bucks closing it down. And look, it's Talladega Nights.
There
Three
it is.
wide
Three
coming
across.
into the
Look at
second
that.
quarter. What a great show we've got here between Wasabi, the Philadelphia Flying Phoenix Golden Warriors, and Heat. Who is going to get to that commitment buoy first? Wasabi gets it, so they've got the right of way, but it's an official's delight. Good luck, people.
They'll probably tell them to just hold their lines as they go through.
Nonsense.
Wasabi's going to be able to take that inside corridor. Heat's going to have to stay in the middle wherever they can, and the Golden Warriors are going to have to go outside. And that's exactly what they're doing, it looks like. Now, in this situation as well, remember, we can only have one boat in the corridor and not two next to each other, right? And so it looks like here we have Heat taking the outside. That's perfectly fine. If they want to, because there's clear water, if it's determined to be safe, they could perhaps... Oh, and we have a little bit of contact.
Yep, little kiss and tell for Philadelphia Flying Phoenix Golden Warriors. Just a kiss on the nose, and look at what it's done to Heat.
And now Golden Warriors are taking the inside line because PFP can do that. Look at that. That oar is deep in that water. That is the best way to control a boat. And they're going to have to go on the right side of that buoy, and they do. They do, in fact.
Made it.
And they let it run for a half second.
Legal.
Yeah, they're all good. They're back on the line. And there we go. Now the order is Bob. Flip 765.
Yep.
But further down the course, it looks like we have another bunch up. We have some action going on coming up soon, hopefully at this turn. It looks like DW, Bucks, and who's that other boat, Bob?
That's Dark Saber.
Saber.
I'm sorry, that was Dark Saber. You said DW. It's
Yes.
funny.
Oh, Tarpons, excuse me.
I got you, right. That's the Tarpons in there.
So we'll see how they do there. It looks like they're going to come up to that 50-meter buoy coming up soon. Here they are on your screen.
We've got a delightful drone shot showing the head-on fight, and you can see that Dark Saber trying to close the door.
But I don't know if they're going to be able to. I think the Tarpons are coming up on
Here
them
comes
behind.
the commitment buoy.
And they have right of way, likely.
Tarpons are still on the outside, aren't they?
That's Bucks.
That's Bucks on the outside. That's what I
Tarpons
get. They knew they were going to throw me because they're both in blue.
They're both blue, exactly.
Yep. So Bucks taking these teams taking the long way. That is, if they're going to get five, each of these corners now.
Oh, and it looks like Bucks is swerving in just a little bit.
They're giving him something to think about for sure.
But they're going to stay on the outside of that corridor, I am sure.
That's a great shot. That shows you, though.
Oh, it was the Tarpons the whole time.
It is
not
the
Bucks.
See, it's hard. Next year, new rule.
You would think I know neon hats, right?
Well,
See, because with DW's neon hats, it's so easy. South Breeze's neon hats, it's so easy.
Yep. It's a big challenge. So Bucks is now still continuing to follow the parade. So really, we've had almost a kilometer of side-by-side racing with the Tarpons staying on the outside and Dark Saber continuing to fight. No contact between the hulls, but a little bit of ding and distress marking on the paddles for sure.
Just a little bit. That's right. You can see Kai, the drummer for Bucks Dragonboat, looking around, making sure the field is clear, trying to see where they stand among the other crews coming into this final 500. She may or may not call a power. She may or may not call a lengthen call. She's trying to figure out what the strategy should be for these final 500 meters.
Basically empty it. It's a two-word strategy as they hit the straightaway. Unbothered and unbowed. Meanwhile, completely on the other side of the prairie, Heat here is leading the field. We're going to keep the drone on this three-wide battle, as I'll tell you. Heat has just gone about their business. Mark Kane and the Senior C Open crew, they are probably almost a minute clear of everyone just doing their thing, getting the work done, and they are going to round out their 2K and their Club Crew National Championships in fine style. Heat will come across the line in front of us, off shot, but we're going to go back to this lovely low shot here on the live feed as we are three wide once again. The Ballad of Ricky Bobby being sung on the water. Mama, I'm going fast.
And there they are. You can see DW stuck in the middle between these two boats. No one's really riding each other's wash right now, unfortunately for them. But, of course, they just want to get to that finish line as soon as they quickly can.
But you got to love it. Look at how tight they're getting to each other. Look at them go for the side draft.
Oh, you can see them being drawn in just a little bit to the Tarpons.
Yep. Well, Dark Saber's trying to use that wash to get back up to them.
And I think it's working, Bob.
I think it's working. Look at Dark Saber bounce off that wave.
Oh, beautiful.
The touch and go.
Oh.
That is exactly how you do it. You run the boat in formation, you come on that wake, you use the side draft, you come off of them, and at the same time they're defending against Bucks.
And look at that. Now DW is up about 2 seats. We'll see if they can hold on to it, or the 18 folks in Florida Tarpons can hold them off and pass them. Bucks is hanging on the inside as well. They're trying their very hardest to walk in these crews, but they've been passed by two. Oh, excuse me. They're trying to pass 2 and 3.
Dead heat as they come across together, and Harris
Very
Bucks
nice.
rounding it out. What a great fight. That is exactly what we're here for in the 2K. The Tarpons probably covered 2,200 meters.
Yep, definitely.
Staying on the outside as they did with 18 paddlers the entire way. What a fight.
That is tough.
Jan had the best seat in the house there watching that fight ahead of her.
Watching it all from that Bucks
Kept
boat.
it clean. And after going into the turn 3 wide and exchanging pleasantries, our other 3 crews in this race have separated. Philadelphia Flying Phoenix Golden Warriors, Heat, and Wasabi have all swapped positions. Wasabi has come up right now the strongest and the best. They started 7th. They started last, but have passed the crews ahead of them. And they are running down here with 150 meters to go towards the tower. They are being followed by Heat and then the Philadelphia Flying Phoenix Golden Warriors. You've got Wasabi supporters running along the beach here, coming right down, cheering their ladies on as they come to the line.
Now, see, Bob, these bright green uniforms make it so easy for us to call them out. Makes life so much easier for us. Everybody, please get neon uniforms.
So you say those are green, huh?
Oh, yes, they are. I'm sorry, Bob. Yes.
I'm red-green colorblind. To me,
forgot.
they look orange, but that's a personal thing. But this is Wasabi, regardless of what color they're wearing,
And
getting the
they're
job done.
Over the line. Very nice, Wasabi.
Oh, Connie with the big double fist pump. Gotta love it. That's how you get the job done, ladies. Good work to Wasabi.
Bearing down on the finish line now is boat number 6. This is Heat, again, based from the Villages, Florida.
Yep. Excellent work from Heat all around. On the gas, 50 to go.
Racing
Last
19.
strokes of their national championship weekend. And they are through.
With a very strong finish, I will say. An amazing job by these ladies. Again, this is that was the Senior C women crew, which is the 60 and up crew. And here's the final boat in this race, which are the Philadelphia Flying Phoenix Golden Warriors. Again, there's a ton of wash and wake out there. So that steer is digging that oar in, trying to control this boat, keeping it straight as she possibly can.
Job done. They are through the line.
Very nice.
And speaking of being finished, I am through for right now because I have to hustle down. I will be racing next with my Senior B mixed crew in race 112 at 11:42. And Matthew, I know, do you have a race coming up? You're
I
just
have
very
a race,
casually.
2:45.
That's why you're.
I got some time.
Yeah, man. He's in here. He's got the flip flops and the polo. I've been in the same race kit pretty much all day. That's fine. It's fair. It's racing.
Yeah, I'm trying to smell a little better, Bob. You know.
What are you trying to say? It's not coming through on the stream. All right, the results are up on the main screen here. For the Senior C Open, Heat took it at 9:45.60, but they were the only boat in their category. For the Senior A Women, Bucks Dragonboat with a 9:59.44 taking the win. Second in the Senior A Women goes to the Florida Tarpons at 10:14. Dragon Warriors Darksaber takes third in the Senior A Women at a 10:28.20. And in the Senior C Women, Wasabi Paddling Club with a 10:24.24. Heat was second with 11:07.12, and the Flying Phoenix Golden Warriors crew out of Philadelphia with 11:50.17. So, sir, I bid you farewell. I will be back after my Senior B mixed race.
Thank you so much, Bob. Great to have you.
Our motivation every day is the people around us in this community and making better.
Workforce development, healthcare, education.
Getting out there and making a difference in the lives that need it the most.
16 high school culinary students all competing for a full tuition scholarship. And it can be won with a simple voodoo-fied hamburger right here on Voodoo Chef Underground. Available now only on RHS TV.
Looking for RHS TV? No worries. It's free and it's easy with no login required. Using your Roku or Amazon Fire TV remote, go to the search bar and type RHS TV. When the app pops up, hit the download or add channel button. For mobile streaming, head to the App Store or Google Play and search RHS TV and hit the download button.
You can also stream RHS TV through your Apple TV, Samsung TV, or LG TV. Just head to your TV's App Store and search up RHS TV. Hit Get, Download, and open the app.
Happy streaming!
Pirates love the booty, yeah.
Love is in the air
I did. I brought my mom.
Well, Mom went in the car, and I didn't know this.
on Love in America, only on RHS TV.
All right, let's get down to what's really going on here. What's really happening here at Dragon Boat Races? It's all about the merch. All right, and this is Chris Cooksman from, what's the name of your company again?
Regatta Sport.
Regatta Sport, and you got the merch. You're literally the merch man.
We're doing the merch. So you'll see it here. It's all USDBF for the Nationals with a logo on it. And,
USDBF, that sounds very official.
Yes, that is the official body of dragon boating in America.
Okay.
Yes.
And so what's the real popular merch here, Chris?
The most popular items are our tank tops and the names, the shirts with all the names of the athletes on the back. So every athlete participating here has their individual name printed on the back of the shirt.
That's pretty special.
It is very special.
And how you're here for the whole time?
The whole time. We arrived yesterday, set up, and we're here right through the end of Sunday.
And I noticed there's no fitting room. There's no place to try anything on.
There's no
People are just putting them on right here, aren't they?
They're taking them so fast, and
They run small.
you know what? They're pretty familiar with our product,
Yeah.
so they know their sizes and come pick it up and go. Yeah.
All right, so you're going to retire at the end of this week comfortably on an island in the South Pacific.
That would be wonderful, but I think I'll keep going. I've been doing that for 35 years, and I still got a few years left in me. Yeah.
All right, well, thanks so much for spending some time with us, Chris. Have a great race.
All right, thank you.
Back paddling, slowly, go.
It's very calming in a sense because you're in this large canoe, you're with other people, and you're just sort of taking your paddle and gliding it through the water, and it sort of creates this kind of connection with you and the water and nature. I was part of the military, and because of my blindness, I lost sort of my commission, so I kind of compare it to like marching.
No, I'm pink two. The Out of Sight Dragons is a dragon boat racing team that comprises visually impaired paddlers as well as sighted paddlers. Hi! It's a lot of fun. So we help with transportation.
You want me to hold your paddle?
We have sighted volunteers who help people to get into the boat, to hand them their gear. Usually you would follow the people in the front of the boat. Pretty good drum, I think. But since they can't see them, they have to follow the beat of the drum. So we always have a drummer in our boats for practice or races.
For me, it's great to be able to kind of break down these attitudinal barriers from people who are like, why are these blind people out here, actually doing something?
And then we go to these short race. It really doesn't matter. It's a great privilege for me as a sighted coach because I learn a lot from our visually impaired paddlers and teammates. And one thing about not having a lot of vision or no vision is that they listen to me.
It's just, like you said, a community feel. It's very rare that, one, we're with other people, disabled and non-disabled, where we can actually come together, enjoy each other's presence, fellowship together, exercise, work out.
Let's do this. Yeah.
So you're just a big family, and I think that's probably different compared to other competitive teams, that we just very, very close.
I would especially encourage blind and disabled people to check it out if they're interested, and hopefully Out of Sight Dragons can be a kind of beacon to people who may want to join us, make teams of their own.
It's just a great feeling to be out here and sort of elevating Paradragon division and just raising awareness for people with disabilities.
Our motivation every day is the people around us in this community and making better.
Workforce development, healthcare, education.
Getting out there and making a difference in the lives that need it the most.
This is what we're going for.
The lighter side of sports.
JP looks like a hobo.
I can't remember ever thinking, oh, I need to look in the stands.
See, I was younger and single, so I was looking at cheerleaders.
Oh my God!
Very nice.
On RHS TV.
It's time for the semifinals of Voodoo Chef Underground. Robinson takes on Armwood. Winter Springs takes on Chamberlain High School in the semifinal. Coming soon to RHS TV.
It's time.
To upgrade your diamond now.
You'll always receive 100% of what you paid towards a diamond upgrade at any time.
Even if you purchase your diamond elsewhere, come get a free evaluation so you can upgrade to a golden diamond source diamond.
Youth News Network, for Gen Z, by Gen Z. From the RHS TV studios, we're bringing you the freshest content that matters to you. Find us on social media at WatchYNN or watch full episodes on RHS TV.
We are down here in Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Florida. It is beautiful, sunny, and just a touch warm, maybe not too warm. It's probably maybe 80-something, 90-something right now. But it'll get a little bit warmer out there today. Hopefully, we will not see any big weather. But coming up right now is race number 111, number 111. This will be a Senior A Women and Senior C Women small boat 2,000 meter. In boat number 1. Oh, excuse me, it's 92 right now. Okay, thank you so much. Whoa, wow, oh my God, feels like 107, it does. I'm sorry, so, this will be a 12-boat race. In boat 1, Orlando Dragonboat Club. In boat 2, Island City Dragonboat Club from Minocqua, Wisconsin. In boat 3, Windy City Dragons from Chicago. In boat 4, Tampa River. In boat 5, South Breeze Senior A Rebels. And in boat 6, the Philadelphia Dragonboat Association. Those will be your 6 Senior A women crews. Again, Senior A is 40 and up. Boats 7 through 12 will be your Senior C women, and those boats are Seattle Saki in boat 7. Boat 8, Dragon Max from Berkeley, California. In boat 9, Schuylkill Dragons from Philadelphia. In boat 10, another Philly team, the Philadelphia Dragonboat Association. In boat 11, Dragonheart, Vermont, based in Burlington on beautiful Lake Champlain. And in boat 12, Heat, based in the Villages, Florida. This is sure to be a really great race. It's also exciting to see the diverse geography from all of these teams. We have Florida, Chicago, Wisconsin, Philadelphia, SoCal, NorCal, another Philly, Vermont, Florida. This will be very, very exciting. I'm excited to see how we do. I think something that some of my announcer buddies and I have talked about, but I think is always pertinent to bring up, are the differences in techniques from a lot of these different crews, especially for these high-level, elite-level paddlers. Locking into whatever technique their crew uses is super important, and making sure that everyone on that boat uses that exact same technique. If someone is hinging differently, if someone's rotating differently, if someone is applying power to that paddle and moving that boat forward in a different way, it could throw off almost everyone else on that boat. Generally, this is a large generalization, I would say 2 of the most popular styles or techniques would be the high kneel or sprint canoe technique and the outrigger style stroke. The outrigger style stroke is used by many teams. South Breeze, for example, in SoCal uses that. The Philadelphia Dragonboat Association uses kind of a modified version of that as well. And that's a bit of a longer stroke. You might exit your paddle perhaps, by your hip or maybe even a tiny bit past your hip. And the most important part of that stroke, arguably, would be the pull phase, the middle part, using all of your rotation, rotating that torso, ripping it back, derotating, and pulling that paddle back, right? Also using some leg drive in there to get that extra power, right? Everybody thinks that Dragon Boat is an entirely upper body sport, and certainly arms, core, shoulders, back are super important. But when you can milk as much energy and strength as you can, and power, right, from your body, using your legs, using your hips, using your calf, whatever you can apply will only help to move that boat forward. Looks like we also have some shout outs here. Pulling up this this inbox here. Let's see. Oh, this is so cute. Jake Rubenstein wants to shout out his dad, Josh. Oh, good luck in his races and steer and paddle his team to victory. Let's go, DCDBC, DC Dragon Boat Club. Now, DC Dragon Boat Club, one of the most, I would say, infamous or famous crews in the DC area or in the DMV. They are one of the two large ones. DC Dragon Boat Club is the one that is present here, and they're racing in a number of different divisions with, honestly, very, very clever names for their crews. One of the other big crews there are called the DC Dragons. DC Dragons is a completely separate club. They wear purple. In my mind, the easiest way, DC Dragons wears purple, DC DBC wears red, mostly. DCDBC also has under their umbrella the Out of Sight Dragons, which, as we've talked about, is one of the amazing Paradragons teams present here. Let's see what other shout-outs we have. Peter is asking a very good question. Peter says he's been watching some of the national events here in Sarasota. Amazing footage. Thank you so much. He feels like the video quality is the same level as that of rowing events in the last Olympics. Wow. Amazing compliment to our production company, CV Communications, and Red House Streaming. Really great. Amazing. One question, Peter says. He says he hasn't been able to catch all the races his wife has been in, but he wants to watch them later. Will all of this footage be posted in the coming weeks? The answer, Peter, is a resounding yes. In fact, just a couple hours, probably maybe 3 or 4 hours after the race day is done, all of this footage, all of these videos will be available via video on demand on rhstv.com. So this exact live stream you're watching right now, a couple hours after the races are done at the end of the day, you'll be able to rewatch anything you want to your heart's delight. Thank you so much for that. Michelle Woody sending in, a nice little history lesson for us. Thank you so much. She wanted to give a more specific shout-out to South Breeze Rebels, not Rebels, which is how many of us have been mispronouncing it because the B is sometimes capitalized. The South Breeze Rebels, the ladies' crew, very nice. They won most of the women's events at the recent Pan American Club Crew Championships earlier this year. So as we know, this event is the U.S. Club Crew National Championships, right? It's the pre-existing U.S.-based crews. But what also occurred back in, I believe it was March, were the Pan American Club Crew Championships, or PACCC, as we've been calling them. Now we, the USDBF, are running this event, Club Crew National Championships. It's the U.S. Nationals, obviously. But the organization who hosted the Pan American Club Crew Championships were the Pan American Dragon Boat Federation, or PADBF. So generally, Dragon Boat governance is split by the world, regional, and country level. At the world level, we all know the IDBF, the International Dragon Boat Federation. They host Worlds and CCWC, the Club Crew World Championships that victors from this CCNC will be getting berths to. Then at the regional level, there are a number of organizations, including DBFA, which is the Dragon Boat Federation of Africa, the EDBF, which is the European Dragon Boat Federation, the ADBF, which is the Asian Dragon Boat Federation, the ODBF, which is the Oceania Dragon Boat Federation, and over here, covering both of the Americas, is the PADBF, the Pan American Dragon Boat Federation. And then, as I mentioned, underneath the regionals, are the country-specific ones. So we, of course, are the USDBF. In Canada, they have Dragon Boat Canada, which is the governing body there. And every country has their own specific Dragon Boat Federation, organization, association, whatever they want to call it. But getting back to this Rebels shout-out for South Breeze, these women make a big impact in the Dragon Boat community. You know, Michelle, they sure do. The Long Beach Rebels are an all-women's team comprised of multiple competitive women's crews led by Mary Tran, who is amazing. Mary, good friend of mine, she's terrific, she really is. And a tremendously talented squad of coaches. Great job this weekend, ladies. Rebels rise together. We wish really good luck to South Breeze Rebels, and it looks like they've been throwing down absolutely over these past couple days. Sorry from Connecticut is giving a nice little shout out to J-Love and the Orlando Dragons. Good luck, Sorry says. We have another South Breeze Rebels shout out from Dad and Kathy to our daughter Hannah Cassidy. The South Breeze Rebels and all of South Breeze, you are all amazing this weekend. Such strong athletes, amazing performances each day of this event. Love you all, and thanks everybody.
So we've had 65,000 unique viewers since we went on the air Friday.
And we hope that you all at home are enjoying this live stream. Again, you're watching via rhstv.com or you're watching via the RHS TV app. Over the past couple days, we have received more than 65,000 unique viewers just like yourselves. We thank you so much. We hope that you're enjoying watching these races. If you don't do Dragon Boat currently and you are interested in what you see, reach out to some folks. Do some Googling. Dragon Boaters are some of the most friendly and community-minded people I have ever met, and I'm sure we'd all be happy to get you on a boat. If you are a Dragon Boater already and you're perhaps watching this from the comfort of your own home, or if you're from a different country and you're just watching our U.S. National Championships, I thank you personally, because you could be watching Canadian Nationals instead, and you're choosing to watch U.S. Nationals. I appreciate that. Right now in Welland, Ontario, the CDBCs are happening, or Canadian Dragon Boat Championships, which are held, as I mentioned before, by Dragon Boat Canada, the official governing body there. And I have been looking at some of the times there as well. Our U.S. crews are fast. Those Canadian crews are also very fast, and I'm excited to see how they stack up against each other next summer in Ravenna, Italy, which is where the IDBF Club Crew World Championships will be held. Now, as some of you guys know, here Nathan Benderson Park in Sarasota, Florida, was also host to last summer's Club Crew World Championships, also held in July. Now, that, of course, was an international level event, an IDBF event. And there were more than, I think it was 3,000 or 2,000 participants, which was truly incredible. It was really, really amazing to see everybody here. I got to see old friends from the UK, from Hungary, from a number of other countries who I haven't seen in a very long time. It was a really, really terrific event. We have some more shout-outs here. Let's see. From Lorraine and Paul, bring it home, Dragonhearts. Of course, that's Dragonheart, Vermont. So proud of you, Peggy and Ed. We're watching you. Now, on the water now, as we mentioned, is race number 111. It looks like these 12 crews, which I think this is the first 2K we've had with 12 crews, which is a heck of a lot. These 12 crews are now getting ready to do this 2,000-meter race. Now, of course, we don't have a straight run for 2,000 meters, so what we do is we give these folks a 500-meter course, up, 500 meters down, 500 meters up, 500 meters down. So they're going to do 3 turns. They'll do 1 turn at the far end, 1 turn at the close end, 1 more turn at the far end, and then they will do their final 500 meter to that finish line. Now, you also may notice, and I will say this is a really, really terrific thing about high-level and elite-level competitions, such as Nationals and also at Worlds, too, last year. All of these boats, and I'm sure Dragon Boaters can relate to this, all of these boats have the actual number of the boat. And what I mean by that is that we have 12 boats. For whatever reason, well, not for whatever reason, typically, most local festivals or smaller races, Dragon Boat races, will only have numbers that go up to 6. And so for a race like this, where you have 12 boats on the water, they will either rely on color, so they'll say that the color of the number, so they'll say 1 through 6, and then black, and then let's say 1 through 6 red, right? Versus this is so much easier for us. We actually have numbers that say 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Makes everyone's lives easier so you can pay attention and see exactly who's who, especially when you have crews that are from the same club in the same race. So for example, we have boats 6 and 10, who are both the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. 6 is the Senior A women, and 10 is the Senior C women. So we've talked a little bit about the division. Senior A is the 40 and up division, and Senior C is the 60 and up division. Now, an important note that I think some people may be a little confused about sometimes is that, yes, 40 and up means 40 and up. So you could have a 60 or 75-year-old person in that boat because they are, in fact, above the age of 40. Typically, you likely wouldn't see that, but there are certainly people I know who are, for example, 55, who are very, very fast, and are, in fact, in Senior A, which is 40 and up, crews. So you can see here, it's a nice, beautiful shot of a whole ton of the teams that are lining up right now. I think Bob or maybe Mark talked about this earlier, but especially in the 2K, start order is of the utmost importance. And especially when you have 12 boats on the water, making sure everyone is lined up properly is super important, but also it takes a very long time sometimes, which is why the starters and the water umpires really need crews to listen to exactly what they say, move up when they say move up, move down when they say move down. So there are two lines. There's an alignment line, and then there's the actual start line. The alignment line is where you see boat number 1 sitting at right now. They're holding that boat. They're not moving. Now, at that alignment line, crews are supposed to be at a dead stop. The starter will then count them down. They will say go. I'll count down from 15, excuse me. It's 15-second stagger between each boat. They will count them down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. That crew will then be able to do as fast a start as they possibly can, but the clock does not start yet. The clock starts when they pass those start buoys, which we'll see in just a moment. Once this crew number 1 actually starts, we can take a look and see where they start. But the time does not start until they pass those start buoys. Now, what that means for everybody is that you have a nice, beautiful running start to your race. And that is something that you don't often see at a lot of other races. And it's, in my opinion, really special and good. I think it's a really great way to run this race, actually. So you can even see, if you can see some of those numbers there, they're all lined up in a row, right? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, straight across from the bottom of your screen up to the top. And then behind them, we have 7, 8, and 6. I think it's probably not a problem that 6, 7, 8 is not in order. They'll just move up. That's all good. And then behind them, we see 9, 10, 11, 12. And 1 is off. So again, these are small boats, meaning there are 10 paddlers, 1 steerer, and 1 drummer. Now, boat number 1, that's Orlando Dragon Boat Club. Now, I believe these are Senior A women, so I think this is the Orlando Sirens crew. I think that's what they're going by. So you can see they're paddling up to that start line. They're trying to get as much speed and momentum on that boat as possible. And now that they've just crossed the line, the timer will start. Starting behind them with a really nice, fast start, that's boat number 2, Island City Dragon Boat Club from Wisconsin. You can see them sprinting. That's a really nice, beautiful start. Boat number 3, Windy City Dragons from Chicago. Their signature white and blue. Colors of the Chicago flag, of course. That's boat number 3, looking very strong as well. They are through the start line. Their time has started, and they are on the clock. Boat number 4, Tampa River Dragon Boat, which is an amazing team formed during COVID from 2 teams, Saca Golden Dragons and Tampa Bay Dragon Boat Club, or TBDBC, which was also known as the Blade Runners. That was one of their other crews underneath them. An amazing crew based out of Tampa here. And in boat number 5, that is Southbury Senior A Rebels, the crew that we've talked so much about and had so many shout-outs about. We can see them with a nice, beautiful start. They're going to start lengthening, I'm sure, as they go into this 500-meter race. I think it's an important thing, and I've said this many times, but after the turns, you have 500 meters to go. The turns are exciting, obviously, but you have to do a 500-meter after that. That takes 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, you know, something like that, sub 2 maybe. It's not a walk in the park. You really have to actually settle and make sure that you know what you're doing. Settle, nice and chill. Boat number 6 is over the line. That's Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association, one of the oldest, the oldest continuously active dragon boat club in the country. Now, starting behind them is boat number 7. That's Seattle Saki. Now, Saki, of course, based out of Seattle, one of the Pacific Northwest teams. Very happy to see them here. They are actually a Senior C crew, so they are one of the 60 and up crews. Now, this race, of course, is composed of 12 boats. We have 6 Senior A and 6 Senior C. Now, they are running at the same time purely for efficiency. It's nice to have multiple boats on the water, try to run these races as fast as possible. Now, Dragon Max was off the line as well. That's boat number 8. Looks like they're already starting to catch up a little bit to Seattle Saki. Oh, excuse me, more than a little bit, to be honest with you. Boat number 9 is over the line. That's Schuylkill Dragons, based on the Schuylkill River in Philadelphia. Now it's spelled Schuylkill, but as we all know, it's pronounced Schuylkill. Very nice. Boat number 10 is off to a nice start. That's the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. We see Ellen Law, the steer that we've talked so much about, crouching, trying to get as nice and aerodynamic as she possibly can. Followed by Dragonheart, Vermont, boat number 11, based in Burlington, Vermont. I had the pleasure of meeting a number of them at a dragon boat camp last year. They are just amazing people, super nice. and really great paddlers as well. And rounding out this 2K is boat number 12, Heat. Now, we talked about this before, but the boats are seated slowest to fastest, which means the faster boats are behind and can catch the slightly slower boats in front of them, and that's where the action of the 2K is. That's why so many people call this the NASCAR of Dragon Boat or drag racing in Dragon Boat. And we can see through the first turn now, just a couple crews. It looks like we've already had one pass, and they are 3 wide right now. Boat number 4 is coming through the end of that turn. That's Tampa River Dragon Boat. Oh, and we have a nice shot here of the first 3 boats. And we had a collision, a very, very, very small collision between Windy City and I believe that's Island City. Out in front, Orlando Dragon Boat Club boat number 1 is staying ahead of all of this action. They're trying to keep it clean. They're taking that inside line because they can, but walking up on them right now is Windy City Dragons, also in white next to them. 3 abreast right now, all the way across. That's Island City Dragon Boat in the darker blue. They're trying to hang on, but they have been passed by boat number 3, and boat number 3, of course, that's Windy City Dragons, has also passed, or is passing right now, boat number 1, which is Orlando Dragon Boat Club, the Orlando Sirens, their senior A crew. Sitting behind them, of course, in a comfortable position is Tampa River Dragon Boat with their signature turquoise. And behind them, still trying to ride that inside line because she can, is boat number 5, Southbridge Senior A Rebels. And I have another announcer with me here. So as some may or may not know, I am chair of the USDBF's Communications Committee. We run all the PR, media, and social media. And I have my amazing social media manager here, Anson Wong. Anson, how are you doing?
Good. Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. Happy that you're here. If anyone here has been following the USDBF's Instagram, you've seen our Instagram lives. Anson is the awesome person who has been interviewing and doing and running those Instagram lives. But as of now, we're going to look through as these crews are passing through that first apex turn. Looks like a bunch of those crews are cleanly through, but the Senior A Women Division is out for... Oh, look at... Oh, my goodness. Wow, look at them. Woo! Boat 3 now has open water. That's Windy City Dragons. They have passed 1, they have passed 2, but they're fighting for even more. They want to throw down today, and I don't blame them. Tampa River Dragon Boat is trying to take the middle lane between 1 and 2. They're trying to walk up on 1. Now, if the front of their boat passes the back of boat 1, then they will have right of way. Although, again, everything is up to the officials, and because they are on the outside, I am not really sure what the officials will call there. Those official boats that sit at the 50-meter mark from each buoy, from the turn buoys, will call and say, boat 4, you have right of way. Take the inside. Boat 1, you do not. Take the outside. Things like that. South Breeze boat 5 is trying to come up on the inside of boat number 1, the Orlando Dragon Boat Club. We'll see if they'll actually be able to pass. Again, we can't hear what the umpires are saying up here, but it appears to me that boat 5, South Breeze, does in fact have... Oh, excuse me, they don't have right of way. They've actually let it run. They're letting Orlando go through the corridor first, which is exactly what they want to do. Anson, look at that. And look, South Breeze is going wide now.
And it looks like boat 4 has also taken the wide corridor right there. We can see that they're coming up on boat 2, which is Island City Dragon Boat Club.
That's right. Now, boat 5, South Breeze, has cut back into the turning corridor because it was safe and they didn't impede on anybody. That is perfectly fine. They're running down the Orlando Dragon Boat Club right now. Orlando's steerer is trying to crank to move it over. Anson, you and I are both 2K steerers. We know that cranking during a 2K turn is not always the best idea. You want to keep that, or especially in a small boat, in the water the whole time. These steers are amazing, though, so I will trust her gut to do that. It looks like boat 5, South Breeze, is trying to take the inside line, but I don't know if Orlando is moving over enough. Now behind all of this chaos is boat number 6, Philadelphia. They're just hanging out. They're just trying to run this race as clean as possible.
Yeah, they're looking strong out there.
They look real sharp.
And we can see it up there on boat 4 and boat 2, it seems, or South Breeze, it seems that boat 4 has taken the lead and is in front of them.
And now remember, because these boats are all staggered by 15 seconds, for boat 4 to pass boat 2 is a big deal. They've made up over 30 seconds of stagger.
Oh, and we can see South Breeze right here on the left side trying to inch up on boat 4.
They're trying so hard. They're trying to walk up on those boats, but coming through the second turn now is boat number 7, which is Seattle Saki, excuse me. They're coming cleanly into the turn all by themselves. Really nice. We saw the steerer for boat number 10, Philadelphia, signaling to that umpire boat. Yes, I know I have to do this. Acknowledging, hey, boat 10, you got to do this. She says, okay, got it. She's going into that corridor. Oh! And we have a capsize. Oh my goodness. Boat number 10, Dragon Max, is in the water. Boat number 9, Schuylkill Dragons, are trying to go around. They're trying to cut in, but it looks like boat number 10, Dragon Max, is in fact in the water. Boat 11, Dragonheart, are putting on a little bit of a break. Boat 11 and Boat 12 are both trying to be very safe and stay outside of Dragon Max. They are trying not to get too close to them. But Boat 12, Heat, and Boat 11, Dragonheart, are both into that turn corridor right now. 12 is trying to cut inside, but it looks like Dragonheart is fighting them off. Oh, and he did, in fact, have to actually slow down and put on the brakes for just a little bit to avoid a collision. It looks like the Dragon Max paddlers are okay. They're following protocol, which is to hang on to that boat. Do not swim away. Do not try to gather your belongings and paddles. Instead, please hang out there, wait for help to come.
And we can see all the way on the front in the straight, we have Boat 10 coming up on Boat 7, and it seems that they're going to overtake.
It looks like they are, and that's a really impressive answer like we were talking about. They've passed Boat 9, 8, and now they're coming up on 7, and they've passed 7. Look at that. Wow.
Wow. Going strong. It seems to me what happened there was Boat 9 clipped the oar lock on the inside.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. Oof. And anytime, especially these small boats, if that oar lock comes up even just a little bit, it's just like an ama in an outrigger canoe. The second is up, it is kind of sometimes hard to get back down. Coming into the final turn now, we can see a number of these crews. These are all the senior A women's crews, right? But out in front, that is boat number 3, Windy City Dragon Boat, who has now passed boats 2 and 1. They have passed Island City and Orlando. Looks like our Chicago friends are throwing down on Wisconsin and Florida right now.
And we have Boat 5 coming up behind them, South Breeze Rebels.
Very nice. Get some California representation. Anson is from San Francisco, of course. I'm sure she's happy to see some California reps here.
Yeah, let's go California!
It's always fun to try to get some West Coast and East Coast announcing going on. People who know each crew differently, you know, things like that. So it looks like Dragon Max are doing okay. All of the umpire boats and safety boats are, in fact, getting these people onto these boats safely. We hope there are no injuries, and we hope they are all well. Looking back down the race, though, it looks like the field has spread out a lot now. South Breeze is trying to walk up on Windy City. I don't know if they're going to be able to pass them, but they've certainly more than made up that 15-second stagger. I love hearing these mics, too. You get to actually hear all the calls.
Yeah.
It's so cool, isn't it, Ensign?
I'm very excited. You can hear all the Power 30s or Power 5s now.
Oh. Now, Windy City is, of course, taking that inside line, but like we talked about before, on this final straightaway of the 2,000 meter, you can actually sit anywhere you want. You don't have to stick in that one lane. You can sit inside the buoys if you want, and that's actually looks like exactly what Boat 3 is doing. Windy City just cut inside lane 5 instead of lane 6, which is where most of the other boats seem to be going.
That's right.
They have open water, though, so it's all fine. They have clean water, and against the final. Over the line.
Coming across the finish line, we have Boat 3, Windy City Dragons, and next we have Boat 5, South Breeze Senior A Rebels.
So again, these are their senior A crews, meaning the 40 and up women's crews. Following behind after that, the final 6 crews are the senior C women, the 60 and up crews. So here now over the line, that is boat number 4, Tempe River Dragon Boat. I think I see Monique on the drum, one of the best drummers in the country, in my opinion. And boat number 2 is now over the line with a nice strong finish, Island City from Monaco, Wisconsin.
And next we have Boat 6, which is Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. Coming in strong. And lastly, we have Boat 1, which is Orlando Dragon Boat Club.
Yep, and so we talked about time before. The 2K is one of the races where you can't really determine too carefully the exact time or placement of a whole ton of crews. Now, of course, it is a very, very good sign that Boat 6 has passed boat number 1, right?
Yes.
But in terms of actual numbers, we really, really don't know as of now.
Yes, we'll have to look back at the results to see what the final rankings are.
We will indeed. Coming down the course now is PDBA's other crew, Philadelphia's other crew. This is their senior C crew. That's boat number 10. Now this is the amazing steerer, Ellen, who taught me how to steer Hanson.
And it's awesome that you can see her sitting down. She's trying to get less air resistance in while still making sure that the whole boat is all coming down a straight line. And you can see just now that she popped her oar out of the water to have less resistance.
That's right. Now just behind them, we got the 4 final boats. Looks like we have Seattle Saki in boat number 7. Next to them, we also have boat 12, which is Heat. Now this is an impressive show. Wow, look at them. Oh my goodness. An impressive display of strength here. Boat number 12, Heat, has passed boat 7. It looks like they're walking on them right now, and they're over.
And just an update from the finish line over here, Dragon Maxes are all safely out of the water.
Very good, very good. We see the boat is still there, but all of the actual paddlers are all okay. Very good to hear, very good to hear. Now, as we said before, the times of these don't, necessarily match up if you come to the line as somebody else, but having another boat there is really, really great for motivation. You can even see here boat number 7 and boat number 12, that's Seattle Saki and Heat. 7 riding a little bit on the wake of boat 12 Heat.
And that is a strategy for the 2K.
Oh, certainly. If you can get a bump from something, if you can find a wave that you can ride for just a little bit, do it. If you can have your paddlers ease off for half a second even, for this 2,000 meter, for this almost 10-minute race, you absolutely do it. And now over the line are all of the boats. Boats 11 and 9 have just crossed, Dragonheart Vermont and Schuylkill Dragons. What a great race.
Good job, everyone.
And we are very glad that Dragon Max are all okay. We're very glad that we have so many umpire boats on the water ready for a situation exactly like this. They executed, they went into action exactly as they should have, and it looks like everybody's okay. And on the live stream, we have a nice little replay, actually, so we can see what's going on. It looks like, indeed, boat number 9 clipped Dragon Max's steering oar and actually pulled it all the way over. Oh, my goodness. And here's another angle of that. Let's see boat 9's front. They hit it, the steerer falls. And with it, she pulls the rest of the boat, and boat 9 also pushes them over. Wow, I think that's Judy, if I recall correctly. I'm glad she's okay. Glad everyone else is okay as well. Yep, there they go. Now these small boats. Anson, have you steered any small boats today?
Not today, no.
Not today? Good. Lucky. These small boats are tippy as all heck. The second you start moving even just a little bit, you can feel it. You can really, really feel it. I shift my weight when I steer sometimes, left and right, and that entire boat just tips left and right like you wouldn't believe.
Oh, I remember from last year when we were here for CCWC. I steered the small boat women's, and that was really tippy, for sure.
Yeah. So here we have some unofficial results. In first place in the Senior A Women Division, South Bree Senior A Rebels with a 10:33. In second in the Senior A Women Division, Philadelphia with a 10:37.89. And then in third, Windy City with a 10:50.53. Anson, you want to go through Senior C Women?
And for Senior C Women, we have in first place... All right, and for Senior C Women, we have first Philadelphia Dragonboat Association, and next we have Heat. And last but not least, we have Dragonheart Vermont, coming in at 11:23.46.
A very nice job by all these crews, especially in these small boats. These small boats are heavy. Even for 200s and 500s, they're heavy. Doing a full 2,000 meters is really impressive, I gotta say. Now that was race number 111. Coming up next after this will be race number 112, which will be standard boats, not these small boats. Senior B Mixed and the BCP Mixed. Now the BCP are one of the special interest divisions. BCP, which stands for Breast Cancer Paddler, used to be called BCS, Breast Cancer Survivor. Did a little rebranding, and now the IWBF calls them Breast Cancer Paddlers, which is great. They're one of the 3 special interest divisions. Breast Cancer Paddlers are folks who have fought, currently are fighting, or currently fighting diagnoses of breast cancer. Breast cancer paddling as a concept was first thought up, dreamed up by Dr. Don McKenzie, based in Vancouver. He was a physician. He is a physician. who was working with women who had recent breast cancer diagnoses and were in remission and such. And the predominant thinking at the time was that breast cancer patients in remission couldn't do strenuous physical activity with their upper bodies and such. And he challenged that, and he said, you know what? Let's see what happens. And so he did. He had this inaugural crew of amazing breast cancer paddlers who started dragon boat paddling, realized that actually it was the opposite. It was doing good for their bodies to be doing this activity. It's low, it is low impact, it's repetitive, right? And it uses a lot of upper body muscles and such. And that's really where breast cancer paddling was born. That was, I believe, the mid-90s, maybe 96 or 97. And so that, ever since then, the breast cancer paddler division has really exploded, including one of the other large governing bodies, the IBCPC, or International Breast Cancer Paddlers Commission, who holds their own participatory festival every 4 years, if I recall correctly, most recently in New Zealand. So we really, really love the BCP division. They're incredible.
Our motivation every day is the people around us in this community and making better.
Workforce development, healthcare, education.
Getting out there and making a difference in the lives that need it the most.
Almost went on a date with someone who was possibly a murderer.
Oh my God!
Dating hazards and mishaps.
I want just the text back.
No question, no doubt about it. It's a 5.
Check out Dating in America on RHS TV.
It's time
to upgrade your diamond now.
You'll always receive 100% of what you paid towards a diamond upgrade at any time.
Even if you purchase your diamond elsewhere, come get a free evaluation so you can upgrade to a golden diamond source diamond.
It's time for the semifinals of Voodoo Chef Underground. Robinson takes on Armwood. Winter Springs takes on Chamberlain High School in the semifinal. Coming soon to RHS TV.
This broadcast will be available on demand on all RHS TV streaming apps.
I was 14 when I first started paddling.
I started paddling like 2 years ago, so 19?
I was about 12 whenever I started.
Ooh, I started paddling in fall 2019, so 18 years old.
When I first started paddling, I was, I think, 12 or 13 years old. It was in my first year of high school.
I think it puts us at a little bit of an advantage. Young people tend to be a little bit smaller and lighter, typically, and so that means that the boat is just a little bit lighter, too.
I definitely think it's an advantage. It allows me to push myself further, be in uncomfortable mindset when I'm like trying to push myself harder and do more harder workouts. And I recover faster too.
If I'm in a boat with a lot of people my age, I feel like that's an advantage because I've already been doing it for about 2 years. But with older people, I kind of feel like I'm the odd one out because I don't have as much power as like my dad. So
I think that age is somewhat a non-factor when it comes to competing in Dragon Boat, because at the end of the day, if you are technically able to paddle and also be able to paddle with your teammates well, then you can get very far.
Heavy, now!
I'm a paddling addict.
Early George.
I was first told it's a cheap sport, which that's a lie.
That's it.
I was told it takes 10,000 strokes before you figure it out. That's a lie. That's just getting started.
Beautiful.
I paddle on Heat Team. We're located out of the Villages in Florida.
Here we go, sitting ready.
We are predominantly a senior C team.
Attention.
We are a competitive team. Athletics, when I was growing up as a young girl, were non-existent.
Start. Up. One.
After I raised my family and climbed the corporate ladder and did all of this and stepped on a boat, first time, hooked. I am addicted to this. I have been paddling. I'm in my 13th year. I am a 2-time world champion.
We'll do 1 feet down at a time.
I love dragon boating. I have met people from all over the world. There's such camaraderie, not only on the boat, but in the sport itself. People are just wonderful.
Watch the boat, guys.
This is truly a sport for every age group.
The back right to draw. Back right draw.
So it's not limited to just when you're young. Older people can get involved. I didn't get involved until I was 58, and who knew that I was this competitive?
That's it. Here we go. Build for it. Building.
It pushes you to lead a healthier lifestyle.
Up. One.
I encourage anyone, try it. It's not for everyone, but you'd be surprised. I'm a great grandmother. I am not sitting in a rocking chair somewhere.
Find that catch.
I am out having the best time of my life.
Yeah, take it down.
And it's a whole lot of fun.
Beautiful. Very nice.
This is what we're going for.
The lighter side of sports.
JP looks like a hobo.
I can't remember ever thinking, I need to look in the stands.
See, I was younger and single, so I was looking at cheerleaders.
Oh my God.
Very nice.
On RHS TV. Are you looking to harness the power of video to get your message out? Now you can effectively connect to your target audience across all platforms for the best price anywhere. We will produce your commercial and advertise your business for just $500 per month for 1 year. You will not find a lower cost or higher value than RHS TV, connecting Tampa Bay.
Youth News Network, for Gen Z, by Gen Z. From the RHS TV studios, we're bringing you the freshest content that matters to you. Find us on social media at WatchYNN or watch full episodes on RHS TV.
Our motivation every day is the people around us in this community and making better.
Workforce development, healthcare, education.
Getting out there and making a difference in the lives that need it the most.
RHS TV, delivering stories of change, hope, and positivity. RHS TV, connecting Tampa Bay.
Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready for race 112. We've changed shifts for announcers again. Mark is back. Race 112 is a mixed race. It is the Senior B Mixed Standard Boat and BCP Standard Boat. Boat 1 is going to be One Fun Crew. That's Senior B Mixed. Boat 2 is Charleston Paddle Club Senior B Mixed. And Boat 3, Senior B Mixed, is Philadelphia Dragonboat Association. In the BCP category, Boat 4 is Pink Phoenix. Boat 5 is Dragon Dream Team. Boat 6 is Empire Dragons. And Boat 7 is NBP Paddlers. You can see Philadelphia doing a practice run through the turn at this point, which is what most boats do when they get down to the staging area. Our officials are getting ready to get back out on the water. Yep. Well, we're getting ready for this race to stage and get started. This race is drawing intense international attention. We've had viewers from the Philippines, Serbia, England. We know yet we've had other countries, Argentina. I believe yesterday we had Japan. So this race is drawing a lot of international attention. Through overnight, we had, I believe it was 40,000 views of this race on the live stream. Okay, it was just updated. We're over 65,000 views of this race. So we are getting intense interest in this race. This is really, really good for this event and for dragon boating in general. Waiting for the officials to get back out. Seem to have a minor traffic jam between the dragon boats and the official boats. And the Charleston Paddle Club is waving to the tower as they go by. Charleston Paddle Club has one of the USDBF directors on the drum, and our webmaster is a paddler on Charleston Paddle Club, and she's waving. They both waved at me. This is going to be a 7-boat race, 3 Senior B Mixed and 4 BCP teams in this race. Boats 1 through 3 are the Senior B, and 4 through 7 are the BCP teams. One Fun Crew is out of Mount Dora, Florida, which is, I believe it's about an hour and a half north of here, north maybe a little bit east. So it's not quite a local race for them, but it's not far. The drummer on One Fun Crew, Grace, is well known throughout the dragon boating community. Thank you, Grace. You got a shout out. I am also a paddler in Central Florida, so I've paddled against Grace's teams for a number of years. Okay, the official boats are off the dock. The dragon boats are moving into the staging area, so we'll be ready to go shortly. We please have race 113 to marshaling, and that includes Seattle Saki. Race 113, small boat, Senior A mixed, PD1, and BCP mixed, small boat. Race 113 to marshaling now, please. Our former announcer, Carrie, is busy right now positioning all of these boats, getting them ready and in the proper position, getting them ready to start. They will start in numeric order, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, obviously. There are no real lanes in a 2K race. You do have to stay in lanes on the way down and on the way back until your final 500 when you are free to find open water. Again, this is a rolling start. The starter will give the boat a countdown of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Anywhere in that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the boat can start. The clock starts when they cross the start line. The on-race official is giving them their final instructions, getting them ready to go. And boat one has got their start going, getting ready to hit the start line. They're picking up speed, and boat one is across the start line. Boat two, Charleston Paddle Club, is picking up speed, getting ready to hit the start line. Charleston Paddle Club is across the start line. Here comes Philadelphia Dragonboat Association in boat three. These are Senior B mixed boats. Here comes boat four, which is Pink Phoenix, getting ready to cross the start line. Boat five, which is Dragon Dream Team in their pink jerseys, coming across the start line. Here comes six, Empire Dragons. And they're going to be followed very quickly by boat seven, which is NBP Paddlers. So all seven boats are across the start line and underway. If you want to give us a shout out, you can go to communications, plural, at USDBF.org. That is available for those of you online. It's communications, plural, at USDBF.org. we've got a shout out from Jake Rubenstein. It came in early this morning, wishing his dad, Josh Rubenstein, good luck in his races to steer and paddle his teams to victory. Let's go DC Dragonboat Club. Color 2. Okay, the first 3 boats, the Senior B mixed boats, have already made their first turn. Looks like they all came around cleanly. We've got good order coming down the race course. One Fun Crew looks like they've actually stretched out the interval a little bit over Charleston Paddle Club, and Philadelphia is closing the interval on Charleston Paddle Club. It's interesting to watch the 2K, and I did a 2K earlier. The rate in a 2K compared to a 200, when your rate is probably, for a lot of boats, 70 plus strokes a minute, and in the 500 meter you're probably 65 strokes a minute or higher for some boats, depending. And in the 2K, because you're going for 4 500 meter races, the stroke rate probably comes right down to about a 60. It almost looks relaxed, but believe me, it is not. You're working hard out there. We've got One Fun Crew coming into the second turn. And we've got Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association in 3, overlapping Charleston Paddle Club. Charleston Paddle Club is going to have to give way since Philadelphia's got right away. And Charleston Paddle Club is taking the wide lane. That is probably a very good move by Charleston Paddle Club. That way there is no interference. And they can by doing that, they can maintain their momentum. They don't have to slow down to give Philadelphia right away, so they're maintaining their momentum even though they did take it a little bit wider.
And we have some great shout outs today from Amanda Saunders. Shouting out to Pink Phoenix, which is coming up right now. Go, Auntie, go. Pink Phoenix Power from Amanda, Davis, Kylie, and Porter. They're coming up right now in boat number 4, sorry.
Okay, we've got our first BCP team coming through in boat 5. That is Dragon Dream Team. They've made up the stagger over boat 4 in Pink Phoenix. So they're having a very strong race for Dragon Dream Team in their pink jerseys. Boat 7, NBP Paddlers on their home water. They're having a very good race. They've made up the stagger on boat 4. So they're having a very strong race as well. And remember, these boats were seeded based on their 200-meter time. Boat 5 just ran over a buoy. They're cutting the corner. They're going to have time penalties for the way they just took that corner. Boat 7 has made the turn cleanly. Boat 4 is making the turn cleanly, as is boat 6. Boat 5 took a shortcut.
And speaking of Boat 6, Empire Dragons, we have a shout out to them from Pat Hutchings. Go Empire, especially our daughter Leslie. Nebraskans are all rooting for you all. XOXO, Mom and Dad. Great job, keep paddling.
And the Senior B boats are coming into their final turn. And it looks like it's from here, it looks like it is Philadelphia, followed by One Fun Crew, followed by Charleston Paddle Club. About the time you come out of that third turn, you're going, oh my God, can I hang on for the rest of this race? For the third turn in the Senior B mixed boats, it looks like everybody's so far had a clean turn. And all of the Senior B mixed boats are in their final 500. It's gut it out time on that final 500. Hang on and keep paddling. In the BCP division, we've still got Dragon Dream Team out in front. Looks like they're followed by NBP Paddlers, followed by Empire, followed by Pink Phoenix. I've got a bad angle, but that's what I think I'm seeing. And for the Senior B mixed, coming in with about 200 meters, it's Philadelphia, followed by One Fun Crew, followed by Charleston Paddle Club. Somebody's got a cheering section going on the beach. Can't quite make it out, but somebody's got a cheering section going down there. With about 50 meters to go, it's going to be Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association coming across the line first. Remember, this is total accumulated time. Followed by One Fun Crew with Charleston Paddle Club coming in behind One Fun Crew. So the finish order is going to be 3-1-2. The BCP division teams are making their third turn now. Looks like Dragon Dream Team had a much better turn on turn 3 than they did on turn 2. From here, it looks like everybody had a clean turn 3 in the BCP division. All of the Senior B mixed are across the line. A little bit of celebrating for One Fun Crew. Everybody else is grasping their knees and gasping for breath.
Hey Mark, we usually get a lot of shout outs for our teams out there, but we have one from from Katie. Mark Kane, great announcing and commentating on the races, so great job.
Thank you, Katie. I did not pay for that shout out.
I'm sure you're going to slip her a 20 later on today.
Could be. Okay, we've got the BCP divisions in a line coming down their last. The lead boat's got about 200 to go, so they're getting there. The steersperson is urging them to give it everything they can for this final 200, so it gets tough at this point.
If the home Nathan Benderson Park team can hear it, Caitlin Gross says, "We love you. We're so proud of you and your team. Go Evelyn, a.k.a. Honeygram, and NBP, love Raiden."
Okay, coming into the finish, it's going to be NBP Paddlers in the lead. Followed by, that's boat 7, followed by boat 5, which is Dragon Dream Team. And then 4 and 6 are battling it out neck and neck. Coming in with about 150 meters to go. It's going to be in the BCP division. It's going to be NBP paddlers crossing the line first for that division. Dragon Dream Team is coming across the line second in that division. But Dragon Dream Team took the scenic route in the first turn, so we'll have to see about the results there.
Look at that, Empire Dragons is breaking away.
Empire Dragons, they're pulling hard that last 20 meters. Good job by all these crews for a very successful 2K race. Congratulations to all of these crews. The next race will be race 113. This is going to be a large race. There's going to be 11 boats on the water in this race. We were talking earlier about how churned up the water gets in these races. With 11 boats out there, it's going to be a washing machine. The results are on that race 112. Philadelphia Dragon Club in the Senior B Mixed, 9:29.11. Second, Charleston Paddle Club, 10:11.84. And third, One Fun Crew, 10:28 even. For the BCP teams, it is NBP Paddlers, 10:58.68. Empire Dragons, 11:34.44. Dragon Dream Team, 11:36.98. And Pink Phoenix in 12:07.57. Those are the unofficial results.
Our motivation every day is the people around us in this community and making better.
Workforce development, healthcare, education.
Getting out there and making a difference in the lives that need it the most.
16 high school culinary students all competing for a full tuition scholarship. And it can be won with a simple voodoo-fied hamburger right here on Voodoo Chef Underground. Available now only on RHS TV.
Looking for RHS TV? No worries. It's free and it's easy with no login required. Using your Roku or Amazon Fire TV remote, go to the search bar and type RHS TV. When the app pops up, hit the download or add channel button. For mobile streaming, head to the App Store or Google Play and search RHS TV and hit the download button.
You can also stream RHS TV through your Apple TV, Samsung TV, or LG TV. Just head to your TV's App Store and search up RHS TV. Hit Get, Download, and open the app.
Happy streaming!
Pirates love the booty, yeah.
Love is in the air.
I did. I brought my mom.
Well, Mom went in the car, and I didn't know this.
On Love in America, only on RHS TV.
Back on Regatta Island just before another race, I was able to wrangle this team, and if it feels a little bit cool right now, temperature-wise, it's because a north wind just flew in from San Francisco. That's the name of your team, right?
Yes.
Bowden?
Yes.
Are you in charge of this group?
I'm not.
Clearly. But you are sitting next to me, and I have a microphone that only goes so far. But tell us, where are you guys all from in San Francisco, and how did you guys get your team started?
Well, I actually don't know that information. He would know better than I would.
All right, you're done, Bowden. Thanks so much. Very little. Very little.
No problem.
Bowden. All right.
I got this.
Eric's got this now. This is Eric.
Yep. So the team started back in 2015. It was started by actually we had three first founding founders. I was one of them. There's John Sang, Fred, Trick, Al. We paddled for CAU, which is California United, back in 2014 for a team for Hungary. So we represented USA in Italy, and we did okay. And then we thought we could bring that vibe or that feeling that back to California and or specifically NorCal. And so we started Northwind, and pretty much it was I guess that's how that name started, because we wanted to have that strong presence in the north. So we kind of named it Northwind, and from there we just paddled for 9 years. We went to Hungary, represented USA there, and we also tried to aim for France. That was back in 2 years ago, 2019. Unfortunately, COVID hit, so we weren't able to have any races then. But here we are, getting ready for Italy again.
And back to Bowden over here. Bowden, who is the highest paid member of the team?
We don't get paid for this. We do all this on our free time. This is a hobby. We just do what we love.
Wait a second. Are you telling me that you came all the way from San Francisco, got a hotel here at Sarasota, gonna bust your tails out there on the water because it's fun?
Exactly. Just to paddle for about 2-ish minutes.
Now, how refreshing is that, right? That these aren't overpaid, privileged athletes begging for green M&Ms in the green room before the show. Or maybe that's just me, because I love green M&Ms. But guys, good luck. Congratulations. Do you guys have like a team chant or anything like that?
We just say our name.
We just say
Northwind. Let's hear Northwind on 3. You ready? 1, 2, 3.
Northwind.
Okay, let's try it now with some feeling, right? 1, 2, 3.
Northwind.
All right, that's all right. Thanks, Bowden. Thanks, Eric. Thanks, Northwind. And stay tuned. We'll be right back.
And we're back. Next race, race 113. It's a large race. Small boat, Senior A mixed, PD1, and BCP mixed. There's going to be 11 boats in this race. Senior A mixed, we've got DCH Racing New York. That's boat 1. Boat 2, Wham Dragonboat Club. Lane 3, Seattle Saki. I say lane, that's boat number. Boat number 4, DC Dragonboat Club. Boat 5, Tampa River Dragonboat. Boat 6, Bucks Dragonboat. In the PD1 category, we've got DC Dragonboat Club. In the yellow jerseys, they go by the name of Out of Sight Dragons. In PD1, Boat 8 is Adaptive Fusion Dragonboat Club. In the BCP, Boat 9 is Against the Wind. Boat 10 is Mammoglams. I believe they're out of Jacksonville. And Boat 11 is Dragonheart, Vermont. So again, 11 boats in this race. It will be an interesting couple of turns here with this many boats in this race.
And we have some shout outs to the Bucks Dragonboat team, Bucks Fusion from Daisy. She's saying, Bucks Fusion, harder, better, faster, stronger. You girls can do it. XOXO Daisy. Also for the Bucks, we have Donna cheering for Bucks Fusion Senior A mixed small boat. Go Cynthia. Heidi Stone wants to send congratulations to Adaptive Fusion on all the golds in the 200 and 500s. We'll be cheering live from Southern California for your 2K. So proud for our Fusion teammates who've made the first Team USA Paradragons. Michael, Lisa, Sally, Skip, and coaches Steve and Linda. Can't wait to join our teammates from Out of Sight Dragons and our whole Paradragons crew in Thailand. From Heidi, thank you.
The on-water race officials are giving the boats their final instructions, start getting them lined up, getting ready for the start. It's a rolling start. The starter gives them a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 countdown. Once the starter starts at 5, the boats can go at any time within that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's going to be Senior A Mixed, PD1, and then BCP. Boat 1, DCH Racing out of New York, is underway, getting ready to cross the start line. Boat 1 is across. Boat 2 is in their start. That is Wham out of the Pacific Northwest. They're going to be followed by Seattle Saki, another team out of the Pacific Northwest. In boat 3, they are getting their boat moving, building their rate. Boat 4 is the DC Dragon Boat Club getting underway. Boat 4 is across the start. Boat 5, Tampa River Dragon. River Dragon Boat. They've got a quick start. They're one of the quicker rates we've seen. They're across the start line. And here comes Boat 6, Buck's Dragon Boat. So all of the Senior A mixed boats are on the course. DC Dragon Boat Club Out of Sight Dragons are building speed, headed towards the start line. Their bright yellow jerseys are very distinctive out on the course. You can always tell where Out of Sight Dragons are.
Mark, there's actually a story behind that. When they came to the first DC festival, they had white t-shirts, and during the breaks we would lose them all in the crowd. So we decided some neon yellow shirts would be great so we can spot them in the crowds.
And just so you know why we're talking about spotting them in the crowd and losing them, this is a visually impaired team.
That's right. So if you can't see them and they can't see you beckoning for them to come back to Marshall.
Boat 8 is across the line. Boat 9 is approaching the start.
So boat 8 was Adaptive Fusion, which is the second boat in the
PD1 category.
Exactly.
To show you with 11 boats, the first boat, which is a Senior A mix, DCH Racing, is already coming out of the first turn, and boat 10 is just crossing the start line. And here comes boat 11. These are the last 3 boats are BCP teams. Boat 9 is Against the Wind, boat 10 is Mammoglams, and boat 11 is Dragonheart, Vermont. They are all just across the start line, and the Senior A mixed teams are already on their way up into their second 500. So 11 teams, it covers a lot of ground. Some of these corners, the Senior A mixed teams are considerably quicker than some of the PD1 teams, especially. So it could be interesting in turn 3. We could have some interesting overtakes.
All right, just looking at the PD1 teams, we see Adaptive Fusion taking the lead over Out of Sight Dragons, coming down the first stretch. Headed towards that first turn. Everyone's looking strong out there. the BCP teams. For BCP, we have Against the Winds leading the pack for the segment division, and then looks like Dragonheart Vermont is coming in behind them with Mammoglams right behind.
Okay, we have got the first of the Senior A mixed teams coming in to the second turn, excuse me. That is boat 1, that is DCH Racing, New York. Looks like Wham has closed the gap slightly, but it also looks like Wham has widened the gap back to boats 3 and 4 and 5. So DCH Racing is going to be the first into the turn, followed by Wham.
Now it looks like boat number 5, Tampa River, is trying to take this away from Seattle Saki. They're trying to walk up on them, and it looks like they're going to do it. The front of 5's boat is right around the tail of boat number 3's. They're trying to walk up on them, and it looks like they're going. Oh my goodness.
Oh, look at that. They're gaining a seat. They're gaining a seat.
Walking on a boat is one of the most satisfying things you can do in Dragon Boat, I gotta say. It's really, really terrific. It's also one of the scariest things when you see a boat come up right next to you and then pass you. So we'll see if Tampa has the strength to do that right now. But coming through the turn right now, coming up to that 50-meter buoy, is Boat 8, Adaptive Fusion Dragon Boat Club.
And that's part of the PD1 division.
That's right.
Which is all physically handicapped people on the boat except for the drummer and the steerer.
That's right.
No support paddlers, so this is all them. They're looking very strong today.
Unlike the PD2, which does have support paddlers. Is that right, Brindisi?
Correct. It was 50% support paddlers on a PD2 boat.
Love it. Love that. Now looking on your screen again, it does look like, in fact, Boat 5 Tampa has fully passed boat number 3, Seattle Saki. Again, these are both Senior A mixed small boat crews. They're going to try to hold on to that lead, and they're going to try to build it even more, but having passed boat 4 and boat 3, it looks like they are solidly and squarely making up that 15-second stagger and then some. They've made up about probably 30 seconds at this point. Going into the turn now is Out of Sight Dragons from Washington, D.C., and their bright neon that we've been talking about. I believe that's Simon on the helm and Robin on the drum.
That's right, taking the inside corridor. They're looking good.
They're
Sharp
urging
turns.
these paddlers on, that's right, with these nice sharp turns to go through this turn as fast as they can, apply some power.
Boat 11, Dragonheart Vermont, is a BCP team. They are the first, looks like they're the second of the BCP teams through the turn. I'm sorry, I had stepped away to take care of some other business. I'm back.
No problem. And it looks like, to your point, Dragonheart Vermont, Boat 11 has passed 10, 9, and 8, in fact. And they are now trying to catch up to Boat 7, although, again, they are in different divisions, right?
They are.
Out of Sight Dragons being in Boat 7. Going into the turn now is Boat number 10. That's the Mammoglams, which you mentioned, Mark, are part of JDBC?
They are. They're out of Jacksonville, part of Jacksonville Dragonboat Club.
Very nice, very nice.
And the Senior A mixed boats are coming out of turn 3. Looks like everybody had good, clean turns down there.
Now, this Dragonheart Vermont crew, boat number 11, is getting a shout-out actually right now in an email from Pat Finnemore, who says, go win another one for your landlocked sisters. Go Dragonheart Vermont sisters. Wish I could be there. Amazing. And now just coming out of that turn was boat number 10, the Mammoglams that we were talking about, and it looks like they cut inside of that final turn buoy. Is that right, folks?
That is. I saw them cut through that last buoy there.
So we'll see what the officials have to say about that. As we all know, on these turns, you have to stay outside of those buoys and inside, well, outside of those buoys, and you are not allowed to typically clip them or hit them either. And now over the line, that's DCH Dragonboat from New York City, Wham from Washington, boat number 2, and boat number 4, DC Dragonboat Club. We can hear these crews really ramping up their finishes right now, trying to sprint to this finish over the line. And with that, boat number 5, Tampa River, has finished their 2,000-meter race.
Look at that, Matthew. Looks like we have a neck-and-neck race between 6 and 3.
Let's go Bucks. I mean, impartial up here. That's right.
That's Seattle Sake and Bucks Dragonboat team.
That's right. They're both over the line together, and it looks like we had a nice last-minute surge from both of these teams to try to bring those boats over that finish line as quickly as they can. Still on the water, we have a number of crews. Over the line coming up next will be boat number 9, which is Against the Wind. This is a crew based out of the Philadelphia Flying Phoenix Dragonboat Club. Against the Wind is one of their amazing Senior A mixed crews. Oh, excuse me,
it's also their
BCP.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sorry. reading the wrong paper over here. Their BCP mixed crew. I see them very often, in fact, up in the Northeast. A mainstay of East Coast Dragonboat racing, I will say. Following up behind them looks like boat number 8, which is Adaptive Fusion Dragonboat Club. Now, Adaptive Fusion is based out of Cerritos, California, which of course is in the PDBA region, the Pacific Dragonboat Association region.
Track.
So it looks like down here we're watching the finish line. The steerer for Against the Wind, Philadelphia Flying Phoenix Against the Wind, seems to have lost track of how many turns they're supposed to do. All good though, no harm, no foul. But they went into the turn corridor and actually were starting to do another turn.
They need to turn it around and follow around the island back to Marshall.
They do indeed. They're going around for some reason. But anyway, here on your screen, this is Adaptive Fusion, like we said, based out of Cerritos, California. They are fielding 2 crews, if I recall correctly, a small PD1, that's this, and a standard PD2, actually, which is great, which, like Brindisi mentioned, is 50% folks with registered impairments and 50% support paddlers.
Still on the water are 2 of our BCP teams yet to cross the line.
Actually, correction, that's Dragonheart, Vermont, boat 11, and Out of Sight Dragons coming up last.
Yep, it's the bright yellow jerseys. I didn't. How could I miss those jerseys?
That's right. They are out of sight.
We'll have to get you some new sunglasses there, Mark.
Must be. Must be.
I know these paddlers must be tired on this 2K, going through again.
2,000 meters is a lot, Brindisi.
It is. I know I would be tired. I hope they had a hearty breakfast.
That's right. Oh, and actually, to viewers wondering, so we've been saying that it's 2,000 meters, and it certainly is, but we've also been calling the straightaways 500s. Now, I believe here, they're actually more like 450, 475, something
That's
like that.
right. They're a little bit shorter.
450, exactly, because we account for the amount, the meterage that you do during the turn. And so the total, the actual total, if you clocked it, would be 2,000, but the straights are 450 each, because the turns take around 50 meters each. And of course, we do 3 of them.
And there goes boat 11, Dragonheart, Vermont, crossing the line.
Dragonheart, Vermont Sisters is over the line, looking really strong. I love their white caps. Makes it nice and easy. I think Linda Dyer's in that boat, not quite sure. But she's one of the founders of Dragonheart, Vermont, which, as Mark has told me yesterday, Dragonheart, Vermont is the largest dragon boat club in the entire United States in terms of registered members.
That's registered members within the USDBF system.
Which is incredible.
And
Truly
here
amazing.
comes Out of Sight Dragons in their bright yellow jerseys that I missed a moment ago. Coming across the finish line. Congratulations to Out of Sight Dragons.
Very nice.
All right, they had their Cheerios this morning. All right, and that finishes race 130. Oh,
we've got boat 10
that's
coming.
right, one more. Sorry about
Boat
that.
10's got about 75 meters to go. That is the Mammograms from Jacksonville.
Mammograms, that's a really interesting name. Do you know how they got that?
I do not. I do not. They have that name. They have used it for a number of years. I do know that.
Well, they certainly are glamorous.
Yeah, glamorous mammograms. Yeah, there you go.
And their steers in her bright pink skort.
Yes, a skort is what you call a portmanteau, and they're coming over the line right now. A portmanteau is a combination between a skirt, 2 words that become 1 word. A skirt and a short become a skort. So congratulations to everyone.
We're a little uncertain. It looks like
Flying Phoenix against the wind is going through another turn.
We may have miscalled that before.
Excuse us if we did. Perhaps they're still going through their race, actually. And if they are, then we wish them very good luck, and they look very strong from over here. Yeah, it looks like they're going through the turn corridor. Okay.
We apologize for miscalling that turn.
Yeah, sorry about that. Well, even from here, I can see that steer expertly taking that oar out of the water, trying to get a little bit of that drag off, trying to increase or hold that speed. Although it looks like she's a little off course now. I'm sure we'll figure out what's going on very soon.
I think they just got told that they were paddling extra distance. They just stopped.
Oh, okay.
That's one way to get back to marshalling.
But is that the shorter way?
It's a long paddle around this island. But
it sure is.
It sure is.
We're a little confused on what's going on. They're over 500 meters from where we are, and it's a little confusing.
Yeah.
Looks like they're just finishing up that curve and headed down the straightway again.
It does. Looks like We must have miscalled them in turn 2, thinking that that was their finish turn.
While we're watching that, we're going to do a few more shout-outs. We have one for Yumi from Felicia Ziegler. You're killing it. Hopefully it's not murder, but you're doing a great job out there.
And there's another, it looks like, shout-out to Yumi, actually, from Gwen Hills. She says, I know y'all are competing against each other, but hope y'all are doing great. Yumi, Teddy, and Ha. Love from Houston. Ha went, an old friend of mine as well. And Yumi, probably from both Texas and California, paddling on South Breeze here, if I recall correctly.
Well, Yumi is certainly popular in the shout-outs.
She sure is. Oh, looks like we got a shout-out from Joyce. Hi, Joyce. Shout-out to DCH. Our juniors are cheering you on right now from New York. Thank you so much, Joyce. DCH is one of the largest youth teams on the East Coast. I work with a number of them as well, and a few of them are actually on Team USA Juniors this year, which I'm an assistant coach for, and it's been really, really great to see the youth develop over on the East Coast. There aren't a ton of us, and not a ton of, especially under 18s or under 16s, not like on the West Coast where a lot of high schools have teams. So it's been really, really terrific to see them develop, and I hope to only see them grow in the future.
And it looks like we have an early birthday wish for Emily Suen from Tiffany Chan. Please shout out for Emily Suen from Northwind for an early happy birthday. She wrote the whole happy birthday song out. I will not sing it, but happy birthday to you, dear Emily. Happy birthday to you.
Thanks, Tiff. Now, if anyone else listening would like to send in a nice little shout-out or anything else you'd like us to say, email us at communications@usdbf.org. That's communications with an S at usdbf.org. Now, you are watching this live stream on RHS TV. Of course, the live race results and the official race results can be found on a different website. They can be found at idbfchamps.org. And you can navigate to national championships, or you can go straight to idbfchamps.org/2023 SAR. SAR for Sarasota. idbfchamps.org/2023 SAR.
And Against the Wind has finished their 2K race. Congratulations.
Yes, and again, apologies on our end for miscounting. Sorry about that. But a great race run by all teams here. That was race number 113. Which was the Senior A Mixed, the PD1 Open, and the BCP Mixed Small Boat 2,000 meter. Coming up next is race 114, which will be Premier Mixed Standard Boat. This is sure to be a very exciting race. There will be 9 crews here, and we'll go through them in just a little bit.
The results of the Senior A Mixed. Unofficial, Bucks. We've got to wait for the screen to roll. Okay, it is Bucks Dragonboat, Senior A Mixed, unofficial, 10:22.54. Tampa River Dragon, 10:28.14. DC Dragonboat Club. Okay, Wham in 10:49.48 in fourth. DCH Racing New York, 11:01.57 in Seattle. Saki, 11:09. The screen rolled over on me. In the PD1, Adaptive Fusion, 11:52.03. Dragonheart Vermont in the BCP division was first. The screens are changing automatically about every 20 seconds. I have to talk faster. Okay, and Dragonheart Vermont. Dragonheart Vermont BCP Mixed was first, 12:17:01. Mammograms in the BCP division was second in 13:53:59. PD1, DC Dragonboat Club Out of Sight Dragons was 13:58, and against the wind, we apologize for the miscount, was 18:51.
All right, I know it's lunchtime out there, and some of you guys might be hungry. We actually had a shout out for a vendor. So a shout out to Hamilton's Concessions in the Silver Trailer for having one of the best Philly cheesesteaks he's had out of South Philly from John B. and his son.
Senior A1 Small Boat Award Ceremony, please.
Our motivation every day is the people around us in this community and making it better.
Workforce development, healthcare, education.
Getting out there and making a difference in the lives that need it the most.
This is what we're going for.
The lighter side of sports.
JP looks like a hobo.
I can't remember ever thinking, I need to look in the stands.
See, I was younger and single, so I was looking at cheerleaders.
Oh my God.
Very nice.
On RHS TV.
It's time for the semifinals of Voodoo Chef Underground. Robinson takes on Armwood. Winter Springs takes on Chamberlain High School in the semifinal. Coming soon to RHS TV.
It's time.
To upgrade your diamond now.
You'll always receive 100% of what you paid towards a diamond upgrade at any time.
Even if you purchase your diamond elsewhere, come get a free evaluation so you can upgrade to a golden diamond source diamond.
Youth News Network, for Gen Z, by Gen Z. From the RHS TV studios, we're bringing you the freshest content that matters to you. Find us on social media at WatchYNN or watch full episodes on RHS TV.
All right, here we are with the
Golden Warriors!
And I clearly need to put my shades on because this is an intense group here. All right, here with Ann Kelly, the coach of the team and also one of the paddlers. Ann, how do you feel about your chances this week?
They're great. We are ready. We have worked hard, and we are going to come down here and have 5 great races.
Now, I can hear some sort of an accent at all. Are you from the Philadelphia area by any chance?
Perhaps I am. Yes, I'm from Philadelphia. Yes.
Okay. And who's this over here?
This is Jan Chiron. And I just want everyone, Beth, could you please pan this entire group? Because you're going to see women who are paddling in their 60s, 70s, and 80s. We range from 60 to 81. I know that's hard to believe, but it's really happening here.
And what's the name of the team again?
Golden Warriors!
All right, so you have now moved from mascot to spokesperson.
Okay, give it on, give it to me.
Is there any chance, Jan, at some point during the weekend you might come out of your shell?
You know, sometimes I do take a break, but most of the time, no.
And not this weekend,
Not
because
this week.
if there's any group out here that could win on behalf of Philadelphia, it is the
Golden Warriors!
Our motivation every day is the people around us in this community and making it better.
Workforce development, healthcare, education.
Getting out there and making a difference in the lives that need it the most.
Almost went on a date with someone who was possibly a murderer.
Oh my God!
Dating hazards and mishaps.
I want just a text back.
No question, no doubt about it. It's a 5.
Check out Dating in America on RHS TV.
It's time
to upgrade your diamond now.
You'll always receive 100% of what you paid towards a diamond upgrade at any time.
Even if you purchase your diamond elsewhere, come get a free evaluation so you can upgrade to a golden diamond source diamond.
It's time for the semifinals of Voodoo Chef Underground. Robinson takes on Armwood. Winter Springs takes on Chamberlain High School in the semifinal. Coming soon to RHS TV.
This broadcast will be available on demand on all RHS TV streaming apps.
All right, let's get down to what's really going on here. What's really happening here at Dragon Boat Races? It's all about the merch. All right, and this is Chris Cooksman from, what's the name of your company again?
Regatta Sport.
Regatta Sport, and you got the merch. You're literally the merch man.
We're doing the merch. We're doing the merch, so you'll see it here. It's all USDBF for the Nationals with a logo on it. And,
USDBF, that sounds very official.
Yes, that is the official body of dragon boating in America.
Okay.
Yes.
And so what's the real popular merch here, Chris?
The most popular items are our tank tops and the names, the shirts with all the names of the athletes on the back. So every athlete who's participating here has their individual name printed on the back of the shirt.
That's pretty special.
It is very special.
And how you're here for the whole time?
The whole time. We arrived yesterday, set up, and we're here right through the end of Sunday.
And I noticed there's no fitting room. There's no place to try anything on. People are just putting them on right here, aren't they?
They're taking them so fast, and
they run small.
You know what? They're pretty familiar with our product, so they know their sizes and come pick it up and go. Yeah.
All right. So you're going to retire at the end of this week comfortably on an island in the South Pacific.
That would be wonderful, but I think I'll keep going. I've been doing that for 35 years, and I still got a few years left in me. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks so much for spending some time with us, Chris. Have a great race.
All right. Thank you.
And we're back. We're live. We're getting ready for race 114. This should be a very exciting race. It's the Premier Mixed Standard Boat. This is one of the premier races of the event. It is in lane the boat number 1, Mekong Dragons. Boat 2, Pasco Fighting Dragon. Boat 3, Dragon Warriors Endgame Strong. Boat 4, Dragon Heart Vermont. Boat 5, BTBC Titans. Boat 6, Northwind. Boat 7, Boston BBB DBC. Boat 8, Dragon Warriors Endgame Fast. And Boat 9, South Breeze Premier Mixed. Remember, these boats, the seating on these boats was determined by their time in the 200-meter race. That determines the order they're going off in.
This is sure to be a really exciting race, Mark. Like you said, this is kind of one of the landmark races here, the Premier Mixed Grand Final 2,000-meter race. And we have an amazing number of crews from various states from around the country paddling here today.
Yeah, I believe Mekong Dragons is out of Atlanta. Pasco Fighting Dragon is Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
Dragon Warriors is California. Dragon Heart Vermont, that's pretty obvious. BTBC is Boston, isn't it?
Boston Taiwanese Boat Club, yep.
Yeah, Northwind is California. We have another Boston team.
Yep.
Dragon Warriors is
NorCal.
NorCal.
Yep.
And South Breeze is SoCal. So we have pretty good geographic diversity in this race.
We sure do. It's really, really exciting to see all the different regions represented. And I think that's actually an important thing that I don't know if we've talked a whole ton about, but the USDBF, the U.S. Dragon Boat Federation, divides our country up into 4 large regions. Those 4 large regions are the East Coast, the Eastern Regional Dragon Boat Association, ERDBA. That covers a lot of the Northeast. The SRDBA, which is the region we are in right now in Florida, which covers the Southeastern region, the Southeastern Regional Dragon Boat Association, SRDBA. The West Coast, which is the PDBA, the Pacific Dragon Boat Association, not to be confused with PDBA, which is what people colloquially call the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association. So it's not sometimes we call the Pacific Dragon Boat Association the PAC-DBA. And finally, the 4th region is the Midwest, which is the ADBA, the American Dragon Boat Association of the Midwest. Now, the ADBA is not called the, for example, Midwest Dragon Boat Association or the Midwest Regional Dragon Boat Association. They are called the American Dragon Boat Association of the Midwest. We throw the of the Midwest on there at the end for clarification. But they are called that because they were one of the original dragon boat associations in the entire country. The USDBF was formed in the early 90s when the ADBA and the Philadelphia Dragon Boat team, based in Philadelphia, obviously, agreed to form the USDBF. But for the longest time, there was not one singular large organization covering the entire country. And so with the formation of the USDBF, which of course is a 501c3 nonprofit, we try to, bring together people from all around the country to paddle together, experience the community, experience the camaraderie, build friendships, see people they haven't seen in forever, which I know we're all doing, certainly. And that's one of the large goals about of Dragon Boat in general, is making friends and forming that community, forming bonds with people, as well as racing. Racing's pretty cool too.
This is a 9-boat race. All 9 boats are in the staging area now.
Amazing.
The on-water official, our former announcer Carrie, is herding the cats, bringing all of the boats into position to get them ready to start.
And as we mentioned, the slower boats who were seated, these 2K lineups were seated from their 200-meter sprints on Friday. And so the slower boats will be seated first. So boat number 1s, 2, and 3 and such, with boat number 9 being the fastest out of those for the sprints. And boat number 9, of course, is South Breeze Premier Mixed. With boat number 8, SF Dragon Warriors Endgame Fast and Boston BBB in boats 8 and 7 respectively.
Before we get to start, can I do out some shout-outs?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so Shaden Moises has a shout-out for his favorite Dragon Boat team in the Bay Area. Let's go, Dragon Warriors. Last race of the weekend, lay it down and paddle home from Shaden. And from the entire team, we're so proud of you. Shout out to our little drummer Penny, our amazing paddlers Fernando, Suchan, Sophia, Kevin, Peter, David, Ben, Jack, Fenton, and Kimmy, Christine, Alice, and our terrific steerer, Terry. Also, hi, Coach Matthew. Your favorite East Coasters from Han. Let's go, DCH. And a great shout out to Lone Star Dragons from Ginger and Houston. Good luck today. Proud of everyone. Go, go, go. Texas proud. Ba Wolf in sheep's clothing. Thanks for all the race commentators. Fun watching you on TV. Replays are awesome. Thanks. We love the replays too here up in the commentators booth.
The on-water official, we've got the boats pretty well aligned. I can see the order of the boats for the start. Carrie is giving them their final instructions, explaining the start sequence to them, getting them ready to go. On the screen, you can see what it looks like, a pack of 9 dragon boats all clustered together, getting ready to start this 2K race if you're watching online.
Ready and raring to go. That's right, Mark. We talked a little bit about this, but I'm particularly interested to see, with all the geographic diversity and different levels of competition, the differences in stroke, differences in technique, and differences in strategy that these crews are going to employ during this race.
It will be interesting. Just the way they're gathered together at the start, we could have some really interesting turns here, especially turn 2 and 3. Turn 1 will probably be pretty clean with the stagger.
Yep.
2 and 3 could get interesting.
Yep. 3 is typically where, as we've said, that's typically where a lot of crews catch them. They finally catch up after those 1,500 meters, and they pass.
And boat 1, which is Mekong Dragons, is underway. Carrie said that the slower boat starts first. Not every boat trains for the same distance. Some boats specialize in the 200-meter sprint. Some boats specialize in the 1,000 and the 1 meter, the more endurance races. So
that's right.
They may not have had a great 200-meter time, but they could be dynamite in a 2K because that's what they train for.
Exactly.
Now,
and that's exactly how my team feels, too. Yes.
Could this be akin to track and field where some are sprinters and some are long-distance runners?
Exactly.
Certainly.
Exactly. And you will set a boat up differently depending on the composition of your team for a 200 or a 2K. You will put different paddlers in the boat to optimize the boat.
Oh, definitely, yeah. And I think that's interesting to see on the world level, too. I mean, you can see, and Mark has been to Worlds a number of times, you see teams like Team USA, for example, which tends to do very well in the longer distances. We almost always take the 2Ks, either us or Canada, whereas a team like Team China or the Philippines are generally very, very good at the sprints.
And if you look at the body type, the Germans, the Russians,
Hungarians,
they tend, in the open boats, they tend to be much larger men with a much slower stroke rate. They're not going to do well typically against the Asian teams, which tend to have a smaller build and a much higher stroke rate.
And a much lighter boat.
Much
exactly
lighter
to
boat,
that degree.
exactly.
Yep. So coming up through the line now is boat number 6. They've just started off. That's Northwind, based out of NorCal, San Francisco, Bay Area. Now, again, we don't want to necessarily say there are rival teams out there, but I will say there's a reason that Northwind and South Breeze both exist, and that their names are kind of opposites of each other. They're close friends, frenemies. Boat number 7 is now over the line with a blazing fast start, really nice high rate to try to get this boat moving as fast as they can. That's the Boston BBB, which again, as we've said, we are not allowed to disclose what the BBB stands for because they will not tell us.
And here comes boat 8. Dragon Warriors endgame fast with a very high rate coming across. Now they're settling at about 20 meters, 30 meters past the start and getting into the stroke that they will use for the full 2,000 meters.
With absolutely perfect timing, I will say. That timing is really, really impeccable. My goodness. And coming up to the line in a little bit of a slower start, I have to say, is South Breeze. But I'm sure this is all strategic. I'm sure Josh and the number of other South Breeze experienced coaches and paddlers on that team are doing exactly what they need to do, and they're going to race their race plan. Now, just through the first turn, we have a number of crews. It doesn't look like we have any action yet. As Mark said, the first turn, it's sometimes kind of hard to catch a team on that first 500 meters. But there's a little bit of walking that some teams are trying to do right now, it looks like. Looks like DW Endgame Strong is trying to walk up on Pasco Fighting Dragons. Again, Pasco being the Philippine American Society of Colorado, excuse me.
Mekong Dragons is actually stretched out.
They are.
The stagger from the start. This may be a true 2K team versus a 200-meter team.
Yeah, exactly.
This may be what we're seeing.
Yeah, exactly like you were just saying. Maybe Mekong Dragons specializes in the 2K. They are very handily fighting off and fending off the teams behind them, and they have widened that 15-second gap. Very nice, boat one. Very nice, Mekong. Ooh, we can see some of the wash right now. Northwind, boat number 6, is getting hit with a ton of wake off the front of their bow. Oh my goodness. And that's one of the things that's really hard to see on this live stream or on video, and honestly even in person, is knowing how much wind there is and knowing how much wake there is on the course in general. With this many boats, with 9 boats on the water, standard boats especially, that displace so much water, waves, wakes, they're thrown all over the place.
And that's one of the challenges when you're trying to overtake. You've got to get over that wash. And then once you get over the wash, you go downhill.
That's right. Now, Mekong Dragons are just going through their second turn. They clearly, all by themselves, could have taken that inside corridor, but it looks like that steerer either couldn't cut it or chose to take the outside for whatever reason. Now coming into the second turn is SFDW Endgame Strong. They have the inside line with their neon yellow hats, so Pasco Fighting Dragons are going to have to take the outside lane and give way to them. And SFDW is, in fact, taking that advantage. They're cutting nice and close to the buoy. Pasco is going way far out. They could have stuck in a bit closer. The steerer is trying to dig that oar in, but it's not quite deep enough. He needs to raise that oar further up so it's more vertical. Dragonheart Vermont is taking advantage of this, and they're cutting inside, and we're going to see if they're going to be able to pass Pasco on the inside this corridor.
And even if you're not challenged, as we saw Mekong do. It is perfectly acceptable
to go outside if you would like to. Exactly, Mark. Yes, you can take whatever line you'd like, and it looks like BTBC Titans are doing that right now.
They are doing that as well.
But their fellow Bostonians behind them, boat number 7, Boston BBB, are going to do the opposite of that. They're going to cut in real nice, close to those buoys, inside that turn corridor. This turn corridor is only 5 meters across, and there are buoys on both sides, so it's very, very easy to stay inside both. Dragon Warriors Endgame Fast, boat number 8, is now going into that turn as well. They're going to follow very closely behind Boston BBB. We're going to see if they can try to catch them later on, but it looks like South Breeze is unfortunately not catching up to DW as fast as I personally would have expected them to, although DW is of course a very, very strong team. That steer is really pushing down on that oar, really making that turn nice and beautifully tight. I think this is Keith on the helm here, down with South Breeze Premier Mixed, looking very strong. And he's drifting his boat over. Beautiful. That's a beautiful 2K turn right there. Very nice job.
Northwind is having a very strong run in boat 6.
Yeah, oh my God.
They have made up the stagger to boat 5. They're really having a strong race.
Whew. That boat is flying right now, and the technique and timing are absolutely perfect there. I know I say the word impeccable a lot about timing, but truly, Northwind, congrats and props to you guys, because that you look incredible right now.
Mekong continues to maintain that big lead that they built in the first 1,000 meters. They are not giving an inch back to the rest of the fleet.
Looking back here at South Breeze, it looks like there may have been a small problem. Maybe they were hit by the wake or something like that, but I saw a couple paddles fly up in the air as if they were either bracing or doing something else. Not quite sure exactly what was going on there, but it'll be interesting to see exactly what happened. Going into the final turn now, I believe that's still boat number 1, Mekong Dragons.
It is. They haven't given an inch. They lengthened their lead in that first 1,000 meters, and they're not giving an inch back.
Very nice. We'll see if they can cut this turn corridor nicely. I think they're still outside of it, actually. Yes, they're still outside the turn corridor. Again, they pure 100% could have taken the inside of the turn corridor, but hey, taking the outside, that's fine. If you decide to do that, they're straightening out into their final 5, and it looks like also going into the turn we have a number of other crews. I don't think we're going to see any collisions or super excitement, but let's see what happens.
We definitely have what looks like a traffic jam developing in that turn, but again, I can't tell if there's any contact from here. Looking on the screen, it looks like everybody's getting through cleanly.
Yep. Boat 6, Northwind is in the corridor. Looks like DW Strong is also outside. They cleanly are through. But boat number 2, Pasco Fighting Dragons, have been passed by a number of crews, including boat 6. So like Mark was saying, 6, Northwind has made up that stagger very, very significantly. Going into that turn now and trying to crank that tail over. That's boat number 5. No, I'm sorry, not 5. Oh, that's DW. I'm sorry. That's Dragon Warriors right there. Endgame Fast is now through the turn. They have passed Boston BBB. And now South Breeze expertly threading the needle through that 5-meter wide turn corridor.
All of our boats are through the turn 3, so now it's a drag race for the last 500 meters, and Mekong Dragons is still maintaining that lead. They may have given a little bit, but they are still maintaining a good lead.
Very nice. And now we see Northwind is passing boat 4. They are walking very quickly on them. I have to say it's very impressive. Northwind passing Dragonheart, Vermont.
And just as a reminder, this is total time, not the order you come across the finish line in. And with the performance that Northwind is putting on, passing all of the boats that were staged ahead of them, it's going to be an interesting result to see what the final times are.
They've passed 5, 4, 3, and 2. The only boat they have not caught up with yet is boat number 1, which means they've made up a lot of time, 15 seconds times how many boats that they have passed.
They've made up about 45 seconds. Dragonheart,
looks like we have some action, a little bit of a steering mishap of some kind. Number 2 and number 8, that's Dragon Warriors Fast and Pasco Fighting Dragons are both off course. They've swerved far left over for some reason. They're now in lane 5, lane 6. Oh, goodness.
Dragonheart, Vermont, and Northwind came across the line together. Again, it is total elapsed time. We'll have to see how these times shake out.
The other DW team, though, SF Dragon Warriors Strong are now over the line. They were clean, nice cleanly racing, but it looks like, unfortunately, Dragon Warriors Fast, who had a
We're
really
going to have
nice
another
run.
more contact. It looks
Yeah.
like 5 and 9 are
Oh!
getting together.
South Breeze and Titans from Boston are hitting.
5 and 9 just had contact.
We can see Keith really pulling on that tiller. He's trying to pull South Breeze forward with a great job. DW Fast is over the line. South Breeze is over the line. And rounding out this very exciting 2K, BTBC Titans and Pasco Fighting Dragons. Whew.
It's going to be interesting to see how they sort all of this out. There was contact on several occasions.
Yeah.
I did not see it clearly, but when the looked like 2 and 5 suddenly, or 2 and 8 suddenly wound up over in the far side of the course. That could have been a contact situation as well when I first looked up and saw what was going on. I'm a little uncertain there, so I'm not going to make that call. It's going to be up to the officials to sort this one out.
Yeah. Oof.
And I see a number of official boats clustered together down near turn 3, probably conferring to see what's going on. I'm speculating there, but that would not be uncommon. We still have a boat on the course. I don't know what the number is.
That might not be in this race. I think they might just be moving down to the start line.
Yeah, that's a small boat. Next race is
Yep, there you go.
That's
oh, here we go. Okay, unofficial times there.
Unofficial times. South Breeze 8:39.43, North Wind 8:54.07, Dragon Warriors Endgame Fast 9:01. Fourth is Boston BBB DBC 9:08. Dragonheart Vermont 9:23.62, BTBC Titans 9:58.17, Dragon Warriors Endgame Strong 10:02.63, Mekong Dragons 10:09.41, and Pasco Fighting Dragons 10:54.46. And I just saw an official boat stop and pick up a paddle out of the water. I'm not quite certain where that occurred.
Interesting.
No.
So this is calling to.
These are awards.
We have a couple shout-outs that have come into our inbox here. Thaddeus Shinsa, if I'm saying your name right, Thaddeus, came in and said, I want a shout-out to Kerry. I heard it's going to rain. He should put a tarp on. I believe that's a clever play on words for the way he was pronouncing the Florida Tarpons for the past few days. Hi, Kerry. You've got fans. Brian Tang, sending a shout-out to BTBC. BTBC, the Boston Taiwanese Boat Club. You are the best. You guys really, totally rock. From Mr. Boat Bati from Taiwan. Oh, awesome. And I think you've already read all those. Jerry Langelis. Shout out to Dave and the rest of the DCH crew. We've been cheering you on all weekend. Shout out also to our extended Ohana at ONE Racing. We love you all. Love Jenny, Matt, and John. So keep those shout outs coming. We're going to be here for a couple more hours. I think we've got about 2 hours of racing left to go. Best guess, Mr. Sulu.
If we stay on schedule, our final race will go off just before 4 p.m., so that's an hour and a half of racing left.
We're staying on schedule.
We're staying on schedule. We need to stay on schedule, and
Mike needs the boats back at 5.
that's right.
That's all our contract goes to. So wherever they are at 5 o'clock, they just disappear.
And actually, we are just about perfectly on schedule. This next race, which is a 2-boat race, small boat race, is supposed to go at 1:30, and we are at 1:28, so we're going to be awfully close to right on time with this race.
Now, on the original printed schedule, Bat and I were looking, there was only one crew entered. The NBP paddlers were basically going to be doing an individual time trial 2K, but Dragon Max, we believe, is back. They've been added to this race, and I think it's because I missed it. I was in marshalling, but I understand that they went swimming earlier this morning.
They did. There was contact between the bow of a boat.
Oh,
we're bringing it back.
We've got a picture on the live stream, and yeah, anytime you can see the soft yet well cared for underbelly of a dragon boat, that's generally bad. And if the paddler's on the outside, it's very much bad. But the boat's going to be clean and the paddlers are cooled off. But yeah, it looks like they had, anytime you're inverted, that's really not part of the flight plan. So they are out there. They're going to get a rerun.
And it's going to be Boat 1 and NBP Paddlers, Senior C Mixed, small boat, and it's going to be Dragon Boat, Senior C Women, small boat. So it will be a 2-boat race with NBP Paddlers, Senior C Mixed, and Dragon Max, Senior C Women.
Can really hear that wind out there on the proximity bikes. It was very breezy when I was out there on my last race. You could really notice that the tailwind side definitely was pretty toasty, and then the headwind side actually felt kind of nice. So we've got a 2-boat race here. We've seen interesting 2-boat races before. Now, if we've only got 2, Mark, what I would do here, just for entertainment's sake, I would do a mass start. I know that's against the rules, and we really can't be calling audibles like that, but I'm like, both of you, line up, go. Whoever gets to the first corner gets the lane.
I actually did a 2K several years ago at a race in Orlando. It was a local race where they lined us up about 6 across and said, go.
Nice. Now we're cooking.
And at the first turn, our steersperson yelled, hold the boat. Because it was becoming all 6 boats in the same spot at the same time, which doesn't work.
Yeah, the phrase that comes to mind is a jumble.
Yep. He stopped the boat, went around, and we won the race.
That's the way to do it. But it'll be like a motocross race, where they line them up like 30 across, and then the path is 4 motorcycles wide. You basically need to get the whole shot to get there first. That would be fun.
Yeah, this particular course was a little bit tight going into that first turn, and our steersperson did a dynamite job. in stopping the boat, going around the tangle, and getting us out of the way. And actually, that steersperson is here this weekend paddling for Tampa River Dragon.
Oh, nice. So how did your racing go this weekend? Because I believe we saw you in the Senior C Open boat with Heat.
Yes, I have been in the Senior C Open boat with Heat at all 3 distances, and we are the only Senior C Open boat here this weekend. So we are successful, but we actually did a sub 10 minute.
Nice.
In the 2K, we did a 9:45, and then they added 5 seconds for some reason.
Oh, you know. Who was steering that boat?
It was a gentleman by the name of Pat Bradley.
Amateurs. I'm sure he'll talk to someone about that.
And he was talking to him as we went through turn 3.
But that's efficiency if you're already providing your counter-offensive to the penalty you know you're going to get while you're in the race. It's heads-up play by Pat.
Yep. And I've been in the mixed boat, Senior C mixed boat, and we've been racing against your club. And we've been fairly successful. We've been finishing second to your club. But we are having a very successful weekend, and all of our Senior C women's standard boat, our Senior C women's small boats had a dynamite weekend. Our Senior B mixed small boat has been in a dogfight all weekend. It's a big field. But we've been fairly pleased with the results all weekend.
And you're getting the bids to Ravenna, right, ultimately?
We believe so.
That's all that matters.
And here comes Boat 1, NBP Paddlers. They are across the line, small boat, Senior C mixed.
And here comes Dragon Max. Hopefully they've had a chance to dry out a little bit, although honestly, if you've got wet gear on in this weather, it's going to feel pretty good as the wind blows over it. Your own little air conditioner. Now, I have to say, I must confess, maybe at the risk of tap, 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 knocking on wood here, I have been in plenty of outriggers that have gone butt over tea kettle, but I've never been in a dragon boat that has flipped. I've been in dragon boats that have sank, that have swamped, but I've not actually had the flying over my benchmate experience that we saw earlier. So again, I'll knock on wood because I'm racing in 2 weeks.
Now, I've got to admit, I've never been in one that has gone over, except we did do a tip-over drill on purpose with my team in Tampa years ago. We actually did it on purpose, but we were surrounded by safety boats.
There you go. So you can hear on these proximity mics the drummers telling their crews to lengthen out, find that swing, and find a rhythm they're going to be in for probably the next 10 to 11 minutes or a little more. Dragon Max out of Berkeley, the Nathan Benderson Paddlers out of right here, the building, the park. This is their backyard. Wind is really picking up. You can hear it outside.
Yeah, you can. You can see it on the water as well. You can see it on the surface of the water.
I mean, that does help. It's helping the crews underneath the tents and everybody else to kind of not bake like they're in an easy bake oven. But they're going to feel it when they make the turn and start running this 500, what is now the downwind leg. It's going to get really hot.
Although, to be perfectly honest, Bob, compared to earlier this morning, the water looks flatter right
Oh, yeah.
now.
Yeah, the water's pretty good. And the good thing is, with only 2 boats in this field, I don't think they're really going to have to deal with the crossover wakes that we see with some of the standard boats or the bigger fields where you really get that washing machine out of turn 2 if you're in the first 2 or 3 boats and you've got the field parading down the other side.
Yeah. It's Kerry's race out in Vancouver. I did that race several years ago before Kerry took it over, but they would put, it's in kind of a tight body of water, and it's in Falls Creek, and they put 12 boats out for the 2K. And they call it the Guts and Glory.
Yep.
It was 12 the year I was there.
18. Now we're cooking. I love it.
Yep. And you talk about paddling in a washing machine. With that body of water and that many boats all going in circles at the same time, you are paddling in a washing machine.
Make me happy, Matt. What's the stagger there? Please tell me it's 10 seconds. Yes. about that. I didn't do it, but my club got cut off by a water taxi when they went there in 2018. Water taxi wandered onto the course. The video is great because they're watching and they're under power, and all of a sudden you see Kevin McFadden do a double take and look up with an expression that just basically says, "What the unmentionable word?" And then they cut to the wide shot, and there's a yellow water taxi moving at 5.5 miles an hour ahead of the field, running for its life as fast as it could go, and there's just this fleet of 8 boats coming after it, and they're like, "No, stop, 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 stop. This is silly. Who let you in here?" The water taxi sheepishly scurried off the course. It does happen. So as we're watching here, we had a quick sidebar because we had a question from the truck in St. Petersburg and basically saying the officials just cut in front of the field and made them swerve. Are they supposed to do that? Quick answer, no. Long answer, no. So we'll see what happens with that.
You were talking about a water taxi getting in.
Yep.
You were talking about a water taxi getting in your way. There used to be a race in Central Florida in a town called Tavares, and the race is no longer. All of their dock structures got blown away in a hurricane and have never been rebuilt, but they are known as a seaplane base.
Oh, cool.
We have had to hold up race starts as a seaplane taxi across the race course.
Grandpa always said you've got to yield to metal and horsepower. Mass wins every time, Robert. Good ideas.
NBP paddlers getting ready to go into turn 2.
Pretty much under control here, completing their first lap. Gets kind of lonely. If you're not running down a boat or if you're not trying to hold off a boat that your drummer says is closing, you really find out how deep your concentration and commitment to the technique can be. If you've done some solo training in an outrigger, you find out what it's like to just keep yourself on the stroke, keep the technique together, and get your head and your focus. And that's where this crew is right now, because they pretty much have the race under control. Drag and Max, at the same time, they've already had quite the adventurous day. They are just trying to get through this 2K solidly. Timing looks good. Steerer's on, drummer's on. But they're watching that gap continue to grow from NBP. Hoping they can do something on that second lap, but we've got basically 2 crews that are each plowing their own lonely furrows. 1K down, 1K to go here. So they basically come and stop at the finish? Mm-hmm.
So if you were doing a single stroke drill, you would start in the back and end in the back?
Mm-hmm. That's what we do.
Totally opposite from what we do.
If you've seen us on our cool down, we'll do it. We do both drills during our practice. That's why I call it the stop at the finish, and that's what we call it. At the finish is the call, and then it's just go, and you take a full stroke, and then you stop here. And you actually, when you're doing it, you can really hang on the paddle really well, and then let that boat just run, and you feel the stroke. If you're not getting a good full swing, if you're not getting all the way through it, the boat's not going to move. But if you have everybody just stopping here, and it also gets you to work on that, the Philly thing that's drilled into our head is the big D around, right? The feather and the big D around, big swing, get out there. You're not going up the gunnel. We go out and around.
Right, you go out and around. We don't.
Right.
We will do drills where we start what we call position 3, which is the finish, and then we will do a stroke and finish in 3. But most of our drills are position 1, the forward setup position, take a stroke, come back and set up in position, what we call position 1, which is the up front start position.
The glossary of different positions, like where ours, a lot of our drills are stop with the hands out, and we're right here, which is basically a hands out position, and then we'll do a stroke and then end up back here. Then there's hands out with the feather, and then there's at the catch. You know, it's its own lingo.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Derotated it is, and how your leg is being loaded with power and energy.
The drills, and my daughter's going through this now. She's in her second season of rowing, and the amount of time she spends doing drills. At first she's like, it's just drill after drill after drill. I'm like, well, you have to understand that if you can do the stroke slowly, you can always speed the stroke up and add power. You don't want to be doing the stroke too fast and have rubbish technique. You don't want to be breaking in the elbow. You don't want to be caving in at the feather. You don't want to sky at the catch. All those things. People don't really know just how much goes into getting a sound stroke, because if you're taking, say, 300 strokes in a 1K piece or 600 strokes in a 2K piece and you're gaining a tenth of a second on a stroke, it's all in the margins. It's all in those little exits.
Exactly.
Coach McNamara has been trying to get me to clean up my exit now for, I believe, 13 years.
And how's that going?
It's pretty much been the same every season. I haven't quite given up, because there are moments where it goes away and I don't hear the little water flicking out, and then I relax and then it starts again, and that's when he comes up alongside on the launch and goes, hold the tee. Bob, hold the tee. That's my name. Bob, hold the tee.
What's interesting amongst these top boats, the very, very tiny differences in techniques, or the very, very tiny flaws that an individual paddler may have, really add up.
Oh, they do. If 20 people have the same flaw or their own individual flaws, that's exactly what coaches are working on to get strokes perfect.
I mean, it might be less than 1% difference in technique, but that's the difference between winning and third place.
We had races today that were decided by 3 4/100ths of a second over 2 kilometers.
Yep.
So that's a stroke. While we have NBP paddlers and Dragon Max on the home straightaway here with 500, a quick announcement. There is a white Mercedes-Benz PhysioFix sticker on the car window. It's a C300 with a Honda license plate frame, HEC G36. There's a car blocking emergency access. We need you to move your car. White Mercedes-Benz with the PhysioFix decal on the window. It's a model C300. Honda license plate frame, HEC G36. Your car is blocking emergency access. We need you to move your car immediately, or it will be moved for you. Here comes NBP paddlers. Last 50 meters for them. They've got their cheerleaders on the beach. Coming across the line, followed closely by the drone. Job done. Regatta finished for them. And Dragon Max, well, they're going to get a good story out of the weekend no matter what happens. But they are going to post a time now that will be compared to the crew that they were racing in that small boat final earlier today. And I don't know if they're going to win, but I've heard it said before many times, if you cannot win, get a good story.
The other expression we use, we've actually had it on the back of a camp shirt. If you don't win, you learn.
True. The simpler version when I was bike racing was that scars tell stories. But I do like the fact that in our sport, scars are much harder to come by. Our crashes just make you damp.
Yes.
Dragon Max from Berkeley, California. Day 3, last 10 strokes here in their Club Crew National Championships for 2023. Job done. 2K in the books.
Congratulations, Dragon Max, for finishing your 2K. And
Mark, we've got the unofficial times here if you want to give a readback.
Yeah, NBP Paddlers, Senior C Mixed, time of 12 minutes, 0.43 seconds. Dragon Max, Senior C Women, at a time of 12:47.4. Congratulations to both teams. Our next race is going to be Senior A Mixed Standard Boat. It's race 116. It's going to be boat number 1, Florida Tarpons. Boat 2, Dragon Warriors Nemesis Fast. Boat 3, Windy City Dragons. Boat 4, South Breeze. Senior A Mixed. And Boat 5, Lone Star Dragons. That is race 116, Senior A Mixed Standard Boat.
We have here another a shout out from Julianne Littman. Shout out to my big sister Allison Race and the NBP Paddlers who you just saw race. You girls have rocked gold all weekend, finished strong. So proud of you. Love you from your baby sis and the fam on Sunset Road.
This is what we're going for.
The lighter side of sports.
JP looks like a hobo.
I can't remember ever thinking, I need to look in the stands.
See, I was younger and single, so I was looking at it.
Oh my God! Very nice.
On RHS TV. Are you looking to harness the power of video to get your message out? Now you can effectively connect to your target audience across all platforms for the best price anywhere. We will produce your commercial and advertise your business for just $500 per month for 1 year. You will not find a lower cost or higher value than RHS TV, connecting Tampa Bay.
Youth News Network, for Gen Z, by Gen Z. From the RHS TV studios, we're bringing you the freshest content that matters to you. Find us on social media at WatchYNN or watch full episodes on RHS TV.
Our motivation every day is the people around us in this community and making better.
Workforce development, healthcare, education.
Getting out there and making a difference in the lives that need it the most.
RHS TV, delivering stories of change, hope, and positivity. RHS TV, connecting Tampa Bay.
Okay, we're back live for race 116, Senior A Mixed Standard Boat. 5-boat race, all boats are on the water making their way to the start area. We have got Florida Tarpons, Dragon Warrior Nemesis Fast, Windy City Dragons, South Breeze Senior A Mixed, and the Lone Star Dragons.
LSD. They have been the story of the weekend. We've had a lot of fun talking about them because they're basically a first-year crew assembled this year and kicked the door in to basically introduce themselves to the other teams. Got the 200, got the 500, the 2K is their shot for a sweep, but these other crews will probably have something to say about that. And Mark just pointed out, our weather around here in Knockwood has been pretty good. We are in the clear for the moment, but just to the north in Tampa, it looks pretty exciting. The city's living up to its name, lightning capital of the world.
Yeah, and that was actually the weather forecast last night from Tampa was that the further south you got, the less impact you would have from the weather. So hopefully it stays up there for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, every race, we're getting closer. I think we're going to make it. Knock wood. I've been doing that a lot. I'm not proud.
The final race of the event is going to be race 119, and we are getting ready for race 116, so we're getting close.
Got a quick shout out here to a team that's on the water. The shout out to Teddy, Jackson, John, Sandy, Sue, and Elizabeth. Y'all, that's how she spelled it, y'all were never sheepish to me. I'm so proud of y'all LSD. Going for the rare double, y'all. That's from Felicia Ziedler. A few more shout-outs here while we're waiting for these crews to get aligned. Let's get through them quickly. Shout out to Boston BBB, team from Michelle. Special cheers to Benjamin Finneran. I'm so proud of you and your hard work and dedication to the sport. Love you. From the Chow family, shout out to Ray Ray Ross. Let's go Northwind and Ray Ray Ross. Good luck on your race. You got this. Go Ray Ray. We love you. Carrie, Tammy, Ava, Hazel, and Greta. And from Donna, who has no subject line. I have no idea what I'm about to say here. Go Cynthia. Congrats on a great race. Go Bucks Fusion. From Linda Mowry, shout out to Wham Dragon Boat Club. Way to go, Wham. We're all incredibly proud of you. You rock. From teammate Rue.
The on-water race official, Carrie, our former announcer, is giving the boats their starting instructions, getting them in position for a start. 5-boat race. Florida Tarpons, Boat 1, Dragon Warriors Nemesis Fast, Boat 2, Windy City Dragons, Boat 3, South Breeze Senior A Mixed, Boat 4, and Lone Star Dragons, Boat 5. Again, the starting order for these 2K races was determined by their times in the 200-meter race on Friday.
Got one more shout out, then we'll be all caught up. This was back from earlier in the afternoon as we're playing catch up here from the Dragon Boat Vermont Sisters. Paula P says, go, 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 go. So proud of you. Love, Paula. All right, we're all caught up, and hey, nobody started. Woo! Yay, us.
And Florida Tarpons is getting underway, getting their start sprint going.
They are on it early, well before the line. Want to hit that line at full speed, and the Tarpons do so.
They're holding the sprint for maybe 20 meters. Now they're starting to settle into their working stroke for the body of the race. That's still a pretty high rate. And here comes Dragon Warriors Nemesis Fast. There we
did it
go.
in harmony.
And they're settling down. Both of these first two boats have a pretty high rate for a 2K. Interesting.
I don't even have to look at the sheet to know who this is. I can see Simon on the helm and Ula basically hitting that drum like it owes her money. That is nothing other than Windy City Dragons. Look at the high kneel setup and the bow wave that comes off of that boat. I've referred to DCH when they have their standard boat doing a 200 as a trademarked angry cloud of spray. Windy City basically has the biggest bow wave outside of the premieres that I've seen. They just move that boat.
And that is South Breeze Senior A Mixed across the line, and here comes Lone Star Dragons across the line. They are also putting up a huge bow wave.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I probably spoke too soon because look at that. That bow wave is reaching all the way back to 2-seat. That's impressive. I had to learn this year because this has been my first season in the stroke seat, and I've always been back in 4, 5, 6, 7. In the Premier boat, I'm way back in 9. I've spent a lot of time in 2 and 3, but getting over and around that wake was a brand new experience. And I've used 49-inch paddle my whole career, and suddenly I understood why some paddlers like to use a shorter one.
Yes.
Because when you get that boat at speed, especially in an open boat, that water comes up and it's something to work through. You really got to concentrate on that. So kudos to all the stroke pairs that know what they're doing, and I am a Padawan learning this year.
Yeah, I've stroked the Heat open boat on a number of occasions, and that water comes up fast and high.
Yep.
And getting over that bow wave is a challenge.
I'm sticking with the 49, though.
Yep,
I haven't gone to the shorter one.
I have done the exact same thing. The boats, nobody seems to be making up the stagger so far going into the first turn. We still have Florida Tarpons with about the same stagger going. They're in the middle of the turn, followed by Dragon Warriors Nemesis Fast. Although I will say it looks like Windy City's made up a little bit of the stagger. Then you got South Breeze Senior A Mixed and Lone Star Dragons.
I'm looking through the binoculars here, although I could probably look at the drone footage. Then we got the low camera shot right now on the stream. It's kind of more fun to look with my own eyes. No offense to the guys in St. Pete who are doing this phenomenal production work, bringing us these live shots. Windy City on the exit of the corner, drawing a bead on the Dragon Warriors straight ahead. And the tarpons, basically, they are the carrot dangling out there in front of the field. These crews have been evenly matched all weekend. Lone Star has gotten the advantage in the hardware. But the 2K is the one race that has the variability and the changes in rhythm and the potentials for a long pursuit. This is good stuff, although I'd like to see them come a little closer together. It could all happen on lap 2.
You're talking about being in Windy City being an angry spray of water. This is a number of years ago. I worked the held starts in 2011 in Tampa, and it was China, Taiwan, Hong Kong. I forgot who the other boat was. Oh. Somebody's taking the scenic route out there.
Yep, that is going to be
that looks like
South Breeze Senior A mixed.
But when those boats, 200 meter, those boats, they probably do an 80 stroke rate. They got about 50 meters from the held.
South Breeze has decided they're going right to the beach. Oh, that steer is holding on for dear life. They are down in the back of the boat. They've got to hold water because they only have about 2 boat lengths of water left before they run into land. They have not collided with anyone, but let's see if they can quickly get that stroke pair to draw the bow around and get them off of the beach.
Okay, they're getting straightened out again. It's awfully shallow right there,
yep,
folks.
They're their paddles are probably scraping the bottom as they bounce off the ground, but they are back pointed the right direction. The Lone Star Dragons, though, walked right through the door they left open. They won't get an easier pass. Oh, I don't know what happened there. Coming in
to turn 2, it's still tarpons, although Dragon Warrior's Nemesis Fast is made up about half of the stagger, and Windy City is making up some of the stagger. I said before it looked like they had made up a lot of the stagger, but that was at 500 meters of vision. So, go show you I need to have my eyeballs calibrated.
I think you're right. Now, it's also worth noting the Windy City is racing with 18. They don't have a gap row, but they have a gap at 4, and they've got seat 10 open. Interesting way to balance. It's probably to offset, I'm going to guess, just to change the lean of the boat, change the trim. Simon's been doing this a long time. He knows how he wants the boat to behave in the corners. It's different. You see all sorts of different ways to balance here.
10 right is empty, and is that 4 left?
Yeah, 4. Yep. It's different. But it's still racing with 18. It's heavy boat. And look at coming out of position again, South Breeze Senior A mixed. Their steerer is on the helm, but is going outside of the first corner buoy. Oh.
There's going to be some interesting discussion amongst the umpires.
It's just heartbreaking. It's tough because you've got one shot here, and when you have one off-course excursion like that, you've got your work cut out for you. When you have 2 in the same straightaway, all you can do now is just stay on the paddle and hope for the best. They are getting back on course now. They are likely not to have any penalties. They have not collided with anyone. They have not deviated from the corners. They have not cut the course. If anything, they've added right now, their meter is probably up to 2,261 meters.
They have definitely, with the S-turn and the beach approach coming out of turn 1, they have definitely added to the distance.
They're running straight and true now, and I think Dragon Warriors are starting to close down on the tarpons.
They are. That's definitely closed up more than half of the stagger.
Windy City has moved up a bit. Lone Star is making their way up, but now you really get into speculation because you were supposed to have the South Breeze crew in between those two, so we don't really have a good relative measure. That's why it's so difficult to guess who is doing well in these races unless it's a really clear catch and pursue like we're seeing at the front.
And I was about to say that with Windy City. We keep saying Windy City's not making up the stagger, but they are making up the stagger on tarpons.
Right. The clock is running the right way, and you can see those big waves coming off of those crews. The wind is blowing one way, the waves are going on another, although the wind right now, as I look, it's still out there, but
the flags in the Athletes Village are not
as much.
Not as much as they have been the last couple days.
Yeah. All right, so into the corner go the tarpons. Less than a boat length lead now. DW gets right on their heels, and Windy City is trying to close it down, so I think we're going to end up almost 3 wide here on the last 500.
Let's see if Tarpon.
Don't think Lone Star is going to catch the crew, but they may not need to if they've been just getting the work done. They're going for the sweep, trying to add a 3rd gold medal to their Palmares before the weekend runs out.
So far, everybody, we've had a clean turn 3. Nobody's cut the corner.
There's a great drone shot looking here. We're going to see this pursuit live because notice, look at that. The Dragon Warriors now trying to get up and over that wake. This is where, coming out, once you straighten that boat out, call a 20, get over that wave. They've got 3 bumps to go, and their steerer knows what's going on. And in the bottom of the frame, here comes Windy City. Yeah, gotta love it. So now, what is Simon going to do? He's going to get on DW's wake, and he's going to try and bounce over them. So we've got a 3-for-1 wake splay here, as the Tarpons just try and stay ahead, knowing, though, that the clock is turning against them. They've got 1 play left to try and keep the power on and keep those crews from getting over that wave.
I was about to say I'm surprised that Simon in Windy City is following in a straight line there. I thought he'd come a little bit wider.
He's got to get over that wake. So, I mean, he's not going to cut in, because if he does, he's basically, right now, just best guess, he's got to get over DW's wave, and then he's still going to have to get over the Tarpons wave. So he's trying to get as much as he can and try and position himself on the outside of that wave to bounce off that one and try and use it to slingshot up. It's all best guess. I mean, it's not going to throw him all the way up there 50 meters, but every little bit can make a difference.
And you can tell by the bow wave that he's throwing, he is fighting that wave.
Right. He's still stuck just a little bit behind it. They got to get up and over it. And boy, if you've been stuck behind another boat's wake, when you just can't get over it, when you're at 95% but you need 100, that's just brutal.
We're coming down to about 100 meters. Tarpons is working hard to hold off Dragon Warriors. Here comes Windy City on Dragon Warriors.
Right, I think this race is going to come down to Windy City on time, because they've made up time on DW, and both of them have made up time on the Tarpons, and now Lone Star is trying to see, can they make up that difference? It'll be very, very interesting when we get the unofficial results. Tarpons Helms got that oar out across the line to stop the clock. Here come the Dragon Warriors Nemesis Fast crew. They're going to come across in second. Windy City powering right over that line. Simon's got the helm out. Longtime paddler Tommy White's in the stroke seat there. Ah, look at that. Yeah, I love that exhale right after you're done. That is a sign of a good empty the tank effort. Here come the Lone Star Dragons. And again, we'll see what the clock has to say as they make their way. They've got 2 medals, looking for the 3rd. That boat looks smooth. Jackson Lau, Sue and company. Christine, I've got so many friends on that boat. I'm not calling favorites. After I've been doing this long enough, disclosure, I just feel like I know everybody. And South Breeze, we've talked about coming out of a race with a good story. I know it's probably not the outcome they wanted, but they stayed in the boat. They stayed in the course. They didn't hit a thing.
They still look good technique coming across the finish. So
Absolutely.
There's a lot to be said for that. Their story for this race is a travel log.
And they finished. They stayed in the boat and they didn't go swimming, and we're not gonna have to do a rerun for them. Kudos, South Breeze. Waiting here on the times.
Unofficial times. Windy City, 9:13:45. Lone Star Dragons, 9:19:79. Dragon Warriors Nemesis Fast, 9:21:91. Florida Tarpons, 9:32:02. And South Breeze Senior A Mixed, 9:56:72. Good results.
Yep, Windy City did turn the tables on Lone Star. So Lone Star's not going to get the sweep, but still a solid show. 6-second gap. Only 2 seconds between Lone Star and Dragon Warriors Nemesis Fast. And all of these crews sub-10, despite the long and wandering journey by South Breeze Senior A Mixed. A 9:56 with the wander. You take off 20 seconds there, that puts them right with Tarpons.
On that note, Bob, I have to go get ready for my final race of the event, and I will leave you to it.
Oh, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Have fun out there. That was race 116 on the program. The next race on the schedule is 117. Not scheduled till 2:42. I'm looking out there. Our official boats, there's 4 of them, appear to be doing a pas de deux, an aquatic ballet out there. Not quite sure why. And I don't see any boats leaving the dock right now. I don't see any teams in marshalling. So, yeah, we're going to take a quick course break here, allow our stream to run a commercial, and then we'll be back.
Our motivation every day is the people around us in this community and making better.
Workforce development, healthcare, education.
Getting out there and making a difference in the lives that need it the most.
16 high school culinary students all competing for a full tuition scholarship. And it can be won with a simple voodoo-fied hamburger right here on Voodoo Chef Underground. Available now only on RHS TV.
Looking for RHS TV? No worries. It's free and it's easy with no login required. Using your Roku or Amazon Fire TV remote, go to the search bar and type RHS TV. When the app pops up, hit the download or add channel button. For mobile streaming, head to the App Store or Google Play and search RHS TV and hit the download button. You can also stream RHS TV through your Apple TV, Samsung TV, or LG TV. Just head to your TV's App Store and search up RHS TV. Hit Get, Download, and open the app. Happy streaming!
Pirates love the booty, yeah.
Love is in the air.
I did. I brought my mom.
Well, Mom went in the car, and I didn't know this.
On Love in America, only on RHS TV.
I was 14 when I first started paddling.
I started paddling like 2 years ago, so 19.
I was about 12 whenever I started.
Ooh, I started paddling in fall 2019, so 18 years old.
When I first started paddling, I was, I think, 12 or 13 years old. It was in my first year of high school.
I think it puts us at a little bit of an advantage. Young people tend to be a little bit smaller and lighter, typically, and so that means that the boat is just a little bit lighter too.
I definitely think it's an advantage. It allows me to push myself further, be in uncomfortable mindset when I'm like trying to push myself harder and do more harder workouts. And I recover faster too.
If I'm in a boat with a lot of people my age, I feel like that's an advantage because I've already been doing it for about 2 years. But with older people, I kind of feel like I'm the odd one out because I don't have as much power as like my dad. So
I think that age is somewhat a non-factor when it comes to competing in Dragon Boat, because at the end of the day, if you are technically able to paddle and also be able to paddle with your teammates well, then you can get very far.
I followed it because it was just a wonderful experience to get your exercise in, as well as a team sport. For those who think that they can't do it, I think they're mistaken, because they're all different levels of dragon boat racing.
Go! 1, 2, 3.
And it's from novice to recreation to whatever you want to take it, including international competition. It is such a great sport that corporations will use this as a team building activity. For instance, some of your bigger ones are Clorox, Wells Fargo, B of A. I coached a team from Grumman Aircraft, and we were in the finals in Treasure Island International race. Bragging about it, we won gold. But
Congratulations.
It goes to show you that even novices who really focus and make an effort and to have the timing can win.
Okay, paddles up, guys. We're going to know these guys right. Yeah.
So it's really about camaraderie and trying your best effort. So it's kind of like a car. If you're using too much gas and effort, that means that your timing's off. That's the first thing you're going to talk about, is how is your timing belt and things like that. So in Dragon Boat, it's paddle is one. That's the team mantra. And so if your all timing is perfect, you could do very well in Dragon Boat. And that's the fun part of it.
Yeah, everybody is a team member, everybody's a star, everybody's getting exercise, everybody's having fun.
Exactly, exactly. And that's the reason why we have all different types of demographics. It started out in Asia 1,500 years ago, and it's taken North America by storm.
Well, thank you so much, and good luck this week.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Ciao.
Back, paddling, slowly, go.
1, 2,
It's very calming in a sense because you're in this large canoe, you're with other people, and you're just sort of taking your paddle and gliding it through the water, and it sort of creates this kind of connection with you and the water and nature. I was part of the military, and because of my blindness, I lost sort of my commission, so I kind of compare it to like marching.
Number two. The Out of Sight Dragons is a dragonboat racing team that comprises visually impaired paddlers as well as sighted paddlers. Hi! It's a lot of fun. So we help with transportation.
You want me to hold your paddle?
We have sighted volunteers who help people to get into the boat, to hand them their gear. Usually you would follow the people in the front of the boat. Pretty good drum, I think. But since they can't see them, they have to follow the beat of the drum. So we always have a drummer in our boats for practice or races.
For me, it's great to be able to kind of break down these attitudinal barriers from people who are like, why are these blind people out here, you know, actually doing something?
And then we go through these short race. It really doesn't matter. It's a great privilege for me as a sighted coach because I learn a lot from our visually impaired paddlers and teammates. And one thing about not having a lot of vision or no vision is that they listen to me.
It's just, like you said, a community feel. It's very rare that, one, we're with other people, disabled and non-disabled, where we can actually come together, enjoy each other's presence, fellowship together, exercise, you know, work out.
Let's do this. Yeah.
So you're just a big family, and I think that's probably different compared to other competitive teams, that we just very, very close.
I would especially encourage blind and disabled people to check it out if they're interested, and hopefully Out of Sight Dragons can be a kind of beacon to people who may want to join us, make teams of their own.
It's just a great feeling to be out here and sort of elevating Paradragon division and just raising awareness for people with disabilities.
We are back here as we are getting ready to do race number 117. 3 races left on the program here in our 2023 Club Crew National Championships. None of those crews are on the water yet, so we're going to have a lot of time to introduce you to them. The Lanier Canoe and Kayak Club from Georgia will be in lane 1. One Racing, ONE Racing, will be in lane 2. The Lone Star Dragons will be in lane 3. Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club will be in lane 4. UEAA Dragon Boat NYC, known as United Dragons, are in lane 5, and Catch 22 from New York City, I guess Matthew's going to be steering that one.
He should be.
They'll be in lane 6, position 6, I should say. This is the Small Boat Premier Mixed 2K. Coming up, Mark, you're back.
I am back. Some very, very positive news for the U.S. Dragon Boat community. I received an email a little while ago from the International Dragon Boat Federation. And Bob McNamara, the head coach for PDBA, Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association, longtime coach for Team USA. I believe he is the winningest Team USA coach. Bob McNamara has been inducted into the IDBF Hall of Fame. I just got that email a little while ago, so congratulations to Bob McNamara.
That is fantastic news, and I've been very, very privileged to be one of Bob's, call it charges, disciples, paddlers, as you wish, but he single-handedly is the one that has helped me personally develop into the paddler and the teams that I've been on. So I don't want to gush too much, but I don't think there's a coach out there that's more deserving, that's going to have a record that's as long, as deep, as successful. And what's amazing about Bob, just as an anecdote, is that he only will ask you your name once. Well, the first time I went to practice, he goes, "What's your name?" I'm like, "Bob." He goes, "That's easy." And that was it. He never had to ask me who I was again. People come to practice. He coaches them after he learns their name. Will say the same things. Doesn't matter if it's your first time or your 30th time. He just wants to coach. He just wants to make you a better paddler. And at the end of the day, he just wants to get you on a team that's going to win. So kudos to Dr. McNamara.
That was some really positive news that I wanted to pass along. So congratulations, Bob.
Excellent. Mark is basically taking off his headset and then running out the back door because, I mean, if there's only 3 races left, Mark, you're in one of them. Yeah. So he's got to get down there. But I thank you for running back up here and letting us know and sharing the good news. That induction ceremony will probably be held after the World Championships this year, because they held the Hall of Fame inductions last year right after the Club Crew World Championships had started. So I reckon in 2 weeks it'll become official. Looking still towards marshalling as we're waiting for these boats to load. If we're going to try and move the schedule a little bit, again, this race scheduled for 2:42 p.m. here in the East. It's only 2:17, but I could see they'll get him out there a few minutes early. So if you're watching on the live stream right now, in the interest of not boring you to death and doing fill, we are going to basically just take a quick breather. We're going to wait until we got teams marshalling and in marshalling for race 117, and then we're going to resume the stream. So we'll be back here in a little while. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. 3 races remaining on our Club Crew 2023 National Championships race program, and this will be the Small Boat Premier Mixed. Race 117, featuring going off first, the Lanier Canoe and Kayak Club out of Georgia. 1 Racing in spot 2, the Lone Star Dragons in lane 3, spot 3. Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club will go off 4th, United East will go off 5th, and Catch 22 NYC will go off in the tail end position. Some quick shout-outs before we start this race here. From Jeanette Chan, USDBF. Thanks for the amazing commentary. Oh, Jeanette, you're speaking my language. My shout-out is below. Oh, that wasn't a shout-out. That was a bonus. Here we go. Go get them, LSD. Leave it all out on the water and keep showing them what Texas is made of. Y'all, most importantly, have fun. Thanks for an amazing LSD. Let me make sure I got this right. Thanks to our amazing LSD coaches. This is what I get for doing this without my readers. Doing my best here. From Erica Bernstein, shout out to all the ACP teams getting stronger together on the water. Great watching you all, cancer thrivers. Cheering for our wellness warriors from Boston at the 2,000-meter last race of the day. J. Peter Prieto says a shout out. The FYP Island Warriors from Houston are fiending for some LSD. Who's the black sheep? What's the black sheep? Don't you who I am or when I'm coming to so you sleep? Oh, nice. Gotta love when you throw some diggable planets at me. Jake Rubenstein, shout out. Let's go DCBDC. Oh my God. Try that again. Let's go DCDBC and bring home gold. I haven't missed a single race all 3 days. Let's go DC. DC Dragon Boat Club. Oh, Jake, wait a minute. That's Josh's son. Jake got to drum at the Washington, D.C. Dragon Boat Festival earlier this year. It was a Rubenstein bookend. I remember calling that race. Good job, Jake. Your dad's doing awesome. And Chris says, go Zane from Hukulele, Texas. Go LSD, speed, speed, speed. We've got all of our teams now lined up in the starting pen. 15-second staggers going here in the Small Boat Premier Mixed. Our colleague, and you've been hearing him all weekend as he's been running around doing the social media, the comms, the pictures, and pretty much being anywhere he needs to be. Matthew will be steering for Catch 22. They'll go off 6th. I can see him over there just chilling on the far side of the lagoon. He's in position. United East trying to hide behind Catch 22 going, they won't notice if we're not here. Shh. Matthew, look behind you. You're being stalked. He's waving at me. Either that or he flipped me off. I mean, we're both New York drivers natively. It's fine. I think you're number 1, too. So we've got some of the teams juggling for position. I mean, we've done basic mathematics here, so we have to get them in order, because right now they're 1, 3, 2, 4, 6, 5. That tends to make the starters question why they ever went into that job. So they're moving things around, arranging the Legos in the right order. All right, so now we've got 1 and 2 in the right spot. 3 is just ahead of 4. Actually, 3 and 4 getting to know each other a little too well. We're going to get some space there. 5 lining up 6. And just as I said, I know Mark and I were saying that the wind wasn't bad earlier. Correction. All of these crews now, you take a look at the stream, and they are pointed 45 degrees off into the crosswind. It's now a 3/4 crosswind. Just giving them a little extra work before they line themselves up. Great drone shot here looking at the tower. Kerry is downstairs on the water. He is one of the on-water umpires today, working in an official capacity. He has been a juggler here of all the technology. Mark has taken over. Alan, see, I did it again, Matthew. Matthew took over, and I'm up here doing my best. And this is what happens. We're basically working the best that we can, racing and training the best we can. Hey, it's all fun. It's kind of like summer camp for grown-ups. Just 3 races left, though, in our summer camp program for the 2023 National Championships. Bids to Ravenna, Italy for Club Crew World Championships 2024 on the line. In the small boats, you get 2 bids per category. So in the small boat premier mix, these crews are racing to be top 2 overall over the 3 distances we've raced. The standard boats, where I've been racing the weekend, we're fairly lucky. We have 5. So it's a pretty generous thing. You place top 5, you are going to Italy. The small boats have a much tougher standard to meet. Got to be first or second to get that bid. Lanier Canoe and Kayak gets us underway here in the small boat premier mix 2,000 meter. Starting the clock across the line. Here comes One Racing, ONE Racing. And for Carrie's sake, the Black Sheep, the Lone Wolf. Who's the Black Sheep? They're the Black Sheep, the Lone Star Dragons. They are underway here in the 3rd spot. And from the fighting city of Philadelphia, they practice right out of our docks just as well. This is Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club. They earned a berth to their first Club Crew World Championships in 2021 here in October 2021. Raced last year in the Premier Mix. They're looking to go back. Penn is underway. United East launching out of the starting gates like they're coming off an aircraft carrier. They are not waiting around. They are on it. They are right off in pursuit of Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club. And here comes Catch 22, looking to live up to their name. They want to catch everything in front of them right now. And we've got everybody on the straightaway. Matthew's got his camera rolling. Gotta love that perspective. Nice high perspective on the drummer's or the steerer's head. And there's that great head-on drone shot. 500 meters first straightaway. All of these crews are experienced and solid, so we're not going to have one crew that goes backward through the field like a Plinko chip. These gaps are going to be fought for all the way. As I look out the window and watch the crews get into their settle, Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club right now, I'm telling you, United East, the difference in speed as they approached the line was substantial. Pennsylvania is at full speed, but United East basically went right off the catapult. They mean business. They're going to try and run down Pennsylvania. We'll see what they can do. It is only the first leg of 4. Lanier Canoe and Kayak enters the corner. And again, great drone footage on our live feed. You see how narrow that corridor is. If I can lobby to anyone who's listening as a paddler and someone who's never steered, but we gotta change these corridor rules. That's too narrow. It's just not big enough. I know it's meant for one boat, but come on. What problem are we trying to solve here? That's just an opinion, not endorsed by the United States Dragonboat Federation or the USDBF. That's just a guy who's been racing 3 days and today who bounced off of 2 of these things as we went around. It's Gruppo Compato as they go around the corner. Everybody holding their spots, trying to see if any of these gaps have come down at all. Lanier Canoe and Kayak comes out as first. One Racing is second. Lone Star sitting in third. Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club in fourth. United East making their way around the middle of the corner there in fifth. And Catch 22. They've lost a bit of ground to United East. United East pulling a shocker here. Kind of surprised. Great to see. The clock will be the judge, ultimately. You hear those power calls in our great proximity mics, picking up every drummer, everything you hear going on between the drummer and the helm. You get a good pair of drummer and steersperson that have worked together a long time and know how to read each other and know what the other is going to call. That can get you a seat or 2 just because they know what to do in every situation. Continuing the parade down here as we make our way down what will be 1 kilometer down. No real changes. gaps coming down, but no one really threatening anybody yet. And a quick announcement as we're waiting for these crews to enter the corridors and make their second turns. A Toyota car key has been found. Toyota car key. Look around. If you have lost a Toyota car key, it is at the volunteers tent. Toyota car key fob has been found. It is at the volunteers tent. The officials like it when the boats come into a turn single file because it pretty much means they're just going to be able to go about their business. Personally, from my vantage point, I'd love to see these crews get closer together. But let's cut the officials a break. We're going to let them go around single file. Linear Canoe and Kayak gets in there first. One Racing right behind them. The Lone Star Dragons closing down on One Racing. Pennsylvania Dragon Boat Club. Henry up front, doing what he can. I believe he's had his shoulder rebuilt after drumming the first couple of years, the way he hits that thing. Taking a quick look back to see where they are, telling the crew where they are. They are in pursuit. Yeah, they are being pursued because here comes United East. They've probably made up 1 or 2 seconds, but Catch 22 so far. Looks like they've made up the most time so far. The whole field beginning to just ever so slightly compress together, get a little closer to one another. Nice low body rate there on Catch 22. Good control. Everybody, all these steerers doing a phenomenal job. Everybody running the truest course they can. Nobody ricocheting off any of the buoys. You heard me make mention earlier that they didn't put the Doritos out. The first year we had this outer corridor, they marked it with these enormous 6-foot high, like swim course marking inflatable buoys, and they looked like just giant Doritos. They were great. Full Dragon Boat airbags. You could hit them and just bounce right off. These are a little smaller. All right, so Matthew and Catch 22 are right on the wheels of United East. United East has not made up any more time than they did off the start on Pennsylvania. But look at Lone Star closing in on One Racing. I mean, right from the head to the tail, this whole field is getting closer together, so we might have a grand coming together on the front straightaway. One can only hope. They've got one corner to go, and then they can go wherever they want. Right now they have to stay in lane 6. All right, Matthew's going to come. He's trying to get his crew up there to get inside the commitment buoy to get United East to yield. That's the job right now. And they're not there yet. You can see the bow wave getting a little bigger for Catch 22. They've got to get over that wake that's being created by United East. United East not threatening Pennsylvania. Lone Star getting closer to one, but I don't think they're going to get him before the corner. So right now, the only position that's being contested is Catch 22 trying to get position and get United to yield. Inside of 4 seats, probably 150 meters till they get to that commitment buoy. I'm not supposed to cheerlead, but come on, get up there. I want to see you go in 2 by 2. Matthew knows what he's doing. He's an experienced steers person. He's talking about walking on the gunnel and doing all sorts of things, and he's putting his skills to the test right now. All of these steersmen putting their skills to the test. There's nothing harder than steering a 2K, and steering a 2K small boat, the degree of difficulty is off the charts. These boats do not like to be corralled. They're roly-poly. They don't necessarily warn you that you're going to get behind in the steering until you're pointed the wrong direction. You should try it before you judge anything you see. This is the most difficult boat to steer, so hats off to all these steers people. Running clean and green so far. All 6 crews in the corner now at the same time. This field has definitely shrunk down. Catch 22 inside. United East is going to have to yield. You see it. Got his nose in there, forcing the issue. Got a great overhead shot on the drone if you're looking at the live shot. United East. And both crews going wide. They are basically both outside of the corridor. But Catch 22 comes on through. United East going outside. United East tries to come inside. They don't do the kiss and run. Nose to tail, they're clear. Nicely done all around. As they set up here for, once again, the greatest parade outside of Pasadena on New Year's Day. All 6 crews on the home stretch. The time's continuing to shrink. 10-second staggers at the start. Definitely less than that now for the 3 crews in 4th, 5th, and 6th off the line. Looking pretty close for 2nd to 3rd. And Lanier Canoe and Kayak out there just above all of this. You've got all 6 boats in one shot, just getting United East out of the frame there. Oh, thanks for that pan out. There's the entire field. You can tell they should be a minute from nose to tail. I think it's going to be less than that. But this has been a very clean 2K. Just the one pass there, catch 22 on United East. There's still about 200 meters to go. The start line that we used all day on Friday to begin this regatta now marks the final 200 for all of these crews. Linear Canoe and Kayak, they are going to cross the line without anybody having caught them. We'll see if it was enough. At the same time, right behind them, One Racing has got the Lone Star Dragons breathing down their necks. 150 meters to go at best for Lone Star. Might be a bridge too far to get over that wave, but they're right there knocking on the door, letting them know that they are not getting away. And at the same time, Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club is closing up on Lone Star. Catch 22 is closing up on Pennsylvania. Linear Canoe and Kayak wants to know what all the kerfuffle is about behind them, because the entire world is running down the beach at the same time. This is perfect. Exactly what you want. They all come together at the very end. One Racing is going to come across. The Lone Star Dragons are just about going to touch the tail of One Racing, but at the same time, Pennsylvania is just going to go tag, you're it, to the Lone Star Dragons. And here comes Catch 22 going, anything you guys can do, we can do faster. Catch 22, Matthew way down out of the wind, Tiller out of the water and across the line. And then United East, using that catapult launch that got him out there. The only crew to yield a full position, though. Small boat premier mix, 2K in the books, wrapping it up for these 6 crews. What a show. Official results will be up in about an hour. The unofficial results. Catch 22 taking that at a time of 10:04.29. Second to Pennsylvania Dragonboat Club in 10:26.34. United East making the podium, 10:28.29. Lone Star Dragons 4th in 10:40.13. One Racing at a time of 10:51.92. And the Lanier Canoe and Kayak Club at a time of 10:52.06. 2 races remain now on our program. Race 118 scheduled for 3:18 in the afternoon, so about a half hour from now. We'll see how quickly we turn these things around. As I look towards marshalling, there's athletes there, but all the boats are sitting currently docked, so we're going to wait for these folks to make their way around on the Jungle Cruise. A half-mile cool-down lap around the island here. Race 118 will feature our last standard boat race of the regatta. This is the Senior C Mixed and Paradragons 2 Open race. First position in Senior C will be Sarasota. And I've got to get Matthew, I've got to find his notes, because we have a different name for that team. We've been calling them the whole city of Sarasota, but it's a new Dragon Boat Club. Dragon Max will go off 2nd. Dragon Heart Vermont will go off 3rd. Heat will go off in 4th. And then the Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association will go off 5th. Those are your 5 crews in the Senior C Mixed Standard. Then Out of Sight Dragons will go off in position 6, and Adapted Fusion DBC will go off in 7th. And I have to do a couple of quick announcements here. And normally we do it close on the PA, but because everybody's listening and there's nobody here to tell me I can't do this, I'm just going to do it over the mic and on the live stream. This is how we call teams to awards. With South Breeze Premier Mixed, North Wind, and Dragon Warriors Endgame Fast, please head to marshalling. Wrong announcement. Head to the award stage. You can go to marshalling if you want, but it's totally the wrong way. Go to the award stage for your medals for the Standard Boat Premier Mixed 2000. That was race 114. South Breeze Premier Mixed, North Wind, and Dragon Warriors Endgame Fast to the award stage. Also to the award stage for Small Boat Senior C Mixed. Race 113, the NBP Paddlers to the award stage. For their medals, they get the gold. They were the only crew racing in that race, so I guess you could ask for the silver and the bronze too, because there was nobody else. I think we were to the set. We'll see. If they give you any grief, tell them Bob sent you. Barb will figure it out with me. And then also to the award stage, please. Standard Boat, Senior A, Mixed 2000, Race 116, Windy City Dragons, Lone Star Dragons, and Dragon Warriors Nemesis Fast to the award stage, please. Those were the awards for races 114, 115, and 116 to the award stage. I am seeing crews leave the marshalling tent and head down towards the docks, so we won't hopefully have too long a gap. I think at this point, the last two races are probably going to be in marshalling, so let's see if we can't just get going when they're done. I don't expect we're going to adhere too much to the schedule now. If we can make up the time, let's do it, because there's thunderstorms to the north. So far, they're skating by us. Although my mom just texted me, she's trying to fly out of Miami today, go back to San Antonio. Her flight was canceled. And I was like, I'm not really in a position to be able to help, Mom. I'm currently kind of working a regatta. And she remembered. She's like, oh, right, okay. But I'll try and text her in between and see if I can help arrange. So, yeah, we've been living a very charmed life here without the thunderstorms, knock wood, interrupting the regatta. You can watch the crews making their way down. This will be a 7-boat race. The last time we'll see the standard boats, the big boats, the classic 20-seaters that started all this, originally made of teak, now fiberglass, way better, way faster, way lighter. While we're loading the docks here, we're going to step away for a few minutes and let the live stream run some commercials, and then we're going to be back to present Race 118, the penultimate race, second to last on our race program for today. We'll be back shortly.
Our motivation every day is the people around us in this community and making better.
Workforce development, healthcare, education.
Getting out there and making a difference in the lives that need it the most.
This is what we're going for.
The lighter side of sports.
JP does like a hobo.
I can't remember ever thinking, I need to look in the stands.
See, I was younger and single, so I was looking at the cheerleaders.
Oh my God! Very nice.
On RHS TV.
It's time for the semifinals of Voodoo Chef Underground. Robinson takes on Armwood. Winter Springs takes on Chamberlain High School in the semifinal. Coming soon to RHS TV.
It's time
to upgrade your diamond now.
You'll always receive 100% of what you paid towards a diamond upgrade at any time.
Even if you purchase your diamond elsewhere, come get a free evaluation so you can upgrade to a golden diamond source diamond.
Youth News Network, for Gen Z, by Gen Z. From the RHS TV studios, we're bringing you the freshest content that matters to you. Find us on social media at WatchYNN or watch full episodes on RHS TV.
I have 66 sisters whom I love dearly. They are the backbone of my world.
Owen!
Hey! I am a breast cancer survivor, diagnosed with breast cancer in 2015. And my treatment just killed me and zapped all my energy. I joined Dragonheart Vermont a year later. Paddling gave me a purpose. I found a kinship. We sat in the boat, we understood each other, we supported each other. It was a unified front that is powerful beyond words.
Make it up, Joe! All along!
And I want to give back to dragon boating and Dragonheart Vermont and breast cancer survivorships to show that we can do more than just think about our disease, but thrive on living after our disease.
Take it down one.
it is always a good day because we always finish first in our lane. When we get out of the boat, we are always congratulating each other if we had a little bit of a frustrating time trying to figure out our cadence or our stroke or just trying to find our spot in the boat.
All in.
There is always somebody who can encourage us and tell us we're doing fine, and that means a whole lot to each other, to us.
Back on Regatta Island just before another race, I was able to wrangle this team, and if it feels a little bit cool right now, temperature-wise, it's because a north wind just blew in from San Francisco. That's the name of your team, right?
Yes.
Bowden?
Yes.
Are you in charge of this group?
I'm not.
Clearly. But you are sitting next to me, and I have a microphone that only goes so far. But tell us, where are you guys all from in San Francisco, and how did you guys get your team started?
Well, I actually don't know that information. He would know better than I would.
All right, you're done, Bowden. Thanks so much. Very little. Very little.
No problem.
Bowden. All right.
I got this.
Eric's got this now. This is Eric.
Yep. So the team started back in 2015. It was started by actually we had three first founding founders. I was one of them. There's John Sang, Fred, Drick, Al. We paddled for CAU, which is California United, back in 2014 for a team for Hungary. So we represented USA in Italy, and we did okay. And then we thought we could bring that vibe or that feeling that back to California and or specifically NorCal. And so we started Northwind, and pretty much it was, I guess that's how that name started, because we wanted to have that strong presence in the north. So we kind of named it Northwind, and from there we just, paddled for 9 years. We went to Hungary, represented USA there, and we also tried to aim for France. That was back in 2 years ago, 2019. Unfortunately, COVID hit, so we weren't able to have any races then. But here we are, getting ready for Italy again.
And back to Bowden over here. Bowden, who is the highest paid member of the team?
We don't get paid for this. We do all this on our free time. This is a hobby. We just do what we love.
Wait a second. Are you telling me that you came all the way from San Francisco, got a hotel here at Sarasota, gonna bust your tails out there on the water because it's fun?
Exactly. Just to paddle for about 2-ish minutes.
Now, how refreshing is that, right? That these aren't overpaid, privileged athletes begging for green M&Ms in the green room before the show. Or maybe that's just me, because I love green M&Ms. But guys, good luck. Congratulations. Do you guys have like a team chant or anything like that?
The only thing we do is say our name.
We just say Northwind.
We can only say our name.
Let's hear Northwind on 3. You ready? 1, 2, 3.
Northwind!
Okay, let's try it now with some feeling, right? 1, 2, 3.
Northwind!
All right, that's all right. Thanks, Bowden. Thanks, Eric. Thanks, Northwind. And stay tuned. We'll be right back.
We are back here live on our stream. 2 races to go here. Race 118 making its way to the starting line. Last time we'll see the standard boats today. Senior C Mixed and Paradragons 2 Open will be racing in this class. Going off first will be Sarasota. Lane 2 will be Dragon Max. Spot 3, Dragonheart Vermont. Spot 4, Heat. And going off 5th, based on where they qualified in the 200 meters, Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association Senior C Mixed. In the Paradragons, we will have the Out of Sight Dragons, and they are just coming past us here in the bright yellow kit. Last time we will see them racing this weekend. Solidly in a secured position here, hopefully getting that berth to Ravenna. And Adaptive Fusion DBC, they will be right behind them and going off in 7th position. Our friend the wind appears to be right back, but I don't know if anybody's going to complain about that. The waves are certainly not a factor here. This venue just doesn't allow waves to begin. Surf doesn't begin. Keeping these crews cool. So many of these crews have raced in multiple rosters and multiple times today. Out of sight, making their way to the pen first. Philly Dragon Boat right behind them. Ellen Law on the helm. Angela Jewell, the drummer. Dave Chan in the back. The traffic cone. Looks like Kevin McFadden and Dave Wald up there in the stroke pair. There is Heat coming up behind them. They'll be going off fourth. And right behind Heat, I recognize it before I even look at my note sheet. That is the Dragonheart Vermont kit. Lots of Vermont crews racing here this weekend. They have been all over the map in the age divisions. The Premier Open, the Senior B, Senior C. Pretty impressive when you figure Lake Champlain is only thawed for like 3 months of the year. I'm exaggerating slightly. It's actually thawed for like 4. That new team that is called Sarasota, they're not from Sarasota, but I'm going to apologize in advance because the notes that we had yesterday with your new name are not here, and Matthew's not here to tell me what I'm supposed to be saying, so I'm going to call you the team that's not Sarasota. They will be going off first in the Senior C Mix standard boat. So Dragon Max, Dragonheart Vermont, Heat are all there. Out of Sight Dragons are there. Adaptive Fusion is there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Everybody's here. Let's get this party started. Carrie will basically stack these crews into the order they need to be in. Say that, Madam Starter, you have the race. And then she will do what she wants with it. She will get it moving. But again, we seem to be having troubles with numbers today. As I look out here, the order is currently 2, 3, 1, 4, 6. I see the back of a boat. They're not even pointing the right direction. And then number 5 fell over. Angela's putting it back. Thanks, Angela. But she's not going to hold it the whole time. That's not going to work. That'd be an interesting official discussion. Why was Philadelphia not actively drumming? Because the drummer was holding onto the number. That's a new one for the rule book. Don't know if you have to finish with the number. If it falls off, that's an equipment failure. You do have to finish with everybody who starts. I know that rule. You can't eject the drummer or the steers person. Nice gathering here. Everybody in the right spots. Just waiting on Carrie's call for Madam Starter. You have the race. Great drone shot here of the pre-race meeting as everybody's clustered together. David Attenborough would look at this scene and be like, dragon boats tend to travel in packs to disguise their numbers. You've probably noticed, I haven't mentioned it, but the heads and tails are off today. And that's because the heads and tails are really, really, really expensive and not that easy to replace. And the 2Ks, as you've seen, boats tend to get to know one another. So we take the heads and tails off just to save ourselves a few dollars on the damage deposit because Mike gets really upset when we bring back broken dragon heads. The team formerly known as Sarasota, who's got a new name that none of us can remember. I asked St. Pete. They couldn't remember either. Sorry, guys. They are getting ready to roll. They are off in lane 1. The clock will start when they touch the line, and away we go in our last standard boat race of the regatta. Dragon Max from Berkeley, California. Last time we'll see them today. They are rolling towards the start line. And through they go, off in second. Dragonheart, Vermont. This is a mixed crew. And I think they're racing with 18. I'm not sure. I'm going to count. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, they're racing with 18. Here comes Heat. They've got a full crew. So Dragonheart Vermont's got their work cut out for them to try and keep Heat at bay. Rolling through the line and getting that clock started. And then building the pressure, here comes Philadelphia Dragonboat Association. And like Sarasota is the team who changed their name, I got a feeling PDBA is going to be the boat without a number, because that 5 is not staying where it's supposed to be. It's laid down flat. But they are underway. Ellen Law disappears from sight. Her trademark move, and we are rolling. Here come the out-of-sight Dragons. Our first of 2 Paradragons 2 teams here today. Under the direction of the DC Dragonboat Club, the out-of-sight Dragons get the clock moving, and they are on the way in their final 2K, the final event for their Club Crew National Championships. And Adaptive Fusion Dragonboat Club, they are going off 7th and in the tail end Charlie position of chasing down the entire field. They've got the world in front of them, starting the clock and across the line. Everyone underway here and looking up the field already. It is Dragonheart Vermont trying to get position on Dragon Max. You can see it there, third in your shot on the stream. They're trying to get them to yield before. That's an aggressive move. Well done on their part to make up almost a 15-second stagger in the first 500. It looks like they've done it about 420. Dragonheart Vermont meaning business. Dragon Max is going to have to yield. They'll go to the outer side of the buoys, while the team formerly known as Sarasota tries to look back and say, okay, who's coming where? They don't have rear view mirrors on these things. Dragons are like Italian drivers. What's behind them? Doesn't matter. They do have a drummer, though. The drummer can see what's going on. Coming in 2 wide, Dragon Max and Dragonheart Vermont. Dragonheart Vermont is on the inside. Coming out of the corner, though, the team that was formerly known as Sarasota looks like they're actually pointed towards the infield. A tight exit on the corner. Don't want to cut off too much momentum. In the interest of full disclosure, I make fun of Italian drivers because I am one. I should say that. Not that it makes it any better, but it won't be the first time. I was telling the guys in St. Pete that I'm going to get suspended from broadcasting. But I've got 2 races to go. I'll lock the doors. Barb Michaels can't get to me, but everybody else can. Anyway, back to the races. We have got a good crew coming together here. I'm seeing all 5 boats. Anytime they get fit into one shot, this just makes me happy, because that means race on. The team formerly known as Sarasota now trying to keep Dragonheart Vermont at bay. Dragon Max on the outside now trying to keep Heat at bay. And the Philadelphia Dragonboat Association going, I see all of you. The out-of-sight Dragons there in the back, and Adaptive Fusion just entering the corner, but have a look at what we've got coming together here as I see all the crews run down to the beach to take a look. We're going to have 2 sets of 2 wide, potentially 3 wide, if Philadelphia Dragonboat Association can close down the gap to Heat. Ellen Law carves to the inside. She's going to go for it. At the same time, at the front of the affairs, Dragonheart Vermont is catching the crew formerly known as Sarasota. We've got multiple passes going on here. 3 wide in the back, 2 wide in the middle, and the officials basically start saying the rosary because this is going to get super fun. And I say that because I'm not the one who has to officiate it. I just get to tell you what's happening. Dragonheart Vermont does get clean position. Drummer takes a quick look back. She sees that she's got her nose clear. The team formerly known as Sarasota must yield as they hit that commitment buoy. Ellen Law has got position with Philly Dragonboat at the same time on Dragon Max, who are on the outside of the course. And Heat is in the middle. Heat is going to have to yield as Philly Dragonboat picks off a 2-for-1 special. Ellen gesturing like she's conducting Beethoven's Fifth, making her way into the corner. The team known as Sarasota takes the outside, says, I want no part of what is happening behind me. Ellen Law carving the line. Pat Bradley trying to give her room, but Pat's giving Ellen something to think about. He's really giving her something to think about. No contact, but you couldn't put a piece of paper between these two crews. Ellen gives Pat a little nudge, puts him on the outside of the commitment buoys. Ellen leans out over that tiller, torturing that thing more than when it was cut down as a tree, and at the same time, way in the back, looking up at this. The crew from Dragon Max is like, where can we open our eyes now? Is it done? Are they gone? My word. All right, they're out of the corner safely, and take a look at what we've got back here. The out-of-sight dragons have been caught by adaptive fusion. For a while there were roads not too wide anywhere in the course. This is fantastic. This is why I love it. This is the chariot race. Adaptive fusion is going to make the pass clear. They're going to have out-of-sight dragons, but they're probably getting hit now by all of the wake turbulence from that pack of 5 boats exiting the corner on the other side. Adaptive fusion making the pass, getting to the commitment buoy, making it clean. These crews should make it through the corner without any further ado, while our drone makes its way back to the backside. Yep, you see on the stream, Adaptive Fusion and the out-of-sight dragons making their way into the turn. Dragon Max now just letting their breath out, going, whew, that was exciting. I've got to get a look at the numbers here. You've got that great drone shot showing you the 4-boat pack. And Dragon Heart Vermont is out there in front, but Ellen Law has got them in their sights as Philly Dragon Boat Association continues to close down. At the same time, Pat Bradley has got his heat crew looking up, trying to get back on terms with everything that's conspired here. One more pass to go here. Philly's gone head to tail. They've got the overlap. So once we get to the corner, there's that commitment buoy. Head to tail, they've got to yield. So we'll see if they're going to go in 2 wide, 1 inside, 1 outside. The corridor is designed for 1 boat. I'll tell you, having been there twice today, it's barely big enough for that. Ellen carves in, leans out, right on those buoys. No contact, but have a look at the drift going on. Dragonheart Vermont goes to the outside. They have to run out that way. They've had to yield. And as they come and look down the straightaway, Philly Dragon Boat Association will have clean water, and there's just a traffic jam behind them. You can hear the Power 20 calls as they hit the straightaway. Dragon trying to get a look on that number. That is Dragonheart Vermont. Want to make sure I don't call them the wrong name. You can see on the stream, PDBA right there, Dragonheart Vermont right behind them. And then comes Heat, and then comes Dragon Max. Then we have Adaptive Fusion and the Out-of-Sight Dragons, who are on the straightaway, clear of one another. But look at the amount of official boats. Everybody keeping an eye on everything right now. There's almost as many officials out there as there are competitors. It sounds like work. But everybody clear now. Getting their breath out. Ellen waving to the crowd on the beach. The Dragonheart Vermont crew cheering for their crew, their crowd on the beach. I love looking out this window and seeing everybody supporting their teams. They can hear you. There's a great drone shot looking at the entire field. Philly is in the foreground here. The number holding on there. But as they come down, 100 meters to go. The field has nearly flipped on its head. But Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association will come across the line here, having started 5th. They will be followed across the line by Dragonheart Vermont, rounding out their Club Crew National Championships. That was some great racing. Clean racing. No contact, nobody swimming. Here is the heat crew. All these crews, Senior C Mix, Pat Bradley and the heat crew coming across. They have made up the time on Dragonheart, Vermont. And here is the team formerly known as Sarasota. Again, sorry we didn't get the new name. Promise next year we'll get an updated script should you come back. Calling their finishing sprint now as they've got less than 100 to go to the line. And they had quite the adventure. But they kept it straight and true and made it across the line and will round out their 2,000 meter final here in the Senior C Mix Standard Boat 2K. And here is Dragon Max. I don't know if anybody in this crew have double rostered or were in the boat that did 2 2Ks earlier, one that went swimming, one that did not, but surely Dragon Max has had also an incredible adventurous day here. Well, they're going to come across and round out their national championships 2K in the books. Dragon Max from Berkeley, headed to the Jungle Cruise. I'm feeling you. Seat 2, the guy who just put his head on the gunnel. Yeah, that's how you feel after a 2K. Feeling you. Good job all around. And here are our 2 Paradragons boats. Adaptive Fusion DBC. 100 meters to go. You're hearing the call for the finish from the drummer. She's telling them they're just about there. I love the call to empty it. I always wonder what happens when it's empty already. You keep emptying it. But again, these are your Paradragons athletes, PD2 division. And they're going to come across here. Adaptive Fusion DBC. Finally getting a chance to let it run and catch their breath. And their tagline is, they may not be able to see, but they have vision. These are your out-of-sight dragons from Washington, D.C. They've been racing up and down the East Coast for years. They represented last year here at Sarasota, the Club Crew World Championships, and pretty sure this is going to give them the berth to Ravenna. Resplendent in that bright yellow sunshiny kit. Out of sight dragons from Washington, D.C. taking their final few strokes and across the line to round out their Club Crew National Championships for 2023. And with that, we have 1 race remaining. That is the last for the standard boats. Our final race of the day will be coming up. The unofficial results for the Senior C Mixed and PD2 Open. Philadelphia Dragon Boat Association took that in a time of 9:12.29. Heat taking second at a time of 9:57.20. Dragonheart, Vermont in a time of 10:02.46. Adaptive Fusion DBC. Check that. I've got to skip that because they're PD2 Open. 4th in the Senior C Mixed was Sarasota, the team formerly known as Sarasota, and 11:11.99. Dragon Max rounding out the Senior C Mixed field at 11:19.18. Then Adaptive Fusion taking PD2 Open at a time of 10:51. And the out-of-sight Dragons rounding things out, getting under 12 minutes in a time of 11:59.22. So we've got 1 race left to go here. And I will introduce you to these crews in just a moment. I have to get to my notes here. The scribbling sound of a Sharpie. I have to cross off the races that we've done, because truly, if I don't, I'm just going to reread the same race that I did. I'm not proud. We're going to have an 11-boat race here. Oh, this is going to be fun. These are small boats. This is the Senior B Mixed and ACP Open division. Going off first in Senior B Mixed will be the Jacksonville Dragon Boat Club. Going off second will be the Charlotte Harbor Dragons. Going off third will be the Windy City Dragons. Going off fourth, Bucks Dragon Boat. Going off fifth, Heat. Going off sixth, Tampa River Dragon Boat. Going off seventh, the NBP Paddlers. And then in the ACP division, we'll have 4 crews. In 8th, the Wellness Warriors Boston. 9th, Dragon Max. 10th, Central Coast Survivors. And 11th, in the final position, NBP Paddlers. That race coming up, scheduled for 3:54. About 35 minutes from now. But I reckon we're probably going to go a little sooner, although right now, teams are in marshalling, but no boats are at the dock. All right, we are back in the last race of the 2023 USDBF Club Crew National Championships. This will be race number 119. Small boat, Senior B Mixed and ACP Open 2,000 meter. Featuring in the first slot, Jacksonville Dragon Boat Club. Second, Charlotte Harbor Dragons. Third, the Windy City Dragons. Fourth, Bucks Dragon Boat. Fifth, Heat. Sixth, Tampa River Dragon Boat. Seventh, NBP Paddlers. 8. Now in your ACP division, the Wellness Warriors Boston. 9th, Dragon Max. 10th, Central Coast Survivors. And 11th, the NBP Paddlers. A couple shout outs here that came in while we were calling other races. Paddles up. You can do it, Grandmaster's Dragon Boat team. By the way, this is from Kimberly Lopez, and she will correct me in a second. Grandmasters, that was the name we couldn't remember, from the team from Sarasota. Grandmaster's Dragon Boat team, paddle your hearts out. Have fun, from Kimberly Lopez. The next shout out goes, after all 3 days of racing, it's a question. Who gets to go to Italy in 2024? I'm new to this and trying to figure it out. That is from Kathy 28A. Kathy doesn't have a name, so let's just go with Kathy. Well, basically, Kathy, the winner of the overall bid, we're racing Grand Prix style. There's a 200, a 500, and a 2,000 meter, and then you get points. 9 for 6, 9 for winning, 6 for second, 3 for third, and so on. He or she with the most points wins after 3 days over the distances, and then you get the berth. There are 5 berths available for each standard boat division and 2 for each small boat division. And that will determine who gets to go to Italy. And again, Kimberly Lopez correcting, the team name that you couldn't remember is the Grandmasters Dragon Boat team. So it was the Grandmasters. There was the team formerly known as Sarasota. Sorry, Grandmasters. I'll get it for you next year. Go Central Coast Survivors. Brooke Langle says, I'm not sure if this is the right spot for the shout-outs. Hey, Brooke, it is. But I want to say, go Central Coast Survivors. You've got this. The fog is waiting to welcome you home. That doesn't sound very triumphant, but then again, I'm in a fog all day. That's fine. Rebecca Travis says, we're watching and pulling for you, NBP, to take the gold. Go Dana, a.k.a. Tiny Bomb. Go team. Love you, Mom, Vance, Dad. Mom and Vance, Dad. Got it. There we go. Not Mom and Vance. Mom and Dad. Well, whatever. I hope I got it right. That was from Rebecca. And Victoria just wrote something here that just came in before I turned my back. To Windy City. Go Windy City. Finish strong. You got this. Give it your all. We love you. Stefanczyk family from Chicago. So those are our shout-outs. Keep those coming. You've got a few minutes left before I have to basically shut down the tower and wrap this regatta. We'll do what we can. Kerry is outside. He said he called up right before and says right after the boats enter the straightaway, he wanted to know if the officials could have a race amongst the officials' boats. I asked him if we could bet. We'll see if that comes to pass. I'm in. This will be an 11-boat race, one of the biggest fleets we've had today. As I look over my note sheet, we've only had one 12-boat race the entire day, and this one will be 11. So this is kind of like the Spinal Tap race. It goes to 11. Carriers out there putting the boats into the sorting hat to make sure that they get into the right order. See Jacksonville lined up in the first spot. Charlotte Harbor sitting there second. Windy City slotted into third. Bucks is there in fourth. Heat. Tampa River Dragon Boat. Everybody looking good so far. The NBP Paddlers just came past the tower. They're being followed by the Central Coast Survivors coming right past us here at finish. This is in the ACP division. It is going to be quite the parking lot of boats when we get up here. Last time we'll see these crews racing, though. The end of 3 days of incredible competition here. 4 days if you were here for practice on Thursday. And I myself, I've got practice after this. No, I'm not kidding. We've got to practice at 4:45 because we're going to get some heat acclimatization done before we pack up and then leave for Thailand in 2 weeks. And if you're here, why not? I guess, Mars wasn't available to get the heat training in, so we're going to do it in Sarasota instead. coming past us here right below the tower, giving a very regal wave, is Dragon Max. Although I don't think he was waving at the tower, he was probably waving to Carrie. He was asking, is this Dragon Max? Why, yes. Yes, it is. Some great hats on Dragon Mats. We're spotting 3 bucket hats, 2 caps, 1 visor. A lot of interesting hairsuit choices from the team from Berkeley. Here are the Wellness Warriors out of Boston. They probably came down here to look for that Tom Brady guy. Come back! You know, a Boston team is tough. I mean, if you can drive in Boston, you can drive anywhere. It's like trying to navigate a map that was drawn by a toddler. This is another NBP paddlers boat. So many Nathan Benderson teams, the local favorites. So the NBP paddlers have a senior B mixed crew out there in the small boat, and this is their ACP crew. And we've got, just like I figured, quite the parking lot out there. But all 11 teams now basically getting themselves in the right order. Jake Rubenstein just asked, let's see, quick question. Can you show the award ceremony? Jake, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to because the award stage is located behind the tower and all of our cameras are on the race course and all the drones are on the race course, and we're not going to be able to. And the award ceremony itself, basically the gold, silver, and bronze medals that have been awarded at each distance have been awarded. The only thing left to do is to hand out the bids, which is essentially just bringing up the team captain and hand him the trophy. So there isn't going to be an award ceremony per se, but don't worry. I'll tell you this. Your dad's going to send you a picture of anything he wins. But yeah, we're not going to be able to bring in the award ceremony, unfortunately. Because we've been just trying to do it all day long. Part of keeping the regatta moving was doing the award ceremony dynamically, not having a big ceremony at the end of the day, because you're never really sure if we're going to have the good weather at the end of the day. So as teams have gotten their placements, we're giving out the gold, silver, and bronze throughout the day. And now we've got just this last little ceremony here at the very end. We'll give out the trophies for the teams that are going to Ravenna, and then we'll all scatter, except those of us who have to practice this afternoon. So, but that's another story. Look at that lineup. Everybody there on site. Kerry giving last instructions. Maybe taking last requests. And soon he'll say, Madam Starter, you have the race. And I am coming to you from the 4th floor of that large building behind you. Right now I'm working solo. Matthew is downstairs doing official things. Kerry is yelling at people through a megaphone. Mark is just coming back because he raced in that Senior C Mixed Standard Boat final. But it's been a fantastic weekend working here with the RHS TV crew that are located in St. Pete, staff and site here. This has been an absolute joy. Madam Starter had the race, but she didn't tell me she had the race, so let's go. First crew underway. This is the Jacksonville Dragonboat Club. They came downstate to do some racing today. Being followed by the Charlotte Harbor Dragons. And for the last time today, Simon Schum on the helm for the Windy City Dragons. Rolling into that start line. Mark Kane has just made it here. He's catching his breath. Oh, beer in hand. Good man. Outstanding. We're just getting underway in the final race here. Mark, Buck's Dragon Boat is going through the line here in 4th position. A team near and dear to your heart, right on their wheels. Let us know who you got.
Boat 5 is Heat, our Senior B mixed boat. Getting off to a flying start. Bookended by the Bradleys. Liz is in drum, Pat is steering.
I was just going to ask, I see Pat's hat, so he jumped, basically he hot seated from your boat right into this one, eh?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
So did Liz, by
Nice.
the way. She was in stroke in the C standard boat. And here comes Tampa River.
Yep. I can see Thomas Chestnut's bucket hat from here, so I've learned to find that over the weekend. It looks like he's sitting in, I think he's in 3 on the left. I'm not sure.
Yep. NBP paddlers coming across the start line. Boat number 7.
One of 2 NBP paddlers cruise racing, but they are the final starter in the Senior B mixed, and now we go into our ACP cruise, the last 4.
Here comes Weldis Warriors out of Boston. Approaching the start line, accelerating. And boat 9 is Dragon Max from San Francisco, accelerating. Let's go, Dragon Max.
They didn't really wait too long. The clock is going to start.
As long as they're within that 5 countdown, they can go.
Absolutely.
With no penalty.
None.
Here comes boat 10, Central Coast Survivors from Morro Bay.
And our final crew of the day is another hometown crew. This is the ACP crew from Nathan Benderson Park, the NBP Paddlers.
If you've ever been on the central coast of California, they have what are known as the Seven Sisters. They're massive rock formations. They decrease in size the further north you go, but the one in Morro Bay is huge and beautiful. It almost kind of a standalone mountain coming up right on the edge of the Pacific.
Oh, I've never been, but it would be nice to check it out. So take a look here at how long this field is. With 11 crews, the first boats are making their exit of the first corner, and the NBP paddlers have just cleared 100 meters. So this race is nearly 500 meters long from nose to tail.
That's right.
Now, it'll take a while for these small boats to close down the gaps, but we've had some fantastic back and forth crossover battles today. We'll see what these crews can do. The Senior B mixed crews are definitely going to leave nothing to chance. And it looks like Windy City is going to try and make the first move of the day, because I can't see them from my eye, but you can see them on the stream as you look, already ducking inside the Charlotte Harbor Dragons. And now it's a question, can they get up and over? Look at the wake coming off of Windy City as they're bouncing up, down, up, down. They're going to make their way past Charlotte Harbor and then see if they can try. It's a bit of a stretch, but I don't think it's impossible for them to get inside of Jacksonville by the first corner, the way they're closing.
It's going to be a challenge. They're definitely going to have Charlotte Harbor.
It looks like they've cleared that wake because the nose isn't taking on water. That's always the risk with a boat that's sitting low.
Yep.
All right, 200 to go. They've got about 20 meters. I think they're going to do it. I think Simon's going to basically call or Ula probably making the calls 20 after 20, and she's going to get them looking back. You can see the helm looking back for Jacksonville. I think they're going to get it done. I think they're going to go 2 for 1 on the straightaway.
That will be impressive in the first 1,000 meters to close the gap on 2 boats.
And I know what the rules say, but he's got momentum on his side. And even if he doesn't have the overlap, he's going to challenge the officials to say, I dare you to not make this call, because he's going to try and keep the inside position. Here we go.
That would be very typical of Simon.
Ah, you know, that's racing.
That's right.
Aggression shall be rewarded. But Simon's showing he's holding back. He's told the crew to back off. He's going to follow them through the corridor and then try and get them on the next straightaway. And that is the safer play.
Yep, it is. He doesn't have to run the risk of slowing down. He can keep his momentum, keep the rhythm, keep the pace.
Yep. And I'll admit, I mean, I'm rooting for chaos because I love it so, and I love it when I'm in it. But it does make for a better show. But at the same time, that is the prudent racing decision. He's more mature than I would be. But look at where Jacksonville's going.
Jacksonville took it wide. They're in the corridor, but they're up against the outside buoys.
They've hit them all. They're hitting those things like they're pinball machine bumpers, giving them bonus scores. They hit all 3 of the outer marker buoys, which basically...
He actually swung outside the corridor at the 3rd outer marker. He's in the corridor, but he a little loose.
And Simon basically is like, well, thank you very much. I'll take that gap.
I'll come inside of you.
I'm saying again, speaking as myself and not as an official representative of the USDBF or the IDBF, get rid of the corridor. Just let the teams go where they need to. If you're not going to award bonus points for running down the buoys, then just whatever.
The amazing thing is those outside buoys that look like small pink trash cans, they're hard plastic.
Oh, so they're hard plastic trash cans. Yeah, I've hit a few of them today.
So have I.
I'm like, this thing is too narrow. What are we doing here? All right, so Windy City has gotten clear of Jacksonville. At the same time, looking back now, Buck's Dragon Boat is being closed in on by Heat. So we'll see if Wetzel there on the helm is going to have to make a decision here because Heat is coming. Pat sees he's got Bucks. Basically, they've got less than what I would call a half a boat to close down. Tampa River and the NBP paddlers also coming together, but NBP has still got a little bit of work to get up there.
I believe that's Rachel Roman steering Tampa River. She's a good steersperson. I've paddled with her, paddled in front of her as a steersperson, worked with her professionally. She's good at this, and she's a Team USA steersperson.
Oh, fantastic. For which roster?
I believe Senior A. I'm not 100% sure.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm legitimately curious. Want to tell the story?
I believe it's Senior A steersperson.
Fantastic. So she'll be working with Mark and Ellen, probably.
Yes, that's true. Because I say that because somebody said she's steering for Ellen.
Yeah. Well, surely, because Ellen can't be everywhere. And Ellen is coaching. She's working with Mark Applewhite on the Senior A mixed, so it's...
And Ellen's also got Senior B.
Yeah.
Women.
I mean, just a massive roster. These are our ACP crews coming to the corner, and we've had a bit of a capture here.
Dragon Max has closed the gap on Wellness Warriors Boston.
And at the same time, the Central Coast Survivors have closed the gap on Dragon Max. They're going to come into the corner too wide. It looks like doing the polite thing. Dragon Max is going to run the outside and give the Central Coast Survivors the room they need. And the NBP Paddlers ACP crew just laying back, letting the chaos unfold in front of them. So they're here at their first corner. At the same time, the entire field is off in the other corner at the opposite end. So there's literally, the action is separated by 500 meters. You've got the ACP race down here at one end, and the Senior B mixed small boat all the way at the other end.
Looks like Heat has managed to get inside. Can't tell.
It's Bucks.
Bucks, okay.
That was the one they were closing in. Wetzel had to decide if he was going to yield or try and fight him off.
And
he has yielded.
He has. Heat's going on the inside.
Yep.
Let's see if Pat makes this corner cleanly. RC standard boat, he did not.
He's making it look pretty good. A great overhead shot here on the drone. You can see him carving on the inside.
He got it cleanly.
Slotted right in. Wetzel right behind him with Bucks. They're going to exit the corner single file.
Yep, he got it that time.
Yep. Yeah, your Senior C mixed race was a delight to call because you came down 3 wide, and I'm just like, well, 3 are going into 1. Here we go. Things have begun to exhale a bit here. Windy City, check that out. Look at the amount of real estate they've spread out on the field once they got clear. They have come to play.
You may have just heard me breathe a sigh of relief. For some reason on our Senior C mixed boat, the results have been delayed. They just made a final.
Ah.
And I'm breathing a sigh of relief. We finished where we thought we did.
Okay. I didn't see anything that was going to warrant a review, so that's good. Although with the 2Ks, you can never tell. All right, so Windy City is clear, but at the same time, they are 3 wide behind them. There's Windy City on the live stream. You're looking. This is, I think, got to be, for some of these crews, their 47th race this weekend. It seems like we're always turning around and seeing them. Just a busy, busy schedule. And there's that great 3 wide shot.
Looks like Simon's pushing him hard into the finish.
Yep. There's Jacksonville.
He's not cutting them any slack coming in.
Charlotte Harbor and Heat going 3 wide. But yeah, Simon is not lifting anything off the throttle. He wants everything this crew can give him. And why not? Because this is their final 50 meters of their regatta. Might as well get on that plane completely exhausted. And through the line, Windy City. So look at Simon. Oh. Gotta have a seat. He has been on that helm all weekend long. That crew has been on the gas all weekend long. And speaking of on the gas, here comes Jacksonville trying to hold off the team behind them, the Charlotte Harbor Dragons, and at the same time, a rapidly closing heat crew. Pat and Liz have done the work. Windy City got out front, but Pat was doing everything he could to keep them within sight after they made the pass.
The final time, it's all going to be on time. It's going to be interesting to see these results based on the final total time on this race.
Here is Bucks County Dragon Boat, Senior B Mixed Small Boat. Final race of the weekend for them. Bringing that crew across the line. Here are the NBP Paddlers, Senior B Mixed. This is your final Senior B Mixed crew racing here.
Tampa River is coming in right behind.
I said MVP was the last one, but that's because Tampa was behind the column.
Yep.
This cursed column has befuddled me all weekend. But yep, this is Tampa River Dragon Boat. Coming through and wrapping up their 2K small boat.
So that is the Senior B Mixed. We've got to wait for the total times before we can make any calls because several teams made up big gaps, so we're going to have to wait for the times.
And speaking of making up gaps, all of the ACP crews have closed down their stagger to one another as they all cluster together, exiting 1,500 meters down, 500 to go. This is your last leg of the race in your 2023 National Championship here. The All Cancer Paddlers crew, Wellness Warriors Boston, Dragon Max, Central Coast Survivors, and the NBP Paddlers. Trying to sort out the numbers here because as you can see on the stream when you take a look, can't quite rake out those numbers from this angle. But they'll get close to us. We'll introduce you to them. And Carrie, where are you? Let's line up these official boats right behind these crews. I want to see this race when you're done. Yeah, to catch you up, Mark, all the officials are going to line up and they're going to drag race here for money.
Oh, good.
I bet on
That'll
everybody.
be fun.
I bet on anybody except Carrie.
That'll be fun.
That's what I thought. They want a piece of the action. They've been watching the racing all weekend. They want to get involved.
Okay, the ACP paddlers are coming down the course 3 wide.
That's awesome.
With about 250 to go. That's impressive.
And they're putting on a great show. A race within a race here. And it's a great final flourish to end this weekend. Trying to get a good look at this first hull number.
Looks like 10.
Yep, that is going to be the Central Coast Survivors. Yep, the Central Coast Survivors are sitting out there in front of that pack that's 3 wide. And then you've got 8, 9, and 11 sitting out back. You've got 11 in the middle. So coming together, the Central Coast Survivors are going to hit the line next. But then it is 3 wide behind them.
You've got a drag race.
Yep. Of course, like Mark said, this is all going to be decided by times, but if you are there, you want to make sure that if there's a boat next to you, 2 boats moving in a direction, it's a race. 3 boats moving in a direction, it's really a race.
Yep.
The NBP Paddlers are right now about a seat clear in the middle as they're running right next to Dragon Max from Berkeley on the outside, and on the inside, the Wellness Warriors out of Boston.
They've hung tough. They've put up a good fight, hanging tough, hanging on. Central Coast Survivors coming in to finish their 2K.
Job done for them. And this one, 11 is closed up on 10 just a bit as the NBP Paddlers have closed the gap. And at the same time, there is Dragon Max. And behind them, the Wellness Warriors out of Boston, shipping up to Boston as soon as they can. They're like, we've had enough of this heat. This is crazy. Why do people live here?
Congratulations to all of our ACP teams that have now finished their 2K.
And I don't think there's anybody left, sir.
I think we're done.
All right, that's it. No, we're not going to wrap that quickly, but that concludes.
Okay,
we're waiting on the unofficial results.
On the ACP teams. Central Coast Survivors in 12 flat, .91. NBP Paddlers 1201.78, Dragon Max 1231.59, and Wellness Warriors Boston 1248.48.
So that margin, first to second, looks like it's about 0.8 of a second between the Central Coast Survivors and the NBP Paddlers.
That's impressive. There we go. Here's the Windy City Senior B Mix 950.18. Heat Senior B Mix 953.92. NBP Paddlers 10:04.97. Bucks Dragonboat 10:22.27. Tampa River 10:29.66. Charlotte Harbor Dragons 10:36.35. And Jacksonville Dragonboat Club 10:45.33. Very competitive race. Good results. Congratulations to all teams.
I've got one final shout out here before we wrap from Caitlin Gross. She managed to sneak it in just before the deadline. Let's go NBP Paddlers. We love you, Evelyn. Love Caitlin, Lance, Radlin, and the twins.
Yep, looks like the officials' boats are starting to race.
There we go. They're going the other direction. Or unless, are they going to line them up?
They're going to pack them up.
All right, let's see. Hang on. Let's see. We'll wait and see what happens here. If the officials are going to race, I'm going to call it. But if they're not, if they're just bringing the boats back, yeah, it looks like they're bringing the boats back. I guess Gary was just playing. So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the race program here for your 2023 USDBF National Championship here at Nathan Benderson Park. I am one of several hosts who have played through today, but I'm just the one who gets to be here near the end. Mark is here as well. Carrie is downstairs. Matthew is somewhere out in the field. I know he was going to do some official dignitary works, but Mark, any closing remarks?
I want to thank everybody who has come and participated in this event. Our over 65,000 viewers of the live stream, and that was at midday, so I have no idea what the final number is other than big. And I want to thank our live stream people, CP Communications, for putting on a wonderful, wonderful live stream and managing all of the technology for us. So we do have final awards. They've got to tally all of the points and let us know who won the divisions. So it's going to take a couple of minutes to get all of that work done, but there looks like that final race was, I don't know, I can't call the final race, but it sounds like it was pretty clean, what I'm hearing on the radios.
Speaking of the final race, I'm looking outside. I think maybe Carrie wasn't kidding. All the boats are lining up and pointed in this direction.
Could.
Oh, they're not going to. All right, so they're not going to show you what's going on in the live stream, but I'm going to see. Can I still comment on this? Let me ask St. Pete. Hold on. Okay, hang on. I'm going to send it to the PA because they're about to go. This is going to be awesome.
Okay.
They're really doing this. This is hysterical. Hold on.
And
all right, so we've got 5 official boats here. Yeah, they're inside of the 200 meter mark.
okay, we just got the word we're going to live stream the official boat drag race.
I don't know which official is in which boat. So basically, we've got 2 brown tops and 3 blue tops. They are each even in a lane. Oh my God! 2 of them are veering off to the right. All 5 official boats are now racing. We have no idea which official is in which, but our final race on the weekend as the boat in lane 1 runs over 12 innocent buoys. It has now made its way. Sirens going off. It sounds like a police chase here.
I was just going to say, we've got police sirens in this drag race.
Basically, it sounds like a Jay-Z song making its way down the PQE. But out of lane number 1,
we've got street racing at Nathan Benderson Park on the water.
Dumbest parade you've ever seen. But lane 1 is going to take it. Lane 3 is going to get 2nd. Lane 5 is going to get 3rd. Lane 4 is going to get 4th. And lane 2 is going to get 5th. And somewhere out there, I think that's Eugene with the white plate saying, yeah, all right, I guess that was okay.
Clean race. Okay, a new twist to conclude a race.
I love it. I think we got to do this after Worlds.
I actually raced in the Netherlands one time in the Dutch National Championships. What they do there at the conclusion of the day, in the Netherlands, everybody brings their own boat.
Okay.
They bring all of the boats into a circle, nose to nose, so you have this massive circle, and the drummers go nuts.
Oh, there we go.
They put on a How Radical Can You Drum concert.
Okay, noted, because I used to be a drummer. I can never forget that.
I mean,
But
that was a blast.
Before this gets too any weirder, because I don't want to get into a drum circle with you. No offense, but we got to call it. We got to end this race and let the guys in St. Pete go home, right?
That's correct.
All right, I think they've had enough of us. So, on behalf of the United States Dragonboat Federation, Gary Chow, Matthew Al, not Alan, although thanks to Alan, his dad, but Matthew was my co-commentator, and Mark Kane and RHSTV.com, who put on this incredible stream for us all, and everybody who is watching at home, I bid you good night, have a good day, look to see these crews in Ravenna next year, and good luck to all the athletes and coaches who will be racing on Team USA in Thailand in 2 weeks. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next time.
Thank you all.